Thanks for gathering here on Twitch. We're now going to move over to Kick for our coverage of the Champions Chess Tour. See you over there in 1 minute. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
And welcome everyone to the final day of action at the Qatar Masters 2023. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and today I'm joined by the host of the C-Square podcast, Grandmaster Christian Kurila. Christian, how are you doing today?
Good morning, Benjamin. I think this is the first time we're doing commentary together, so I'm very excited for that, but also very excited for the games.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Hikaru is in a must-win situation. He's half a point behind the leader, Arjun Erigaisi, who's playing with the black pieces against Nurderbeck Abdusatorov. I think it's very likely that if Hikaru wins his last game, that he will be in the tie for first, but he needs to win here, and he decides to go for it with the Queen's Indian. What do you make of this opening choice, Christian?
He definitely needs to win. He knows that. He's playing a player that has been in tremendous shape in this tournament. In fact, Narayanan has been leading the event for a very long period of time. Yesterday, of course, we've seen what happened in that one. Erigaisi took over with a win with the white pieces. So things have changed a little bit. Narayanan has slowed down, perhaps. Hikaru is also looking to take advantage of that. Hikaru, sure, before yesterday, the last 3 rounds, he made draws. It was a bit slower, but yesterday, tremendous victory with the white pieces. I have to say, this opening choice, quite combative, keep some pieces on the board. At the same time, it's also very solid. It all depends on what white will want to do. I'm, in fact, quite curious to see whether Narayanan is looking to, let's say, try for a little bit or just try to kill the game from the get-go.
Yeah, and he goes for the move kingside castles. I think Hikaru also had some games where his opponent would play knight c3. I think a game against Magnus, also against Andrekin in one of the Champions Chess Tour events or one of the qualifiers. And after knight c3, he played the move knight e4. And there's this funny line where white goes queen d3, you take on c3, and white does the move knight g5, threatening checkmate.
Very nice.
On b7. So like if you take, you actually just lose. As you take here, this is hanging, this is hanging. So what Hikaru would play here is he would go knight e4, and after I believe it was
massive exchanges.
Yeah, there were a lot of exchanges. Yeah. But Narayanan goes a completely different path. He goes for the move kingside castles right here, and now the move d6 by Hikaru, which intends to move knight b7.
Okay, d6 is already kind of an indication that he wants a fight, right? Sometimes you can play c6 and then d5. You can start with d5 as well. d6, you try to keep the structure a bit more flexible in that regard. You have ideas of knight d7 followed by either c5 or e5. You can change the structure in multiple ways after the move d6. So definitely keeping some flexibility on the board.
Yeah, no, for sure. He also had this in the World Cup, I believe, against that guy, Kartik. That game was a little bit dry, so I wonder how he's going to try to switch it up in this game. With white, what white is usually aiming for is the move e4. But again, if you go knight c3, black is usually happy to go knight e4. So sometimes white plays a move like queen of4 first.
No, definitely. Very, very interesting approach. And you've done some work on this opening, haven't you, Benjamin? You
Yeah,
did
so
some courses, if I remember correct. Was it on the Nimzo?
mhm.
Nimzo, right? Okay. So not necessarily this opening, but similar stuff. You've experienced with this.
Exactly, yeah. So I have one course out on the Nimzanian defense, and the second course will be on the Queensanian.
There you
But
go.
just to give everyone a little sneak peek, in this position right here after G3, I will be recommending the move Bishop A6. So I'm not as familiar with these types of positions as Hikaru is. Bishop B7 generally known to be a little more solid.
Yes.
But yeah, and we have another move by Narayanan. He played the move Rook to D1.
Okay. Yeah, all these young Indians, they're so good in the opening phase as well. They work tremendously hard. And one thing they do, they work very often together. So they share a lot of information, and that helps them get ahead very often. So very, very dangerous in the opening phase. Definitely Narayanan, we know he's most likely going to come with some deep ideas in the opening.
Mm-hmm. And we have to move knight bd7 by Hikaru. One thing that's very good is that he's still playing extremely quickly.
Yep.
So let's see what Narayanan is going to do. Maybe, again, knight c3 is a move, getting that e4 push in, but it will probably be met with knight e4 from black. What white often can go for as well are moves like d5. And here you have to decide, like, you can take that pawn, but then white can move the knight, let's say to e1 or h4, and try to regain the pawn, after which white could hope for an advantage. But after d5, you can also go for this structure with the pawn on e5. With that move, black gets a slight majority on the king side, but white has more space on the queen side. So that is at least a way you could see an imbalance.
Yes, no, e5 is the fighting way, right? You want to keep more options on the board at the same time, and this is the nature of the last round. Whenever you do that, you're also taking more risks, right? So it very much depends on what Hikaru's strategy in this one. And we don't know because we don't have the inside information of asking Hikaru, hey, Hikaru, are you going to go all in today, or are you going to take it a bit easy, not taking too many risks? We're going to have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I actually wanted to ask you. So yesterday after the game, you interviewed Hikaru. By the way, we have another move, queen to c2.
C2,
But
okay.
did you ask him about his intentions for this final game? Because it is clear that if he wants to win the tournament, he needs to win this one. And also, I guess for the rating, it would be nice to finish the tournament on a high note.
Yes, that's right. And I think this is something that he mentioned as well. He was mentioning the grand pre-points, I believe. That's the qualification way from FIDE to the candidates. That's one of them that he had in the back of his mind. But I think he was also thinking about the rating lists, especially, well, the one that matters, the one in January. That's the one that they're going to choose the candidate from. So he's looking at all those variables for sure. But I don't think he wanted to give up too much. I think he just wanted to say, look, I'm going to play a game.
I'm a little bit worried here.
Okay.
Narayanan just played the move queen to c2, and Hikaru played bishop b4, queen c1, and bishop to b7. Narayanan could go back with queen c2, and is Hikaru just going to repeat there with bishop b4? I mean, I'm kind of wondering.
Did he play it? No, he didn't play it yet.
Narayanan hasn't played queen c2 for the second time just yet, but can we also just keep the game going here, or are we just significantly worse after knight c3?
Well, the problem is, how do you stop e4?
Yeah, I think we don't.
It's a big problem, right? Because once you allow e4, you know that white is going to have an edge. And the question is whether Hikaru is ready to deal with that. Like, he's psychologically, not necessarily from, a practical perspective, but psychologically, whether he's in that headspace or whether he is okay with a draw.
Yeah, so Narayanan right now in thoughts. I think it made a lot of sense to repeat once and, see Hikaru's intentions. Hikaru is showing that, for the moment at least, he's fine with repeating. Also, Narayanan is a little bit behind on the clock, so gaining some extra time is good for him. And sometimes here's the thing, like, you might repeat once to see what your opponent wants to do, but then you might be a little bit tempted to just take the draw, get the tournament over with, because Narayanan has had a good event.
Exactly. That's a very good point. Again, Narayanan, very good shape up to this point, has been showing tremendous chess. And whenever you're playing with the black pieces, if you do want to imbalance the position, if you do want to imbalance the game, you have to take risks. And again, that's the big question that we're going to find out in just a few minutes. But as you mentioned, why not gauge the interest of your opponent, of what he wants to do, right? Give him that option. He has the white pieces. He generally has to be the one pushing, right? In theory. And that's exactly what Hikaru is doing. And perhaps after queen to c2, we're going to see something else.
Yeah, let's see. There's only one way to find out. Again, knight c3 first will probably be met with knight e4. Queen f4 also pretty typical move to try to get the movement. But I guess if you put the queen in f4, then e5 can always come with the tempo. After, let's say,
what about
e7.
the funny looking queen to e3? Is that an idea that we could consider?
Definitely a move. And I guess the idea is that you put the queen here, and let's say we go queen e7, white wants to go knight c3, and now there's no knight e4, and white can follow with queen d3, and then e4.
Yeah. By the way, Bach, what's that cat doing behind you?
Ask our boy Jaren. He put the cat there. It's well, I've thought about it. I've thought about it because like everyone is talking about it in the chat, right? But
yeah,
I guess you remember that I'm one of the only people that beat mittens, right? And if you beat mittens, you get mittens in your home.
Is that how it works? Okay,
That's
I
how
actually
it works.
did not know that. All right.
And I wanted to ask you: has Fabiano beaten mittens?
I believe he did, yes, but he already has a cat. Yes, he already has a cat, a very similar to Mitten's one, in fact, in terms of shape, size, things of that nature. Because we all know Mittens, we've seen it in person, right? You've seen it, I would assume, as well.
We've seen Mittens in person, yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm well, okay. So that's probably Mitten's baby behind you.
Exactly. Yep.
Excellent.
And Christian, I wanted to ask you, so if you look at the camera and you look at Narayana, what do you make up from his body language? Does he look like a player who's ready to settle for a draw, or do you think he's going to fight off?
He's thinking about it. He's definitely thinking about it, deep in thought. I would assume, again, he still wants to win this tournament, or at least give himself a chance, because let's not forget, Narayanan has been playing very much on the top boards, so his tiebreaks are definitely very encouraging. I don't think he lost a single game. Let me just check really quick to make sure that that's the case, and that's the case. He hasn't lost a single game.
And he does have the best tiebreak of the players on 6 points. So actually,
exactly,
it does make a lot of sense for him to go for a draw here, because with a draw, he guarantees himself a good tournament. First of all, right now he is gaining. Let me check real quick. He's gaining
15
16
points. Yes.
Yeah, and he will pick up another 2 from Hikaru, and he will probably lock in a top 5 placement or so, which in this tournament with the big prizes is quite significant.
Oh yes, absolutely. At the same time, if you try and you actually succeed, you give yourself a tremendous chance of winning the tournament. And we know everybody remembers whoever won the tournament. Nobody remembers who's on 5th position. But again, and by the way, as we were just discussing, he decided to keep the game going. Queen to f4.
Okay, I think that's great news. Hikaru needs to win here with the black pieces, so happy to see that the game keeps going. So queen f4 on the board. So now let's see what Hikaru will play again. Queen e7, I believe, is a move. You could also... What about this one? What about knight e4 with the idea to go f5 and maybe g5?
I like it. That's the aggressive way out. All right, so I guess the big question after knight to e4 is, can we go... If we go knight fd2, my guess is that those exchanges will probably be fine for you, right? You want to go f5 directly. Okay, I like it. Yes.
And maybe like
knight
this.
c3 and now d5, yeah?
Or I think we're just in time with knight g4.
Oh, knight g4 is even worse. Yeah. No, that's game over. No, that makes sense. I kind of like it. Yeah. All right, let's try to make it work for black. So knight to e4. Does white have a better alternative than this knight fd2, which does seem to give black some very serious aggressive chances? Maybe knight bd2 or knight c3.
Well, actually, I do like knight fd2, but what about this one? Knight fd2, f5,
Yes.
maybe queen e3 first. We
Okay.
cannot take as this will hang with check.
What if we go
And
knight
if we
f6
go
now?
here, maybe now knight c.
Knight
knight
g4?
g4 again.
Yeah.
But can we play f3?
Yeah, f3 probably has to be played, but that's a
look at this
dangerous line, man. That's a dangerous looking line right there. It might work for white, but after knight h5, there's a lot of very deep ideas and dangerous ideas in the position. I wouldn't like to play this in a position. If I am in Narayanan's position, I wouldn't like to play this type of game.
Exactly, especially if Hikaru is still in his preparation, but Hikaru has just sat down on the board and he seems to be deep in thought. Yeah, looking at the camera I have here, it seems like he's trying to remember his thoughts. He's trying to think like, hey, what did I have prepared after this move queen to f4? I'm sure he's looking at this move 94, but all of the lines are quite complicated, so let's see if he can make it work.
And by the way, while we let Hikaru think for a second, should we go to Magnus's game to scout the opening as well for just a second? Because I see some very funny stuff, which I haven't seen maybe ever, and I just wanted to ask what you think of Magnus's choice.
Yeah, I think this is actually called the Norwegian variation of the reload pass. So after bishop b5, black goes for a very quick b5 and knight a5, going after this bishop as quickly as possible. So white opens up the center of the board. We see a trade. And now bishop to b7. So yeah, we see here that white. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Yeah.
Okay.
So we see that white is a pawn in the middle, but on the upside for black is that you can often grab the bishop pair.
Yeah, no, you're getting the bishop pair at the same time. That comes with a trade-off because you're opening up the A file, and that could potentially lead to some pressure down the road, especially on that pawn on A6. Also, with the pawn on B3 ready to go to B4, you have ideas of going B4, knight D2, knight B3, and then those A5, C5 squares could be quite soft in black's position. So yeah, definitely a very intriguing one. Now, this is a combative approach by Magnus. This is quite clear. He wants to play for a win. He needs to play for a win. He needs to get some rating back because right now he's getting absolutely mauled on the next rating list. He doesn't like that. He's in a fighting position, in a fighting mood, and he wants to take down Puranik.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, Magnus no longer has his chance to win the tournament, but like you said, he's always in a fighting mood. For sure, he wants to win this game as he's outrating his opponent by more than 200 points. So we'll see how this one will unfold, but I definitely think both sides will have chances here. And one game that I definitely think we should have an eye out on is the game between Noderbeck and Arjun, because if Arjun wins his game, he just wins the tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's take a look at that. Ooh, okay, some fighting triangles. I like it.
So this game started off as an English by Abdusatorov, e6 by Arjun. And we see knight c3, d5, d4, and here, like you said, a triangle by Arjun. Now, this can very often go over into the semi-slot, but it does give white this additional option to go for the move e4. Because black has not placed a knight on f6 yet. So Arjun takes and goes bishop b4 check. This is the whole point, to give a check, which is awkward to block. And now Noderbeck goes for bishop d2, which does involve a pawn sacrifice. But if we have a look, we see that all of these dark squares now are very weak around the black king. Bishop e2, knight here.
There's a funny move after knight a6. Maybe we should point it out. Bishop f8.
Exactly. Because if you take, there's checkmate on one.
Yes, that's actually used to be considered a very decent approach. The thing is, white can do a lot of things, including bishop a3, bishop a5, bishop c3, bishop d6, bishop f8. Almost all of white's retreats, except d2, because that just simply doesn't make any sense at all. All of them are playable in this position, and they give very different type of outcomes. Bishop to d6 was his choice.
Yes, bishop d6. Arjun takes the pawn. We see bishop f3 hitting the queen and defending the rook. The queen slides back to g5. Knight e2, knight e7, knight g3, and e5 by Arjun. And it seems like, wait, another move by Noterbeck, queen b3. This looks dangerous for Arjun because look at the time situation. Noterbeck still has 1 hour and 31 minutes on the clock, which tells me that he's still in this preparation, whereas Arjun is already on his own.
Oh, he definitely still is in his preparation. And I have to say, I wouldn't have liked, to be honest, I don't like his opening choice. Allowing this move e4 is just so dangerous because we know this white can play in a lot of different ways, and it's going to be a long game, a long compensation game, and those things can turn very quickly, right? It's a double-edged sword, and I don't think you necessarily want this whenever you're Erigaisi. And to be honest, with a draw, he very likely wins the tournament. Okay, he gives himself at least a very good chance, right? Because he does have decent tie breaks. Perhaps Narayanan has better tie breaks than him. At the same time, you give yourself at least a tie for first.
Yeah, I just had a quick look. I think the first tiebreaker is the average opposition in terms of rating.
Is
and
it?
Before the last round, I think so. At least that's what it shows on chess results. And Arjun has had the highest opposition, or, well, his TB2, I guess, well, let me correct myself. I think the first tiebreaker is mutual result, but then the second tiebreaker is probably your performance rating.
You mean direct encounter, or?
Yeah, direct encounter. Yeah. And
Yes.
right now, Arjun's TB2 is 2810, whereas for Narayanan, his TB2 is 2800. So Narayanan will probably catch up with him a little bit as Narayanan is playing Hikaru. But yeah, Arjun has the best tiebreak before this round. So like I said, I think a draw will probably not win him the tournament outright, but will definitely get him into a tiebreak. So I think for Arjun, a draw is a very good result. Whereas for Noterbeck for sure wants to win this game to get into that tie for first. So I agree with you. I think this opening choice is extremely risky by Arjun.
Yes, no, absolutely. And if I'm Abdusattorov right now, I'm feeling pretty good about my chances for the simple fact that I know I've surprised my opponent with this particular choice, bishop d6, and now queen to b3. We see this is some sort of opening preparation. Abdusattorov, especially by his nature, he's a fighter, right? And he loves to have this type of double-edged positions. It's a win in my books in terms of opening strategy for Abdusattorov in this one.
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's see what Arjun's going to do. It's always tough because you have to deal with this king in the middle. For the moment, Noterbeck wants to go knight e4 to hit this queen on g5, because if the queen moves, it's probably going to have to keep defending this knight on e7. But let's say you move it to a square like h4, then you're allowing white to go for queenside castles again. So some tough decisions ahead here for Arjun.
And the idea of queen to b3 is to keep that bishop in place on c8, but at the same time, you are starting to look at ideas of queen to a3 in certain instances to increase the pressure on that diagonal. And of course, as you very nicely stated, you also want to get ready for long castle. You would love to go long castle. You don't want to go short castle in this type of positions because you already lost a pawn on that side. But what you want to do is get the king to safety. At the same time, get the rook on the open central files as soon as possible. D and potentially E files would be ideal for the two rooks. So exactly that's why you want to get the queen off G5, off that diagonal, so that you can do long castle. Also, the queen from B3, very nicely and in a lot of variations, defends the bishop on F3. So we see ideas of knight to E4, and you go queen to F4, and that queen on B3 is keeping a very nice eye on the bishop on F3. So multi-purpose queen, the queen on B3 for sure.
Yeah, so like I said, tough to develop for Arjun. Maybe you can go for kingside castles here, which I assume is the move you want to make. In case of knight e4, you can still move your queen to h4, keep defending this knight over here. And in case of h4, there's still queen f6. And then knight e4, let's put some variations on the board. Like, let's say castle to h4, I assume you can go here, and queen e6, and you still hold things together. But, even here, white has compensation. So not an easy position at all for Arjun. And I'm just super curious to see as to how far Noterback has prepared everything.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. No, I mean, I can tell you, I've had this position with black in a last round situation, and I got completely destroyed. It wasn't even funny. Like in about 20 moves, I was getting ready to resign. It's not a fun position, especially given the time situation. Again, Nordirbeck seems to be very well prepared. And just to give you guys an update, you might be wondering why we're not watching Hikaru's game. Hikaru has been in deep thought after this idea of queen to f4, this way to avoid the repetition by Narayanan. So we will get to that in just a second, but nothing has happened in that particular game up to this point.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. He's played very quickly so far, but right now he is in deep thought. Whereas Queen of 4, as far as I know, is a pretty typical move in this position. Let's show that again real quick, because very often if you go knight c3, black can quickly go for this move knight e4 to trade off the knights, and black is doing quite fine. So Queen of 4 is a nice move to control this e4 square before you go knight c3 to try to get that pawn push in. But Hikaru has already spent more than 10 minutes.
If you are Hikaru right now, and maybe at some point you start walking around and see Nordirbeck versus Ergaisi game, how would you be feeling about the opening? Do you think this is good for Hikaru, the type of opening we have in that game?
I think so. Yeah, I think the one thing Hikaru is hoping for, the one thing he is not hoping for, is Arjun winning. Because if Arjun wins the tournament. That's the end of the story. And by the way, he goes for the move d5. I don't know how I feel about that one, because d5, we've talked about this earlier, is generally a very solid move where you try to equalize the game, and you don't really get a whole lot of chances here to fight for the win, I think, after a move like knight e5 and knight c3.
Yeah. So basically what he's saying, Hikaru, is that the queen on f4 is worse placed than the queen used to be on c2 or c1. That's why he plays d5 in this instance. He's probably gauging the fact that whenever we're going to see some trades, especially on d5, by the way, is knight e5 on the board?
Yeah,
95 has been played. Okay,
Narayanan.
So Narayanan already still within his theoretical knowledge, it seems like. That's interesting. Okay, so the idea being that Hikaru is saying that whenever you take on d5, I might have ideas of taking back with the knight on d5. That's going to be hitting the queen and winning a tempo. So maybe a good decision. I have to say I'm sort of on two boats in this one. I don't think I like d5 as much, just for the simple fact that I wanted to keep the structure a bit more flexible. But Hikaru chooses, again, a very different, much more solid, as we anticipated, this idea of d5 and c6 to control the center very well.
Exactly. So let's see what Narayanan is going to do. To me, a very natural move is the move knight c3, just developing the other knight. And with this move, you can also go for the move e4. And generally speaking, white is considered to be slightly better in these types of positions, and for a couple of reasons. First of all, white has more space. White has the pawns on d4 and c4, whereas black has these pawns on d5, e6, and c6. And also, look at this bishop on g2. This bishop on g2 is on a light square, whereas the center pawn on d4 is on a dark square. So the bishop still has a lot of open scope, whereas this bishop on b7 is kind of passive, looking at its own pawn. So I am kind of surprised by Hikaru's approach here, and I don't really see how he's gonna create winning chances.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point, Benjamin. Maybe 98. I'm trying to understand exactly what the plans in these positions are, because if you allow white to go e4 and you don't have a lot of time to stop me, then things are going to get a little bit dangerous for you from a strategical point of view. Again, as you very nicely pointed out, those positions in which I have more space, and I can sometimes I remember this game of Onishchuk with black. He was defending against, I believe it was Naroditsky, and he got his bishop completely buried on
it was
B7.
the other way around.
Was the other way?
Got his bishop buried. Yeah.
Got it. There we go. Yes, buried on b7 after ideas of c5, right? So e4, we exchange those pawns, and then white plants a pawn on c5, and that bishop on b7 gets completely dominated. So, he definitely needs to be aware of those type of situations.
Exactly, yeah. Especially here, we can really see the difference in bishops. This bishop on e4 is super active, as Hikaru would call it, a wooden shield right here in the middle of the board. Whereas this bishop on b7 is just right now it's kind of dead. It's a dead piece of wood.
That's right.
And what you pointed out is that white often wants to get in, then move c5 to bury this bishop alive. And you usually play c5 to make sure that black cannot go for that pawn push themselves.
That's right. But it's not that easy to make c5 happen, right? That's the problem. I mean, you probably have to take on e5 in this particular case, defend. I think what Naroditsky wanted to do in that game, he played at some point bishop to a8, getting ready to play c5, and then immediately c5 came. and that was it. that was one of the most painful US Championship games I've seen.
That one was pretty painful because also I think at some point Onyshuk pushed his pawn all the way up to a6 to make sure that this bishop simply couldn't move at all. And I think maybe they even reached some endgame where Daya was up a pawn, but the bishop was just completely dead, and it was absolutely hopeless. So that was definitely a great game by Onyshuk.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So those are the type of pitfalls that you can fall in as a black, strategical ones, that is. I'm sure Hikaru is not going to fall for those type of ideas. He's seen these positions all throughout his career. He knows exactly what to avoid. So I'm not worried about that in particular case. By the way, do we have any moves, or no moves have been played?
Hikaru has played the move c6 quickly, but right now Narayanan is thinking. So let's see what he's going to do. But I'll be surprised if he does not play knight c3. It looks like a very natural move, right? You just develop the knight, and you further prepare that e4 push.
So let's go with knight c3 and try to make some moves for black. How do you continue?
I don't know. I would like to take an e5 followed by knight d7, but again, white's going to, I guess, quickly take here
and
then
e4,
go e4,
right?
And white is this very annoying Catalan type of pressure. I think white is just significantly better here,
especially because of that pawn, that rook on the d file already stopping ideas of d4.
Exactly. Yeah. So maybe we go queen e7, but I think white just goes e4 anyway, and I think white has a very, very pleasant advantage here.
Absolutely. No. So let's get this queen off the d file. I feel like that's the first step. It should be at least the first step, at least to my understanding. Go something like queen e7, you go e4, and then maybe we can take on c4 now. Is that an option?
That is an option, but I think here, white takes with the knight d6 is now an unpleasant idea. e5 is an idea.
Yes,
or just
yes.
ac1.
Yes, I'm not happy. I'm not happy with this one.
Maybe
bishop a6.
Yeah, and now maybe knight e3.
Just a simple knight e3. Yeah. No. If I cannot get c5 very quickly, like rook c8, c5, and not have to worry too much about e5 or d5, which again is a dream that's never coming true, then I'm in trouble as black. Yes.
Yeah, and I think that's the case. I think black is not getting pawn breaks in under the right circumstances. And but let's have a look. So let's say rook a8. Let's see white goes here. How does white auto c5? I guess there's e5.
e5, yeah, e5 and d5 here potentially.
Yeah, but we have another move by Narayanan. He has played the move knight to c3, and now I'm very curious to see what Hikaru is going to do.
Now we've tried queen to e7, but how about this? How about we try to take advantage of the fact that we've been discussing the differences in this position compared to the very typical ones with the queen on c2. The queen is on f4, so we might as well try to set up this pin on the queen. So whenever you take on d7, perhaps exchange on f4 with the move queen to b8. This is my idea.
You want to go queen? Okay, so interesting. So queen b8, and your idea, like you said, is to take here, because in case white takes, then
perhaps knight d7, right?
Or there.
Because now you don't have a good way to defend that pawn on e5, or at least I don't see it. I'm sure there are some other ideas that you have, but at least you cannot defend that pawn.
I think white still has to go for this move e4. So maybe take here first or e4 right away. Let's say white takes, right? We recapture.
Yes.
And then e4 and
then maybe d4. Can I go d4 right now?
Yeah, you can. So
And
takes
then
here.
I have take, but now you have ideas of knight b5, right?
Yeah, knight b5 is unpleasant here. I mean, knight c7 is a threat. And if we look at the materials, even the pawn structure is more or less symmetrical, but white just is much more active, right? Which basically indicates that white has a pretty risk-free advantage, and that's definitely not what we want here. So let's see what Hikaru is gonna do. He's at the board, he's looking focused, but I don't see it. And that's a tough thing about chess. Sometimes if you play an opening that is not so great, you might easily end up in a situation like this, where you're just worse, there's no real winning chances, and you're gonna have to defend for a long time.
Yes, yes, yes. I think Hikaru is a little bit taken aback by the fact that Narayanan decided to play on. What do you think? What do you think the
I
psychological impact of Narayanan's Queen f4 was?
I think so, and it begs the question: do you think Hikaru just wanted to make a quick draw in the last round?
Perhaps he was ready for it. Perhaps he decided that the rating conservation and not taking too many risks was the right thing to do.
Hmm.
But we will have to
I
ask him after.
Yeah, we'll definitely ask him afterwards. I mean, he is outrating his opponent by 130 points, so I would
Yes.
expect him to be a little more combative. But you know, it's tough, right? Like in the world of chess, everyone knows Magnus, everyone knows Hikaru, and everyone expects like, oh, I don't know this player Narayanan, Hikaru is gonna destroy him. But that's not at all the case. This guy is very strong. He's rated 2650. He's playing with the white pieces, and it's very difficult to beat these players.
And I want to make sure, was he ever an Indian champion? National champion. Was he ever a national champion is my question.
Not as far as I know, but let me check real quick.
He is right now ranked number 8 in India. So, I mean, a few more rating points, and he's starting to look at that Olympic team. At the same time, they have so many disciples. Yeah, Vichy has so many disciples around there, and it's so difficult to break through every single impactful performance like he's having right now. Those will definitely help when you're looking to get some sponsors, you're looking to get some openings in the Olympic team and things of that nature, more opportunities for yourself. So this is a big, important game for Narayanan as well.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do after knight c3. But yeah, like I said, in India, I think Hikaru talked about that yesterday. India very much supports chess. So if you win tournaments like this, there will be a lot of support for you. There is definitely an incentive. But Christian, I was wondering. So let's say we go for your move Queen b8.
Let's do it.
Right?
Yes.
And white plays e4. Is it like we could take here?
Yes.
And double white's pawns, but I would assume that also here white definitely has a nice advantage because of the pawn center. And I guess after this there is still 92.
How do we like this endgame though? I mean, even this endgame is not pleasant, right?
No, it looks unpleasant. White has a lot more space. The bishop is still
That
kind of
block
passive.
of pawns in the center. Again, every single break is going to be met with a counter. For example, if you go c5, I have a feeling some e5 is going to come immediately. Then the knight is jumping d6. I don't know. It just feels like I have more prospects as white. Black needs to be very, very careful not to become worse quickly, strategically.
Exactly, yeah. And judging from the camera, it seemed like Hikaru was about to move. I wonder, I assume he was reaching for the queen, because that's a very logical piece to move at this position. You could also, make an argument for, let's say, a move like rook c8. But I like your move queen b8. So let's see if he will play. But he's definitely looking like he's about to move.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, Bach, I have to ask you, how are you feeling this morning, man? It's like we started at 5 o'clock in the morning. Are you feeling energized? Are you feeling good?
I'm feeling good. I mean, yeah, definitely considering the circumstances. Of course, it's not my hobby to wake up at like 4:30, but I'm feeling good. How are you feeling, Christian?
So you got a good night's sleep, yeah? Where did you go to sleep last night?
I went to sleep at 10. What about yourself?
That's beautiful. I went to sleep around that time as well. But you're a college guy. You have some parties down there at SLU. I know how things play around.
Yeah, I'm kind of retired from that life at this point in time. But yeah, no, there's definitely been times when like around this time I might not even have gone to bed yet.
I see. I see. Beautiful. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're energetic this morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah,
Hikaru
but
still hasn't played. He's deep in thought. He's thinking about things. He's trying to remember his theory because I'm sure he had this type of positions before in his analysis.
exactly. Yeah. So let's see what what Hikaru is gonna do. Yeah, perhaps he still looked at this, but again, doesn't this just look like a slightly better Catalan for white?
Oh, it does. Yes, yes. And the thing is, I'm worried about this loss of tempo, right? D6, then D5, then C6. Again, it's a very stable position. The question is whether you're going to be able to stop me from playing E4 in time. And if you don't get the right version of this, combating this idea of E4, because we know that's coming. White, that's the main plan for white in this position. By the way, I do think we have a move. Hikaru played rook to C8. What do we think of this one, Bach?
Yeah, so he brings his rook into the game. Now let's see what he's gonna do after the move e4, right? That's been White's plan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, you bring the rook into the game, but your queen kind of stays stuck on this d8 square. And I don't know. I feel like white is just better after this move. I don't really see what he's gonna do. I guess, although I think I already have an idea. I think he wants to take, and after
Yes.
takes, maybe put the queen on c7. Make sure this is defended. Although now knight d6 will not only hit the bishop on b7, but also the rook on c8. So maybe we should take and now go queen here. But what about your idea? Let's say trade here and c5.
And
This
C5.
seems like
That's the
suffering.
game, man. That's the game. I remember it very vividly, and it wasn't fun. Yeah, no. And the thing is, you still see the a6 f1 diagonal for the bishop. The problem is whenever you do that, you will always have to worry about rook to c1, and then I'm going to take on b6, open up the c file, and then the c6 pawn is going to become a weakness. So you have to juggle against odds at this point with the black pieces.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but I think at this point, I mean, if I'm being totally honest, I think it's very difficult for Hikaru to win this game, especially after the move e4. Like, I don't really see a good way to imbalance.
Right.
And honestly, I don't really see a good way to get a pleasant position. Even like he might end up suffering here for a while. And actually, that being said, though, maybe wait, I think I know. After e4, maybe he wants to do this. Maybe he wants to take again, go knight f6, hit the bishop, and once the bishop moves back, now go queen e7, and perhaps he's just in time to stop c5 and play c5 himself. Although, let's say white goes here, right? Preparing c5, you go c5 yourself. Does white have to move d5?
Yeah.
And white gets a pretty strong pass pawn in the center.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I like it. And the thing is, as black, you would love to have the knight already on d6. You're not getting there. That's the problem, right? In the position, you would love to be able to set up that knight on d6. I don't think knight e8 is in time right now because of d6.
Yeah, d6 is there, knight c6 is there.
Yeah, d6, knight takes d6, and rook takes d6. I think is a problem, right?
That is a
Or am
problem,
I
but
missing something?
even a bigger problem is
that's
that's game over right away. And
yeah, that's over.
We have e4 on the board by Narayanan. So let's see what Hikaru is gonna do, but I don't see it. And by the way, going back to that position, we would love to block with the knight, right? But it doesn't quite seem to work out because of d6 and white wins. But I guess we should block with the queen. Now,
yes,
white can go for a move like knight c6 and force the straight, but we do give white double pawns, and perhaps this one is all right for black.
yes, I can see that as a fighting way for Hikaru. And by the way, I do think we might even have some knight takes d5 in this position, right?
Yeah, that would solve the
suddenly
issues
it works
away.
because there's no knight e7, bishop d5, bishop takes c6, and that's all good for black. In fact, it's black who is playing for a win. So that's the golden standard for Hikaru. If he manages to get those type of positions, he'll be very, very happy.
Exactly. Yeah.
My guess is, okay, so if we go back a couple of moves, perhaps after knight c6, queen f4, you can throw in a check on e7, right? And this is Narayanan's option. because now d6 is coming.
Right. The question is, how big of a problem is it, right? So let's say we go rook d8, and in case of d6, maybe I just take and go rook d7, and this pawn is quite... Although here's the thing, I want to attack it with rook d8, but the moment I go rook d8, then you go knight c6, attacking this rook, and the knight swings around to e5. So I don't quite see how you actually get rid of this pawn.
No, it's a bit unpleasant. So right now, big moment for Hikaru because he needs to make a choice in terms of his plan. Is he going to take on c4? Is he going to take on e4? Those are type of questions that right now Hikaru will need to answer, and he needs to do it urgently because the situation requires it right now. There's a lot of pressure in the center. I don't think you have time to stabilize with moves such as rook to d8, or perhaps you do. Maybe we should take a look at that as well. Do you have time to stabilize with a simple move such as well, actually, in my mind I had the queen already on e7. The problem is that's not the case.
Yeah, no, indeed. So here's the thing, like, can you just ignore everything that's going on, right? Like, can we play a move like queen e7? So let's say white takes, we recapture. I assume that this one is not too bad. As we trade everything off,
fine.
White still has a very slight edge, but nothing too bad, right? White's
I
a
agree.
little bit more active, but we can trade. I mean, after that, there's this. I think this is fine. But maybe the problem is that white can, let's say, trade here. And I think we're forced to recapture with the queen. If we take the knight, white wins a pawn in the middle.
Yes.
So that's not really an option. And if we take with the queen, maybe white just pushes us back and we end up in this passive position.
I agree. Yeah, no, I wouldn't like to see that. That type of passivity in the position is very unpleasant. At the same time, in this position, at least there's not this transition square, this e4 transition square, excuse me, for white. So knight e4 doesn't really work. And with the black pieces, I also have the idea of playing f6, maybe even f5 at the right moment. I understand. I don't feel very comfortable. I don't have a lot of space, but I have a couple of breaks in my back pocket. So I don't think this is the worst thing that black can see.
Exactly, yeah. And perhaps here, the knight can swing around. Maybe you can prepare c5 under the right circumstances, or maybe take this pawn.
Yep.
So I think this might not be as bad. Whereas it feels like in case of these trades, you really can end up with this passive bishop on b7 and white having an active bishop on the long diagonal themselves. So it's a tough decision here for Hikaru. And honestly, I don't know what I would recommend him here.
And we should let Hikaru think for a second. Maybe we can go to the game of Eric Aisi and the game of Magnus. Those are a couple of games that I would like to see next. But let's start with that game of Abdusattorov Eric Aisi. Is so consequential for the overall standings. And I have to say, the way Eric Aisi is spending his time right now spells trouble.
Exactly. So let's see. We left off after we left off after queen b3. Here Arjun castled, h4 by Noterbeck. Queen f6, the only move, as you have to keep defending this knight over here. Knight e4, queen e6, once again the only move. You have to keep defending the knight. Queenside castles. Rook e8, a logical move, defending the knight and impinning yourself. And rook hg1. And Noterbeck is still playing quite quickly, whereas Arjun is already almost 25 minutes behind on the clock, and that's definitely quite worrisome.
Oh man, I'm not happy for black's position right now. There's so much pressure on the g file. Okay, you got your king to, let's say, for the moment, safety. But at the same time, how do you develop your pieces? That is the big question right now in the position. You're 2 pawns up, but you have such a difficult situation regarding your development of the pieces, as well as dealing with the pressure on the g file. And I really like this last move by Abdusattorov, rook h to g1. And right now, I mean, move the queen away, knight f6 is coming on the board, right? You have to worry about that. Knight to g5 is in the books as well as a potential weapon for white. And to be honest, maybe even immediately soon. So definitely a very unpleasant situation. Let's try to make some moves. How about knight f5? The problem is whenever you go knight g6 to try to block the g file, I always have ideas of h5. So, yeah, this is not pleasant. first of all, this is one of the ways, but I think we probably have something even stronger. But conceptually, you cannot really stop me on the G file with the knight. So you have to defend the soft square, the G7 spot, with potentially knight to F5. How would we continue after knight to F5?
That's a good question. Yeah, after knight f5, so let's see, knight f5 targets his bishop over here. I mean, moving the bishop seems a little bit slow, as then black gets a time for knight d4, right? So I'm curious to see what Noterbeck has in mind here. Maybe a move like knight g5 to hit the queen. I guess the queen still moves over to h6, which looks quite fine for black, as the knight is pinned, this is hanging, this is hanging. So the position is potentially also double-edged. Noterbeck will have to play quite energetically here.
Oh, yeah.
If he doesn't, he will be down 2 pawns for insufficient compensation. So I'm very curious. Do you think he's still in his preparation, or do you think he's out of it right now, as he's already spent, more than 5 minutes?
I think he's out. At the same time, I think he's seen this type of attacks, these type of positions. He's analyzed them. He doesn't know the very precise moves. He doesn't know the assessment of the very precise moves. But what he does know is the style of position. I'm sure he looked at this middle game, the potential middle games that we're going to see in this game with his coach, with his trainer. And he probably has more experience of over-the-board analysis compared to Eric Gaisi.
Exactly. And knight f5 is on the board by Arjun. And by the way, Christian, I suddenly thought of something interesting, right? A lot of people are asking, where is Ding? Where is Ding? And we haven't really
Where is Ding?
Although
that is a good question. Where in the world is Ding right now?
Yeah, so he won the World Championship. I wanted to say that he did not play at all, but actually that's not true. He played in Romania.
He played Romania,
your home
yes.
country,
yes, I was doing commentary for that one.
And but I wanted to ask you, if you are a reigning world champion, you automatically qualify to the next world champion match.
That's right.
However, do you think that to qualify, you should play at least a certain number of games?
Not as the world champion. No. As a candidate, yes. So if you are to qualify, or if you are looking to qualify to the candidates tournament, then yes, there should be a requirement for minimum games played throughout the year. I think we've seen the need for that in the last candidates qualification, specifically because of Ding. Ding was not very active, and then he played a lot of games in the last month, and then that's basically how he qualified. I don't think that's fair, for the simple fact that, there's all of these players are putting their rating at stake, some of them every single month, playing in open tournaments sometimes. So it's very dangerous for them, right? And for their rating chances. I don't see why you should be allowed to avoid that. As the world champion, that's a different question, because you're already the world champion. You're the one defending. So, you're the one putting the title at stake, let's say. So, yes, I sort of like, I'm sort of okay with Ding not necessarily playing all the time. I don't think that should be a requirement for the world champion, the title holder.
Exactly. And we have another move by Noterbeck. He played bishop to h5. And there's a funny line. Let's say you give a check on h6. You can play the move king b1, because in case you take that bishop, now there's knight f6. And you lose the queen as the g-pawn is pinned. But yeah, you make a very good point. I think also for Ding, the world championship was just a lot on him psychologically, right? I mean, I have no idea what the pressure is like, right? I mean, you're playing for the highest stakes, something you've been working towards your entire life. And maybe you can tell us a little bit, as you have been a second for Fabiano when he played in 2019. What is it like?
Yeah, no, there's a lot of pressure. I would say that probably that was the start of me graying. And I was quite young back then. I think I was like 27, 28 at that particular moment in time. And I was already starting immediately after that event to gray. So yes, the build up to it is quite significant as well, because throughout the year, you're basically just in training camp or in competition, and that takes a toll on you. As we have seen for Ding right now, if he wants to prepare for a potential world championship match, he will have to give himself maybe 6 months of preparation, right? what he did for the match against Nepo was not enough. And we've seen that in his opening preparation. It worked out for him, but that's not the case in most instances, right? I don't want to say he got lucky or anything of that nature, but I don't think it necessarily worked out for him in terms of his opening preparation, which are so important in a world championship match. So I think his approach to a potential title defense is going to be very different than what we've seen from him as a challenger. That's what I think is in the back of his mind. And perhaps, and that's been a speculation throughout the chess world, maybe he, there was too much pressure. Maybe he had a mental breakdown, because we know that, and again, I'm just speculating right now. I don't want to get clipped and be like, oh, Christian is saying Ding had a mental breakdown. I'm speculating at this point, guys. But again, we've seen him withdraw from tournaments due to health reasons. So who knows what those are?
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, the thing is, like you said, his preparation, perhaps he did not have enough time to prepare. And then also his prep got leaked as they found out his Lee Chess username.
Okay, that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous. Yes. I mean, coming from me, we got our prep leaked also in video format.
Oh, like a video, like a group, group called line, and
that was terrible. Yes. Oh my goodness.
Exactly. And yeah, no, but I can definitely imagine that it takes its toll, right? Like mentally, physically, all of those things combined, it's definitely a lot of pressure.
And this is coming from me as a second. I don't want to even imagine the type of pressure that you have as a player.
Right.
Yeah. And we've seen him. I mean, remember the first few games of Ding from the World Championship match. He was the challenger. It almost didn't feel like he wanted to be there.
No. Yeah, like, and I can imagine, because here's the thing. I think during that match, like when you play your game, the board is sort of the tension zone, right? Mm-hmm. And he wanted to escape the tension by going into his relaxing area, but he seemed to be there a little bit too much, as there was even a moment when Nepo made a move and Ding was still gone for like 20-30 minutes.
Exactly. Okay. I mean, we all remember the memes of nobody being at the board, right? And the chairs playing
the World
against
Chair
each other.
Championship. Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah. All right. And by the way, just to kind of reiterate that point that in this game, Abdusattorov versus Eric Gaisi, I do feel like Abdusattorov is so much better prepared. Take a look at this last move, Bishop to H5. Not necessarily a very obvious move, but you can see the exclamation mark attached to it. And he played it very quickly. He played it in about a minute. He still knows, maybe if he doesn't know the very precise moves, he still has an idea of where to put the pieces, what to do in this middle game.
Exactly, and now he is threatening the move knight g5, hitting the queen and that pawn on a7. Also, again, black cannot take here. As you recapture with the rook, you take the queen, and afterwards the queen moves, and now you get this check. And you're at least going to win an exchange, and you will have a strong attack. So let's see what Arjun is going to do. It doesn't seem like an easy position, as there's no easy way to liquidate it a little bit. White is going to have some long-term pressure. Again, after queen h6, maybe there's also a move like rook g5, simply defending the bishop, or again, king b1 is a possibility. And being down half an hour on the clock here definitely does not help matters.
No, absolutely. Let's go back to Hikaru just to give everybody an update. I don't think we've seen a move yet. Yes,
no.
Still thinking after this move e4. This is a very critical moment in this game.
Exactly, and look at the clock, Christian. Hikaru is down almost 20 minutes on the clock. I don't like it at all. I think, if I'm being very honest, this is one of the worst case scenarios. He's down, again, 20 minutes on the clock, and he's got a position that's worse. And not only is it worse, it's also just, it seems like without winning chances.
Yes, at the same time, this is one of Hikaru's biggest strengths, I want to say, as a chess player. His resilience in worse positions. He's turned around so many games, so many results went their way, and it didn't look like they would after the opening phase. So we've seen Hikaru in this type of instances, and we've seen him turn things around 9 degrees, 180. 180, 9 degrees. How many degrees is that?
180. 180. Then you
oh
then
my
you flip it
goodness,
around.
it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Give me oh, there we go. I was never good at math. And with that being said, Benjamin, since we kind of passed the opening phase of these few games, critical matches, Hikaru is still thinking, I think it's the right moment to take our first break of the day. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely seems like a good time to break. Hikaru's still in thought, but don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will resume our coverage of the last round of the Qatar Masters in 2023. We will see you in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to the last round of the Qatar Masters 2023. Christian, while we were on a short break, Hikaru has just played another move.
That's right. He played queen to e7, and we were kind of looking at this idea. We weren't really sure whether to do it with a rook on c8. We kind of wanted to start with the move queen to e7 before the move rook to c8. So right now, the question is, does white have something immediate? How do you want to proceed? Do you want to take on d7 and try to push for e5? At least to my eyes, that seems to be the right way to do it for the white pieces.
Yeah, that definitely seems like the critical continuation. Again, trading everything on d5, I think, gets black out of the woods, because then black is able to trade up this passive bishop on b7. But like you said, I think trading on d7 probably is the critical approach. We're going to have to recapture with the queen. Again, taking with the knight is not good.
That gives up a pawn, right?
And indeed, white just wins a pawn. And I think this is going to be very difficult to hold.
That's right.
We're going to take it to queen. And then let's say white goes here. We have to go back to e8. And maybe slowly but surely we can crawl out, but white definitely still has the advantage here.
White has the advantage at the same time, and we did mention this previously as well. This is a position in which all three results are possible, because the structure has changed a little bit, right? You do run some strategical risks as white as well. In case black, for example, let's say you see the trade on d5, c takes d5, and then c takes d5. We're just making some random moves right now in the position, but then you have ideas, of knight c7, knight b5, maybe get some play on the c file. And if white doesn't get an attack on the king side where he has more space, then strategically black can claim even a slight advantage down the c file. So there's some strategical concepts in this position that favor black as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's see how this one is going to continue. Also, by the way, I wanted to point out what has just happened in Magnus's game. So let's have a look real quick. In Magnus's game, he has just played the move rook to g8. Christian, what do you make of this opening? This does not look good.
What the heck is this? I mean, look, how about bishop f6 right now? I'm not even looking at it. But how about bishop f6? Of course, yeah, take it. Okay, what is this? I think Magnus is trolling right now. I'm not 100% sure. He is spending time, which is kind of hilarious because it's such a nonsensical position that if he would show me this position, I would say the person with the black pieces is rated at most 1600. But that's Magnus, so obviously he has something in mind. I just don't know what it is. Maybe h6. The problem is, okay, so I sort of understand this idea. Go back one move. Instead of rook to g8, maybe against h6, white was planning to do bishop f6.
Well, I think white can take and then take.
Oh, there you go.
And that's
there
why
you go.
He moved the rook over to protect it. I don't know. It looks so provocative, but I guess also maybe you want to play the move c5, right, to push white back.
Right.
But here, white can maybe just take, and again, if you take, you hang this and you just lose. And you can play something like this, but here white just gets a better endgame without any risk. So I think that is why rook to g8 was played, to keep some sort of key piece on the board. But I don't know. This I'm sure this is not what Magnus had in mind when he went for this opening.
He's trolling. I mean, Magnus is just trolling at this point. What if I go long castle right now? Can I do that?
Yeah, long castle is definitely a possibility. I guess c5. I guess that's his idea. And now, can we go for this? Take. I mean, you do sec two pieces though, so I don't know if this works.
Oh, this looks nasty, man. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Magnus is going straight towards his next loss. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not trying to be mean to Magnus or anything of that nature, but this position is absolutely miserable right now. Which, I mean, let's be honest. He played the Norwegian defense. Yeah, is that what you said is called?
I think Norwegian defense. Yeah,
Norwegian defense. So he's taking some serious risks. He's thinking that he will be able to outplay Puranik from absolutely any position. At the same time, Puranik is not a bad player by any means. I do think right now he's around 26-20, but I do think he was close to 26-50 at some point. So definitely a youngster, another very strong, talented Indian youngster.
Yeah, no, for sure. And for Magnus, this is the 7th Indian he's playing in this tournament. He only got a break in round number 2 and in round number 8 against Grigory Kaidanov. And Christian, I wanted to ask you, you also have 2 players competing in this tournament. You have Greg, is that how you guys call him? Do you guys call him Greg Operant?
No. That's you, Bach.
Oh, that's just me. That's just me, and also Mike Antipov. That's also just me. Yeah,
Greg and Mike. Yeah,
Greg and Mike. Yeah, okay.
my 2 Russian players, Russian origins, but right now actually Greg is playing for the United States, and hopefully he will be able to make his debut at the US Championship next year. We hope that at least. But yes, he was doing well. Could have won yesterday, and that would have been a much better situation. He was completely winning out of the opening at move like 10 with black pieces. He did not manage to win that game, so he was definitely very disappointed in that result. And I also have Josiah Sturman, who's also there representing Mizu, but he's definitely not having good time.
Yeah, no, well, I was going to ask you, how do they like it over there? But you're saying Josiah is not having a good
Josiah
time.
is not having a very good time. No.
I guess he's also, I guess for the most part, he's just not having a good tournament.
That's well, that's the reason.
Yeah.
That's always the reason for not having or having a good time, right? If the tournament goes well, it doesn't really matter where it's being held. You will have a good time. If the tournament is not going well, you could be at the beach somewhere with 90 degrees weather constantly and still be miserable, right? So these are the type of situations that we need to take into account.
Yeah, but there are also people who are having a good time but not having a good tournament. So yeah, that's where you but yeah, usually indeed how you do in the tournament determines how your time is there. All right, and so yeah, let's see if Puranik will go for something aggressive like this. For the moment though, there's still pieces on the board. He is playing Magnus. Magnus can still turn this one around, as c5, c4 is a potential threat, and liquidations here would work out somewhat in Black's favor. So I'm very curious to see how Puranik is going to continue. By the way, look at this. Look at Arjun. I just wanted to switch real quick. He is down to 35 minutes.
Oh, yes. 35 minutes. And we're at move 18 with this type of position. This is starting to already be and feel dramatic for Arjun Erigaisi right now. He's in trouble. He's in trouble on the clock. He's in trouble on the position, and he's in trouble because Abdusattorov knows exactly where to place his pieces on the best squares in this position. He's analyzed this with his team of seconds at home. I have to say, this is the absolute perfect scenario for Abdusattorov if he wants to get a victory and potentially tie for the victory of this event.
Yeah, no, definitely a dream scenario for Noterbeck. As you guys can see here, he's up 15 minutes on the clock. The evil bar is slightly in his favor, and like you pointed out, Christian, he's down 2 pawns, but White has got a great initiative here, so I don't really see how Arjun can get out of this. And yeah, he's getting low on time. He needs to make another 17 moves to reach the time control. That is, give or take, 2 minutes per move, so he's gonna have to accelerate.
And the thing is, the nature of this position is, if you make a slight mistake, you are lost, and that's problematic, especially going down to your last few minutes. We've seen what happened yesterday, how the position got complicated in Hikaru's game against Pranav, Body Pranav, and as soon as the players got down to their last minute, you could see immediate blunders appear on the board. And that's exactly what I anticipate will happen in this one if we see Arjun continuing to spend his time as he did up to this point.
Exactly. Yeah. No, Pranav made the biggest mistakes, and that eventually cost him the game. But Hikaru also made some inaccuracies right there. So yeah, there are
That's
no
what I'm
heroes
saying. There are
in
blunders for both
yeah,
sides, but at the same time, when you have an hour and 25 minutes on the clock right now, I mean, you know, you will have some time in those critical moments, more time than your opponent going into those critical moments.
exactly. Yeah. And yeah, as they say, there are no heroes in time pressure. By the way, Narayanan has made a move. He has played the move Rook AC1, bring his rook into the game. So now let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I mean, very logical move. Is he now going to trade on E4, or is he going to delay that decision?
That's a very good question. We're going to have to wait and see for that one. So queen to e7, rook ac1. How are we doing on time? Okay, they're pretty close in terms of their time expenditure. So that's good. That's good news. It seems like Narayanan, even though he knew queen to f4 and he probably had some ideas of what he needs to do next, he's still right now out of his theoretical depth. Rook a to c1, do you take on e4? Do you commit to that, the change of structure, or do you continue keeping the tension with a move such as rook f d8?
I was just wondering about this move as well. One thing that could be tricky, though, is that we've looked at those variations, right? I mean, I don't know if this is necessarily a problem, but like, let's say white takes, you recapture white takes. You can no longer do the same thing with bishop. Although maybe you can. Maybe you have some intermezzo like this. I guess you do. But
Okay,
the point
let's
is that
see.
if you do this, then there's knight c6, and you get forked.
Yes.
But maybe that is an issue in another variation. I would think it makes sense to keep the tension for now. I did not necessarily mind this position right here. I thought black was doing all right-ish. Whereas, again, like, let's say you take an e4, white recaptures. Let's say you take white. Although, what about this? Let's say you take an e5 and you go c5. Now, this is
Exchange
not a lot of
everything.
fun,
Mm-hmm.
but do you think it's holdable, or I don't know? It does
Holdable,
look
but
really
definitely not
unpleasant.
pleasant. This is not going to be
Yeah.
pleasant. And by holdable, I mean you're going to be worse for a very long time, and maybe you hold. It's very unclear because white has such an easy plan. Rook to d1. Once you go rook to d8, and if you do take on d6, I have the option of taking with the pawn as well, creating that very dangerous passed pawn. And it's all about playing for two results right now, because you will have to place some resources on the defense against the expansion and against the advancement of that pawn. And in the meantime, I have options of opening things up either on the king side, either on the queen side as well. A3 and b4 is a very tempting option for white. It's just white playing for a victory, white playing maybe for a draw, white having the draw in his back pocket at any time he wants, and black doesn't have any single hope for an advantage in this one.
Exactly. And the problem is, if you try to go for a move like rook c6 or try to get rid of this pawn, then white has this little tactic with queen takes c6 and
Oof.
d7.
Oh,
And
yeah,
you can
that's a
resign
very
right
good
away.
point.
And Christian, Hikaru played knight to b8? What is that?
Excuse me, what? Hikaru, I think, is taking a page out of Magnus's book in this one, trying to make funny moves in the opening, trying to confuse his opponent, and trying to keep pieces on the board. Okay, I kind of understand this idea of knight to b8 to defend the bishop on b7, right? So you have potentially, after e takes d5, c takes d5, continuation ideas of just simply taking on c4 and not having to worry about the bishop on b7 being on pre. At the same time, knight to b8, obviously a move that Hikaru probably did not want to play. At the same time, at least you're keeping a lot of pieces on the board, keeping all the pieces on the board for the moment. There's no more exchanges on e5. Hikaru already signaled that that's not in the books anymore. And right now, you maybe have some ideas of c5 at the right moment, maybe taking on e4 and then being ready with c5, just for the simple fact that the bishop on a b7 is now protected by the queen on e7. So still asking white, what is your next move? What is your next step of your particular plan? Are you going to take on d5? Are you just simply going to try to expand on the king side, maybe h4, followed by bishop f3, h5, things of that nature for white? G4, g5, as you are just very accurately pointing out. By the way, Bach, how would you assess your arrow game? From 1 to
I think
10,
my arrow game is pretty.
you have a
pretty
strong
alright.
arrow game, you think?
I have a pretty decent arrow game. Yeah. I think Hikaru really started this where he would draw like 20 arrows all across the board.
Yes.
And that's the thing. Like whenever I draw like 2 arrows, then people in the chat are like, "Oh, bro thinks he's Hikaru." So, yeah,
That's very
but
funny.
he's not the only GM that can draw arrows. But
Mhm,
to be
mhm.
fair, he did kind of start that whole thing. But yeah, I'm definitely not liking his position right here. I guess the one thing though is that I guess for the moment, black is still fine after simplification. So like let's say white takes here, you recapture. White takes here, you recapture. I mean, now though, given the fact that we've played knight b8, I think white's definitely better here as black is just very passive.
It's about that knight on b8. Yep. Like queen g4 or something like that. Queen f5, put the queen on the h3, c8 diagonal, not allow knight d7 and the trade of the last minor piece. Yeah, this one is not looking great. Play on one goal. That's the kind of the nature of this position is just you have to be very careful not to allow that play on one goal situation.
And we have another move by Narayanan. He has traded on d5. So now I expect Hikaru to recapture with the c-pawn to give his bishop a little bit more scope. But by the way, in the meantime, we have more moves in the game between Arjun and Noderbeck.
Okay.
So let's go there real quick. Knight d4 was played and queen d3 instantly by...
Are you kidding me?
By Noderbeck.
I mean, is Noderbeck still in his preparation? I mean, this is absolutely wild.
I think so, but the move queen d3 also looks quite natural, as you had to move the queen anyway, and you keep protecting this one. And now also, knight g5 will not only eye the f7 pawn, but also the h7 pawn.
This is not looking good. This is really not looking good for Arjun right now. 27 minutes, and we're at move, what is this? 19, 18? 19, move 19. I mean, this is absolutely disastrous for Arjun Erigaisi right now, in big trouble. The leader of the Qatar Masters going into the final round looks to be succumbing against the pressure brought by the young Uzbek, Noderbeck Abdusatorov.
Yeah, I don't see it here. Like, what do you do? Like, knight g5 for the moment is a devastating threat. Let's say you check here, right? How do we deal with this one? Can we... Oh, wait. I think here's a funny line. In case you go king b1, now maybe you take. As
knight
after
f6.
check, and bishop
you have bishop f5.
It's still bad.
It's still bad.
Apparently after king b1, then there's bishop f5, and now all of a sudden black is winning. So we're gonna have to do something else here.
But queen e3 is just destroying, yeah?
Yeah. Because this is
knight f6 and the knight on d4. This is not looking good.
Yeah, so I don't see it here. I don't see it here for Arjun. I think he could easily get blown off the board because not only the position is a big problem, also the time. He's down already more. He's already down an hour.
I will go as far as saying that right now there is a more than 70% chance that Abdusatorov wins this one and wins it effortlessly.
Wow. So then how would you estimate the percentages? So you think a 70% chance that Abdusatorov is going to win?
I think right now Abdusatorov is in clear lead, yes.
And then what the chances of I don't know, like let's say 70% that he's going to win, 25% draw, and 5% win for Arjun, something like that.
Yes. Maybe a bit more for a win for Arjun, just for the simple fact that the nature of the position allows black to hope. He is 2 pawns to the good, up to the good, at least for the moment. But at the same time, the compensation is absolutely astronomical right now.
Yeah, no, it's looking tough. But we have more moves in Hikaru's game. So
let's go back to that one.
Narayana went for that line. He traded on d5. Hikaru recaptured the pawn. He recaptured with the knight. The knights were traded off, now the bishops. And here we can see that Narayanan has a very clear advantage. The structure is symmetrical. White's pieces are a lot more active, right? Both sides have a rook on the c file, but this rook on d1 is more active than the rook on f8. The queen is more active than the queen on e7, but really this knight on e5 is much better than this knight on b8. The question is, though, how are you going to prove your advantage here? If you're not fast, then perhaps Hikaru can consolidate. and things might not be that bad for him.
That's right. Knight d7 is, if you allow me, my next move. I try to exchange that knight as fast as possible. At the same time, knight d7, you also need to be worried about knight c6 ideas, and maybe even bite that pawn on a7 if you allow me to do so. So queen to g4, queen to f5 are the type of moves that I see as potentially the ones that put the most pressure for white, for the simple fact that not only I'm not allowing you to go and exchange with knight to d7, but I'm also asking a very pertinent question. That is, how are you going to keep control over the c file as black after the move queen to f5, let's say?
Good question. Let's say we go rook c7, right? Not to concede the c file right away. I
You
guess
probably have to, yeah.
I guess that's still fine. And perhaps maybe what Hikaru wants to do, I guess
Mhm.
97 for the moment is not possible because of knight c6,
Knight
as you
c6,
pointed
yeah.
out. And I think the tactics work out for white. Maybe we should aim for the move f6, kick the knight away, then our knight can come out of c6 again. Maybe queen d7 after the knight moves is a good move as well. We could potentially trade and rook c8. And I think there we might have the worst behind us. But actually, I like this move, queen f5. You target the rook. And what about this idea? After rook c7, maybe knight g4 with 93, and this pawn can very easily drop.
Okay, okay. So let's say queen d7 to try to defend that pawn right now. Otherwise, I don't really see a good way to defend it.
That's a good move. Yeah, that's a good move. I don't know. I guess here you might still be fine because after takes, you take the rook. The knight for the moment is kind of stuck here, but you can reroute it with like knight a6 to c7 to e6. So I feel like right now white has the advantage, but white will have to play energetically to prove it.
That is right. That is very correct. White needs to find the best moves to keep the pressure, increase the pressure, and maintain his advantage. Queen to f5 is on the board, in fact.
Yeah, so let's see how Hikaru is going to address that threat. You could go queen e6, but the drawback of the move queen e6 is that now white can take. You
Okay.
have to recapture, and this knight is on a very nice outpost. We were talking earlier how we want to kick the knight away with the move f6, but now that move is no longer available.
No more
And
f6.
also, the knight on e5 dominates the knight on b8, and this looks terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you. I have so many ways in which I can increase my presence in your position. I can start with f4, but I really like this b4, b5 ideas. Try to completely destroy and dominate the knight on b8. If I manage to land the pawn on b5, then you're in deep, deep trouble, because not only that your knight is dominated on b8, but I always have ideas of knight to c6, and I don't have to do those anytime soon. I can take my time because you don't have any ways to improve your position.
Exactly. Yeah. Now this looks also queen e6 does not look like a good move for Hikaru. So perhaps rook c7, maybe queen b7 a move as well, just to play defense. And actually, I like this move. I like this move because
You like
this
queen
move
b7, okay.
also prepares this. Because
Okay.
let's say you play h4, right? I think I can get away
No,
with
you
this.
cannot.
You
You
can
cannot.
take.
No way. Ah, you
But I
can
think I
maybe.
can because I get two rooks.
How is this position though? Because I do take on a7 and maybe even on b6 after that. So let's go king g2.
King g2. But I take here.
This should be enough, right? This should be okay for you.
This should be a draw. Yeah, white is a queen and a pawn, but black is the two rooks. This is defended. I feel like black should hold here. I mean, you put one
Yes.
rook on f6 to defend this. You activate the other one, and this isn't much to be worried about. So perhaps what white could do after queen b7 is play the move king g2. Now, if you do this, you take, and you take here. Although, wait,
No,
this is
now
no
I
longer
take two
checks.
pawns. Now I take two
Now you
pawns.
take
Yeah.
two, and this I think is lost with the
This
two
is losing
passers.
for sure. For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So you do have to be careful. King to g2 is an interesting way to try to improve the position right now and stop the move knight to c6. And I think that's maybe the best way. Now, at the same time, there's another plan I have in mind as white, for example, instead of king to g2 ideas of maybe h4, h5, try to take advantage of the fact that you don't have such a strong presence with your pieces on the queen side. At the same time, perhaps this is a bit too slow for the simple fact that you have this move knight to c6.
Exactly, yeah. So, yeah, I think the move king g2, which seems to be the conclusion of our analysis, looks really good for white. And I have no idea what black has to do here. f6 is not a move, as it allows queen e6 check. And there's just too many problems. You check here, and then you get checkmated on the back rank. So that's not a move. So then the question is, how do you get out? I mean, maybe knight e6 again, but I think it's difficult to actually play knight c7 on the next move, because if you do, I think it's always going to run into queen e7, and you're pinned all over the place. So looking like a tough position for Hikaru, who is now thinking about his next move.
Absolutely. And can we take a look really quick at Erigaisi? There was a move, this last move, a g6.
That looks like a good move. Is at least it puts some pressure on the bishop, and it closes down the g file for the moment. And also, all of these knight g5 ideas no longer come in with the same effect.
As of right now, Abdusatorov is 1 hour and 1 minute on top, ahead of Erigaisi. That is huge. 21 minutes for Erigaisi for the rest of the game. And this is not going to be an easy defensive task. For example, with a queen already on d3 and putting a lot of pressure on the knight on d4, can I try to destabilize that knight with the move f4? We know that knights love outposts. I'm also seeing the weakness of the dark squares around your king right now being created after this move g6. You don't have a threat of taking on h5 yet because you are pinned down. So why don't I start with the move f4?
I love the move f4. Like I said, you want to destabilize that knight. This is a big threat, as not only will it attack the knight, it will also create the threat of knight f6 or bishop takes e5 for that matter. And I don't see a good way to hang on here. If you go f6 to defend, I think you're really asking for a sacrifice. This is not good.
Oh, this is absolutely
this is painful.
Horrendous. Painful.
Yeah, I don't want to look. No, we don't want to look at this. F6 is just not a move.
Oh my goodness.
But then what do? I don't think you can defend this move. Maybe Arjun has to go for a counterattack. Like, let's say c5, you take over here, and then knight b4. As this one is no longer hanging. The queen is under attack.
All right. I can see the light. I can see the light for Arjun.
And where do you go with the queen? As there's so many forks.
There's a lot of knights. That's true. That's true. Okay, knight to b4. So if I go to e3, what do you do then?
Yes, we take here with a check. Which,
my goodness, that's looking like mate. Okay, I missed that. So I guess the only way to defend that pawn on c4 is f1, right? I cannot go to c3 because you have a knight takes a2, and that's game over. So I have to go to f1.
Exactly. Queen f1, good move. You keep defending this one, and also you keep an eye on the enemy king. Knight f6 is definitely still in the air. But, you know, black can take a pawn over here, king b1, maybe now queen f5. Taking advantage of the fact that the knight now is pinned.
Okay.
And still is quite complicated.
Okay. Yeah, no. Things are getting... I'm not going to say better for black, but he did find a good move. I think this move g6 is at least going to force Abdusatorov to start calculating a couple of things.
Yeah, no, that's a tough thing for Arjun. He only has 21 minutes, so he still has like a think or two in his tank. But you know, that's the most time he can spend. After that, he will probably be in time pressure, and also in a position like this, he's definitely not out of the woods. I mean, every single piece almost is hanging on the board, and good luck navigating that with an hour down on the clock.
All right, let's move on to Magnus's game just for a second as well. By the way, Hikaru still thinking, hasn't played the move after that move, queen to f5. So that gives us some minutes to check on Magnus as well.
So Puranik played the move c4. Makes a lot of sense, as now you no longer have to worry about c5, c4 trapping your own bishop. So let's see. Also, it could potentially open up the position a little bit, and I don't like it at all for Magnus. It feels like the material's even. He's stuck in the center, and white basically has an initiative for free.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit worried for Magnus's position, but I'm sure he's aware of the fact that he's worse. He just hopes that he will be able to outplay his opponent, which, I mean, obviously he is. Magnus, he's done it many, many times before. At the same time, he's not having the best event of his life already. Defeated twice in the event, which is very unusual for Magnus. One of them with the white pieces. We haven't seen Magnus take 2 hits like that in an open tournament in a very, very long time, especially against the players of this caliber. And right now, I mean, I'm not going to say he's looking primed to be defeated once again, but it's not looking good.
Exactly, yeah. But hey, at least Christian, it gives us some hope, right? That players in their 2500s or 2600s can beat the great Magnus. But yeah, like I said, it's definitely a big surprise to me how he's struggling in this tournament. He did great in the European Club Cup. He scored some nice wins. But in this one, it's been very tough. And actually, I saw on Twitter the other day a post comparing Magnus's results from 2015 and this year. In 2015, he won the tournament very convincingly with either 7 or 7.5, cruising through the field. But in this one, he's been struggling ever since the second round.
Oh, yes, absolutely. No, this is not an easy situation for Magnus. I think it would be the first year that he's performing under 2800 since more than a decade ago, if I'm not mistaken. I believe maybe 2012 or 2013 was the last time that Magnus, over the period of 1 year, performed under 2800, and it seems like that would be the case after this tournament. So definitely a bit of a struggling period for a Magnus, but we know he can always turn it around.
Exactly, yeah. No, he's really been struggling this year, and I wonder who the best performing player is. I think for a while it was Hikaru.
Hikaru
But at this
was
point, it
there for a
might,
very long time and might be Fabi right now.
yeah. I was just going to say it might be Fabiano after his very convincing performance at the US Championship. He won with +5, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes. 8 points
8.
out of 11. Yes.
Yeah, no, very good score in that field. And one thing I want to point out is that when I look at Fabiano's games and when I look at Hikaru's games, is I feel like Fabiano is very good at also creating chances with the black pieces. You know, against these 2600s, 2700s, Hikaru has been struggling a little bit. If you look at his position right now, he's worse without any realistic winning chances. Also, he didn't really manage to get anything going earlier on in the tournament against Vokhidov and against Sindarov. So what do you think that is? Or do you think it's simply preparation?
I think it's just a tournament by tournament, because I do remember Hikaru at the American Cup this year, and he was absolutely tremendous with the black pieces. In fact, he took some incredible chances against Lenier Dominguez. And that was due to the nature of the time control as well. I think it was only one time control. You were not getting a second time control, and that played into him taking more chances as well. It paid off for him. He won a very crucial game with the black pieces by essaying, I do believe, Kalashnikov, a variation of the Sicilian. So that's a very risky line. Nevertheless, he was able to create the imbalances. Did Magnus just play f6? As I was doing that monologue, f6 looks like a funny move. I'm not going to lie. But let's go to Hikaru. He just played a move as well.
Yes, f6, Ben Feingel, definitely not happy with that one. Magnus is asking for it, but I don't... let's have a very quick look before we switch over. Let's say you sack here. What happens? So take... Maybe all of this is actually fine. Like, you go here, and then you take, and you know, white is a very slight material advantage with the rook and 1 or 2 pawns, but all of black's pieces are pretty active all of a sudden. But yeah, let's switch over to Hikaru's game. So Hikaru played the move rook ce8. He's conceding the c file, but he's fully switching his attention over to the e file.
Okay, so he's basically signaling the fact that at some point he's going to play f6.
Yeah.
It seems like he wants and he needs to play f6 to continue improving, or at least tying the plans together in this variation.
Exactly. He wants to kick the knight away, then maybe queen e6 or queen e7. And it's looking unpleasant, but for the moment the material is even. And if he can crawl out, then things are not that bad. And Christian, I wanted to ask you, so we saw that in the American Cup, we had one time control. First of all, what was the club's rationale behind that? And my second question is, what do you think is a good time control for chess going forward? Do you think we should stick with the 2 time control, let's say like 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, plus an additional half an hour, or 90 minutes for the entire game? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I like the 90 minutes for the entire game. It just adds a new dimension to the game. It makes it a bit more dynamic, and I think it makes it more fun for the viewers, for the commentators, for the general experience as a chess fan. So I do like the 1 time control. I think this was the rationale behind the club's decision, as well as we remember the American Cup is a double elimination tournament. So you lose 1 match, you go to the elimination bracket, and then you play rapid games. But I do like the dynamic nature of that tournament, and I applaud the club for that.
Yeah, no, and I guess also one reason is that if they would go to a tiebreak, they play on the same day, right? So it
That's
makes
right.
sense to have a shorter time control, so you can get all of the things done in 1 day. And we have to move h4 by Narayanan. This move doesn't necessarily do that much. I mean, it improves the position a little bit, but
Mhm.
do you think he has a specific idea in mind?
Well, again, h5. H5 is a big one. We've been discussing about the one way to displace this knight from e5, that is with the move f6, right? Imagine giving me another move. Let's say you play a5, silly move, and I play h5, and now I'm already starting to look at ideas of h6. So you have to contend with that. If you do try to stop me yourself with the move h6, then f6 becomes almost unattainable because of knight to g6, right? So that is, I think, Narayanan's idea with this expansion on the king side, h4, h5.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. He could offer a queen trade right now with queen e6. So let's have a look. So let's say Narayanan takes and goes rook c7. Maybe we just go a5 and things are not that bad. I'm a little bit although can we go f6? But I'm kind of worried about this.
Yes. No, this one not looking great. All right, these endgames are always extremely unpleasant when you don't have the c file, right? Because the problem is with the pawn on b6 as well, I have so much space on the 7th rank to maneuver my rooks, right? And potentially connect my rooks together. Even if you do defend that a pawn, I can always go rook a7 and then bring the other rook on c7. And especially if you play the move f6, that's going to create even more danger on the 7th rank. And to dislodge the knight on e5, you're forced to play the move f6. So there's always these trade-offs, these very unpleasant trade-offs for black in this situation.
Yeah, not an easy position at all. Yeah, f6, like I said, weakens the 7th rank, but also you don't really want to keep this knight over here. And even once the knight moves, it just remaneuvers to this very nasty f4 square. This pawn is always weak. The knight on b8 is passive. And Hikaru is down 16 minutes on the clock. That's a very clear indication that he does not like his position. Generally, when Hikaru feels good, he plays quickly, he puts pressure on his opponent. But right now, he's the one under pressure. What about this idea, though, Christian? What if we go like queen d6? We keep the queens on the board for now, with the idea maybe to go f6 and knight c6. But another idea is to go, let's say, rook e6, followed by knight d7. Although knight d7, you allow this or this. It remains unpleasant.
Well, 97, rook c6, I have rook e5 ideas, right? So at least I can try to play around that. The problem is knight d7, you have also knight c6 ideas as white, but perhaps that's not as worrisome. What do you think? For example, rook e6, I sort of like as a concept.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't see how to quite make it work. I wonder though, like let's say here, white plays king g2, right? Can we go knight d7?
Right.
And meet
And
rook
rook c6, rook takes c5. And how is that endgame? Okay, I understand you're probably going to take a pawn at some point, but it does feel like, even though, yeah, I mean,
this also looks like eternal suffering. Like
it's eternal suffering.
Like everything is weak. Like d5 is weak, a7 is weak. This rook is active.
Yeah.
I think you just lose here. being
Yeah,
very honest. I think
you
it just
might
looks.
actually be right. And that rook on f5, it's a good defensive piece for the moment, at least guards that pawn on d5, but it's not very active. You don't even have a way to swing it down the e file, right? So it's going to have to stay on the f file. The problem is you also need to deal with the weakness of the back rank, and it just simply doesn't feel like you have enough time to consolidate.
Yeah. No, this looks very problematic. So I don't know. I like queen e6 and rook e6, but for the moment it seems like this is not an idea. I think sooner or later Hikaru should play the move g6, and I think that is why Narayanan played the move h4. So like, let's say you go g6 here, right? I think the white queen will step back to f4, where it will also potentially help ideas of rook to c7. And now he has the idea to go h5 and chip away at black's king side. I think that's the whole idea behind the move h4. So the more I look at it, the more I'm starting to like his move.
Yeah, no. H4 is a good practical decision from Narayanan as well. Perhaps trying to take advantage of the clear fact that Hikaru is not feeling good about his situation. He's not comfortable, unfortunately for him right now, and Narayanan seems to be trying to take advantage of that.
Exactly. Yeah. Hikaru almost down 20 minutes on the clock. I don't know. This just looks tough, right? I mean, d5 is weak. Everything. I mean, you have to watch out for rook to c7. So I like queen e6. I think queen e6 might be a good start.
Yes.
I don't think we have to be too worried about this, right? But how exactly do we crawl out? Like, let's say white goes here. The one thing that's annoying is that after g6 and queen f4, knight e7 are still this. f6 is now actually a blunder because of knight g6.
Let's show that maybe. I mean, that's actually quite beautiful. It's a beautiful concept because after f6, you're actually cutting the action and the defense of the queen on d6 that was stopping knight g6 before. So it's quite unfortunate.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it's tough. It's tough. I don't see how to get out of this. I mean, maybe you have to play like rook e6 or so. So, Christian, what is your take? Right now, Hikaru has to make another 21 moves. He's got 35 minutes to do so. Would you consider him to be in time pressure or not quite?
Not yet. Not yet, for the simple fact and the nature of the position. If you find the right moves and if your opponent doesn't play the most precise way, this position could simplify very quickly, right? The material is quite reduced, right? We've exchanged a lot of minor pieces. We've exchanged some central pawns as well. So it's quite reduced right now. If you do deal with the few problems that you have, and those are serious problems, as we have pointed out throughout our variations, well, if you manage to deal with those, then you're going to be fine as black, and white has to keep precision as well. So for those reasons, I don't believe that we are quite yet in dangerous time trouble territory for Hikaru.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Christian, I wanted to ask you, so we are streaming on Kick. Hikaru has been on here for a while. I know you streamed a little bit on Twitch, but have you already created a Kick account?
I do have a Kick account for our podcast. Yeah, it's CSQ Pod. Let's see if I can send a message in the chat. Hello, chat. Boom.
Okay,
yes,
nice,
there we go.
nice.
CSQ
good
Pod.
idea
There you go. That's me.
Good idea to just to secure that username. And then you can always see later if you actually want to stream or not.
Exactly. Yes.
All right. So
are you on Kick?
What would you do here?
Bach, nowadays, or are you on Kick or Twitch?
Yeah, I'm on both. I stream on Kick and on Twitch.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Very nice.
And but yeah, if you're in Hikaru's corner here, you're in Hikaru's corner. What you're the head coach of Mizzou. Let's say Hikaru was one of your students. What would you tell him? What advice would you give him here?
That is a very funny scenario, Bach. You're having some good jokes today. Hikaru at Mizzou. I like it. Yeah. And Fabi goes to SLU, right?
Exactly. Yeah. No, but let's say you're in his corner. You're his coach. Like, let's say he's in the World Championship match, right? What advice? You're in his corner, hypothetically, right? Of course, you cannot coach him during the game, but what would you tell him right now?
Well, the thing is, I'm still not 100% sure. Well, maybe at this point, Hikaru's goal in this position, and that's one thing that you should always know. You should know your goal in a particular game. I think Hikaru now realizes the fact that his goal is to make a draw. Perhaps he harbored some hopes at the beginning that he will be able to destabilize, imbalance the position, and get some winning chances with the black pieces. Right now, that's not the case. So readjust based on that. Start readjusting your strategy as well as you go and try to equalize the position. Keep calm, try to equalize the position. You know your words right now. You have a passive situation, but you can turn things around with some precise defensive moves.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what I would tell him.
Yeah. The question, of course, is like, what are those precise defensive moves? Again, I think like Queen E6 makes White's life too easy, right? I think White just trades.
Yes.
Goes Rook C7, and it's just not good.
Mm-hmm.
Just not good. So I guess here maybe we
I like
prepare things with
Queen D6. Yeah, the move that you were playing quite a few times, quite extensively. I think that's probably the best way.
What about this one? What about Rook E7, right? Although I don't really know what the idea is. I want to go here, but still, I don't really see what I do afterwards, to be honest.
What if I swing the rook down the C file, like Rook C8 or something like that?
That looks annoying, yeah. Because, I mean, I cannot take. I get back rank checkmated. And if I go here, this also leads to disaster. I should take, and I get checkmated as well. So, I don't know. I don't know. Right now, I don't really have any good advice to give. I would say to Hikaru, like, hang in there and do Hikaru things.
That's right.
What I would tell him. He usually finds a way, right, to hang in there, make it difficult for his opponent, and then get himself out of there. But right now,
I would say that's one of his biggest strengths. Yes.
Yeah. But
yes,
we have a move, and he's played the move F6. So what is the wait? This actually hangs a pawn.
And that's perhaps what we were discussing. I mean, this is what he's doing. He's looking for ways to equalize the position, and he believes that after knight takes c6, hanging the pawn, perhaps that's easier to hold once we transition into the rook endgame. So knight takes c6, queen takes d5, and my guess is that he wants to go queen to e6. Or maybe queen to f7.
Look at this. Well,
queen to e6 forces at least the queen trade. The problem is that maybe I can take on d5.
Yeah, you win a pawn back, but I think it actually loses right away.
Yes. By the way, do we have a move after f6?
No. Can we go here with the idea that in case white takes, maybe we can take over here? It looks bad though. But,
d5.
we get another pawn.
That's what I'm worried about. Generally, as a rule of thumb, if the pawn gets to d7, it's bad news. That's generally how I tell my students to look at these situations where you either block the pawn on d6, which I think is more or less fine on occasion, but once the pawn lands on d7, this type of situation is not hopeless, but very difficult.
Yeah,
so that's why I wouldn't venture taking pawns on a2.
Yeah, but let's say white goes for this one, right? The safe option. Perhaps this one is holdable as we get a very active rook on the second rank. So I guess this is what he has in mind, but maybe he's underestimating that in this position right here, the one we looked at.
Yes.
You might go up a pawn, right, with black, but I think it's just too passive. You do stop the pawn for the moment. It's not promoting right away. But I guess slowly but surely, you're just so passive that it looks really dangerous.
Again, don't allow the pawn to get to d7, and right now that's too late. The pawn does go to d7, and then at some point I will get a rook to c8. I will trade. I will start putting pressure on that d8 promotion square, and you're not going to be able to handle the pressure.
Exactly. So let's see. Right now, Narayanan is thinking. So knight c6 definitely a very tempting move. Another move is just knight d3, heading to f4, attacking the pawn right away.
Can we go to that knight c6 line that we just saw, and instead of taking the pawn on a2, just to continue and trying to defend a bit more resiliently, just to go on the 7th rank and try to keep some sort of rook d7, rook d8 blockade?
maybe try to create some counterplay. Like, let's say we go here. How bad is this? You know, here there might be some. I feel like here there might be some chances.
Okay. Okay. Yes. I sort of like this. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I feel like this might be something that Hikaru has in mind. What Hikaru is really good at when he's defending is knowing when he has to play for counterplay, right? Like he can sit passively for 10, 20 moves in a row, but when the opportunity comes to go for active counterplay, he usually takes that opportunity. And I think here is a good moment. So let's see if Narayanan will go for the move knight c6. I think it looks very tempting.
It's tempting.
Knight d3 also looks good as you attack this and the knight's headed here.
Yes, at the same time, I mean, when you can in fact take a pawn, you usually take it, don't you?
Yeah, yeah, I know.
I mean, it kind of feels like a free pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you take the pawn and
so,
maybe
yeah.
black will be able to create a passive defense or maybe have some ideas with f5, f4, but at least you take a pawn and you simplify the position even further. If you go knight to d3, you're not secured to be a pawn up in the next few moves, right? Maybe I will be able to set up the defense after queen to e4, maybe even queen to f7, rook to d8, a passive way like that, even though I don't really like that. But queen to e4 might be the best way black can continue this position.
Exactly.
So yes, if I would be in Narayanan's shoes, I would immediately go knight to c6, transition into that extra pawn endgame, major piece endgame, and take it from there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think definitely in his situation, you're happy to go up a pawn. You probably have zero risk there, and you can only win. By the way, there are a lot more moves in the game between Noderbek and Arjun. Let's have a very quick look. So they went down that line. So g6, f4, c5, great move. White took, now knight b4, attacking the queen. The queen went back to f1, and now queen f5 right away, setting up all of these ideas along the diagonal. Noderbek took, like recaptured, a check came and king h8, and right now Noderbek is thinking, so what happens if you take the knight? Because black is threatening checkmate over here.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Bach. Oh. All right, let's see. So let's take on b4. We probably have to do it, right?
Yeah, I think so. Because if you take over here, then black recaptures and the rook is defended. Also, maybe there's a
I have some ideas of knight a2 first. Yes. So let's take that knight first.
So let's say we take the knight. So first things first, if black goes for all of the immediate captures, you lose because the rook is hanging at the end. This does not work.
And bishop h3, I think you can follow that bishop with rook h1, right?
Yeah.
And then bishop g2, rook h2, or rook g1, and then you will be a piece down at the end of all of this.
Yeah. So after bishop e4, this rook is hanging. So I guess you're gonna have to take here. And you know, white has two minor pieces, but black has a rook and a lot of pawns. So maybe this is not as bad as it looks.
I can see black getting his chances in this type of imbalanced position. Yes. Even though I still very much prefer white for the simple fact that that dark square bishop is going to be an absolute monster in this situation. I'm going to cover so many important squares, both defensively and offensively, mostly offensively, especially after bishop to d6, maybe secure that bishop on d6 right there. It feels like I have a very strong grip in the position given by the dark square bishop. So I still prefer white. At the same time, this is something that Arjun can play with and try to find counterplay in.
Exactly. And we have another move by Narayanan. He did not play knight c6, he did not play knight d3. Instead, he played knight to g4. The knight is very clearly headed to e3 to put a lot of pressure on this pawn over here. And what do we do now? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how we hang on here. Can we go queen e4?
Queen d7. No, sorry.
Maybe white just does this, and it's suffering. We're
What about
suffering.
queen d7? You just simply take and then rook to c7, right? And that's
Yeah, or knight
problematic.
e3 anyway. Because
Or knight to
here's the
e3.
problem. Like, let's say in this variation, right?
Mhm.
You cannot stop me from going rook c7, because if you go rook f7,
Knight
then there's a
d6.
fork over here.
Very nice, yeah.
So
So I guess you
and
have
hey,
knight a6.
knight a6, yeah. Yeah, I guess this is what you have to do and sit. But maybe now this rook c3
Oof.
and rook a3.
Rook a3, yeah. If you go knight to b4 now, how do you deal with that? Do you go rook to c7? Ah, you go rook to c7, and now rook to f7 still doesn't work because of the exchange on f7 and knight to d6. So geometry in the position is definitely favoring white right now.
But we have a move by Hikaru. Instead, he played queen to d6. So what does he have in mind? In case of knight e3 is what I wonder about.
Let's take a look. Knight to e3, perhaps. If you take the passive route, you go rook to d8. And I think this is what he wants to do.
Yeah, and for the moment, if you get knight c6 and if you get knight e7, things might not be as bad as then you can think about f5, f4 to again create some counterplay. But for the moment, he's going to have to sit passive.
Yes, and I think this is perhaps his decision. I'm sort of surprised by this move, knight to g4, but look, the position is still good for white, so this is something that definitely worries me in this instance. Now, what is your threat as black? You just mentioned knight to c6, knight to e7. Can I try to stop that somehow? Maybe queen to c2? Or maybe double up on the c file, prepare the doubling up on the c file with rook d3 or rook c3 followed by rook c1 or rook c3.
I think all of those moves make a lot of sense, and it begs the question if knight c6 is actually even a threat, because after knight c6, what white can do is take here, take again, and then take here, and white goes up.
But that's
the
the endgame
is,
that
though,
I think it's okay for black, in fact. Like I just go rook d8. I take on d4. And how is that endgame?
Yeah, that is the big question.
I think
like
rook
whether
d2,
this is holdable,
and then I go b5, b4, and try to stay like that. So b3, I go b5 and b4.
Yeah, maybe like a quick, because I think if you get to, let's say, a position like, let's say you get this, I think something like this is very holdable.
Yes.
It's not pleasant, but I think it's very holdable. It also kind of depends on the pawn structure on the king side.
Yes.
Maybe here white can set up some sort of blockade with h5 and g4. You definitely would rather have the pawn on h5, g6, and f7.
Yeah, that pawn on f6 doesn't help.
No, Ben Feingold, or my fellow Ben, he knows that you don't put that pawn there. And by the way, knight e3 has just been played by Narayanan. So I guess now, do we just defend with rook d8?
I think you have to. And I think after this game, at least one good thing that's going to come out of is that Hikaru is definitely going to be inclined to play a lot more King's Indian positions because this is suffering. This is such unpleasant suffering.
Right. And yeah, I'm kind of surprised. So here's I think he should have played something like the King's Indian. Now, the thing always is when you want to play something like the King's Indian, you take a lot of risk. So if you take a lot of risk, you also need to have the preparation to back up that risk. And perhaps he did not have that. The Queen's Indian, and especially the way he played, is a little bit easier to play. But I think really the move d5 was just terrible. As not only is he throwing all of his winning chances out of the window, he's also just taking a position which is just worse. And that is why right now he's suffering.
No, absolutely. I think that was an unpleasant decision by him. Can we just, before we take a quick break, can we finally take a look at Magnus's position for 1 minute?
Yeah, let's have a quick look. Quick intervention. Rook d8 was played by Hikaru.
Okay.
And h5 by Narayanan. I don't think we're happy to see this move at all, because now we can go knight c6. And actually, Christian, if you go down that same variation, can we take the pawn on h5? Or, yeah, I think we can. I think there's nothing wrong with this.
I think h5 is a step in the wrong direction for Narayanan, and maybe this is something that Hikaru is going to be able to take advantage of.
Mm-hmm.
And knight to c6 was played.
Knight c6, Hikaru crawling back into this game. h5, I think looks a little bit risky by Narayanan, as now I think knight e7 and f5 might only gain in strength. But you
A
want to switch
rushed
to Magnus's
decision, absolutely, for Narayanan. And again, we see and observe how fast he plays his moves. I think once again he believes that the position is too simple, and perhaps that's not the case. This type of decisions, this type of details, minute details such as h5, just a badly placed pawn in the endgame, could potentially turn things around and allow Hikaru to equalize.
Exactly. Yep. So let's have a very quick look at Magnus's game. So things have improved somewhat for Magnus. So after f6, Puranik dropped the bishop all the way back to d2. c5 was played, hitting the queen and defending the knight. Puranik played queen c3, attacking the knight once more. So black took over here. We see some trades. Queenside castles, nice move. Black traded once, takes here, queen e7 and g4. Wow. Puranik going for very aggressive intentions. Now, I like white's position here because the kings are on the board. The king on f7 can definitely feel the heat in case white goes g5 combined with bishop c3 and queen f4. But black has some long-term potential. Black has the two bishops, and his pawn on d5 is somewhat tender.
Yes, yes, I tend to agree with you. Black has definitely improved his position since the last time we checked this game. Benjamin, I think it's finally time for us to take another break, get some energy back, refill our coffee mugs, and we'll be back in a few minutes. What do you think of that?
I 100% agree, Christian. So don't go anywhere, everyone. We will be back in just a few.
Awesome.
And welcome back, everyone, to the final round of the Qatar Masters 2023. Christian, Narayanan is still thinking.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Knight c6. Yeah, he's right now realizing perhaps that he did not play precisely this position because of that knight d5 and the taking of the pawn on d5, the transition into the endgame, and unfortunately that pawn on h5 being on pre in that situation. So yes, that is the idea of this move, knight to c6. That's why I don't think h5 has been a very precise weapon for Narayanan. And right now he's catching up on the clock with Hikaru as well. He was up ahead almost 17-20 minutes on the clock when before he played the move h5. Right now only up 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so let's see what he's going to do. I mean, I think Hikaru wants to go knight e7, attacking the queen. And again, I love this idea of f5 followed by f4. The one thing that is, though, like, let's say white goes a3, right? A waiting move. We go knight e7, the queen moves back, let's say to c2. Yes. I think the moment we go f5, perhaps white is going to stop us with the move knight g2. You could maybe do this anyway, but I'm not really buying it. I don't think this is quite enough.
I have the rook coming on the third rank defending that. Defending the position. I'm not too worried about my king.
And we have to move queen to f3. I guess anticipating this move 97. Do we play this move anyway? I kind of still like it as we defend this. And it would stop white from going here, which by the way now is a big threat, because if you don't do anything, white does this, then takes here, and has a fork to win the game. So
that's a beautiful display of the dangers in black's position in this particular case. And yes, g6, you have to address that knight f5 somehow. Knight to e7 seems like the most natural choice in the position. And I think actually, in fact, it was just played.
Yeah, it has just been played. So now it's up to Narayanan. How is he going to continue here? I think still his idea is to meet f5 with knight g2, and then you are a little bit stuck with black. The knight reroutes to this very nice f4 square. Rook e1, there's a case to be made for that, grabbing the open e file. Or perhaps, again, doubling up on the c file makes a lot of sense as well.
Let's see. So the question, if you do double up on the c file, or if at least if you do try to double up on the c file, can't I respond with rook to c8? And if you do go rook to c1, at least trade off a pair of rooks. And perhaps this is going to help my claim that I'm getting closer and closer to achieving equality in the position. For example, maybe f5 or maybe g6 right now. Things of this nature. Just try to stay compact in the position as black.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense to trade off one pair of rooks, right? Because now the rook can never really enter. Also, it's going to be more difficult for white to put pressure on black's position. So I think trading off one pair of rooks is definitely a small gain for black towards the draw. So I think that's definitely a good idea.
Yeah, that helps black for sure.
The question is, how is white exactly going to improve here?
How is white going to improve? Also,
oh, sorry, how's white going to improve? Yeah.
That's what you meant. Okay, I read your mind.
I said black, I meant white. Yeah.
I read your mind there somehow.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I want to do that again. But all right. G6, maybe H6. I don't know.
Yeah, H6 is also a bit of a double-edged sword, because you do create permanent checkmating ideas towards the black king, but this pawn can also easily turn into weakness, right? I mean, in case black can try to pick it up in the future. I don't think right now, but it could become weak.
Yes.
So
I see king f7, rook d8. I like what you're doing there. Yes. Yeah,
exactly. So let's see what Narayanan is going to do. He's only up 3 minutes on the clock. I think it's looking better and better for Hikaru. So do you think our idea is just to go rook c8 and trade off a pair of rooks? Because I don't quite like f5 knight g2 for the moment.
That is the problem. And right now with the pawn already on h5, once the knight lands on g2, you cannot even stop the idea of knight to f4 with moves such as knight to g6 because of that pawn on h5. So yes, f5 right now doesn't seem a very tempting for me, but rook to c8 and just start chopping down some pairs of rooks on the c file, I think that's the best plan for black.
And let's have a look. Do we already have some more moves in? Oh, we have more moves in the game between Noterbeck and Arjun.
Let's check that out.
Yeah, so we left off here Wait, where exactly? I think here, right? We thought that this was the best move, and indeed it was played by Neuderbek. Argent takes an e5, bishop d1, making sure the bishop is no longer hanging, bishop e6, and now, oh, that's a nice move. Is this rook kind of trapped in the middle of the board here?
I think so. I think so. I mean, maybe you can go rook to e3, but something tells me that after the trade of the queens, maybe I have ideas of, first of all, knight to d5 if you take with the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And then bishop e7, bishop f6 might be a problem as well.
Yeah.
This is
or
starting to
way,
look
bishop
very
c5.
dangerous for black. Like
Yeah,
technically lost type of dangerous.
Yeah, this looks bad. I don't see where to go with the rook. You can go here, but you're always gonna have to be careful of these kind of things, right? Like maybe bishop c5 hitting the pawn, and after d3, already this is an idea of forking the rooks, perhaps. So it's looking tough. And look at the clock. Argent down to 10 minutes. 10 minutes
Oh
in
my
this position
goodness.
is nothing. He needs to make another 14 moves. I think Noterbek's chances to win are through the roof right now.
Yes. Borderline objectively winning at this point, at least to my eyes, is Nordirbeck. And by the way, bishop takes c4 was the move played, but right now, what if I take on e5?
Oh, look at this. You can't take, because if you take, then there's knight g4, check, king here, and you pick up the queen and white wins. So what do
This
you
is
even
over.
do?
I guess you have to take on f1 with the queen.
Okay,
Is that
we
it?
capture.
Take.
Yeah, here you stay in the game. True. Yeah, this might not be as bad. Here, black has 3 pawns for the 2 minor pieces.
Yes, the problem is the king is kind of stuck, right?
The king is stuck in the dryer. And hey, I got a pretty strong bishop pair here with like bishop f3.
Where is how do you hide the rook? Where do you hide the rook, I guess, is the question.
I don't know. I mean, I guess
you can give me a check, but then I
just
go king d2, right?
Yeah, and I was wondering what happens if you defend the pawn. Oh,
I was thinking about knight
this.
d7, knight b8.
Wow, yeah, what an idea. And you cannot defend the bishop, and like if you do this, you just move the rook. So you kind of trap the rook before you actually trap it, so to speak.
Oh, this is sick. Yes, absolutely sick. I think we have a move.
Oh, knight g4,
blunder alert.
Why did he not take? Same idea, just much more effective. Well, let me think.
Okay, let's calculate this knight g4.
He did not take because of this. And if you take, then there's this. But if he could have gone knight g4 here and you just win, as now there's always this to trade off, or queen f4. So a little bit sloppy here by Noterbek.
Very sloppy. Very, very sloppy. Yes. And queen takes f1 is on the board right now. And basically, it's a completely different situation because after king to g8, the king escapes. The king will be able to help its army by getting to f8. And maybe if you allow me, even to f7 after the move f5. So I'm getting some counter chances in the position. At the same time, I still believe that white is favored, but definitely a completely different story. Things have changed in the last couple of moves.
Exactly. And now also you cannot exclude the option of black winning, as again, black has a rook and a couple of pawns for the minor pieces. So yeah, definitely sloppy there by Noterbek. The moves are flying in to king g8. He took, black recaptured. I still like this move bishop f3, but it no longer comes with the same effect. As a matter of fact, let's go back, Christian, to that position we saw before. After bishop e5 takes, and bishop f3, maybe knight e7 and knight b8 is even a threat, right? Like, let's say black does d3,
yes, it is. This is a sick concept right there.
Although you can still push this a pawn to create the square for your rook. Yeah. But that was definitely better. So here's the thing. The threat is stronger than the execution.
Yes. Yes, right. Absolutely. No, Arjun is definitely back in the game. Still, I want to say that white has the better chances. At the same time, this is slowly becoming a 3-result game. Anything is possible. Still, Arjun on the back foot due to the position, but also his precarious time situation at the moment. Nevertheless, the last couple of move sequence definitely favors Arjun. Perhaps he's back in this game. And my percentage is down from 70%. I was giving Nodirbek the percentage to win this one down to, let's say, 50% for Nodirbek, and definitely close to a 30% drawing chance for Arjun.
Yeah, no, the drawing chances have definitely increased for Arjun here. So let's see, I would still prefer Nodirbek's position or situation, so to speak, also because of the time, but it's no longer easy. So let's see what he's going to do. In the meantime, we have some more moves in Hikaru's game.
Let's go back to that one.
The move 97, Rook E1 was played, and G6 by Hikaru, taking further control over that F5 square.
I like this move, G6. Also, for example, if you start trying to redirect the knight, let's say, to G4 and try and take advantage of the newly created weaknesses, I see ideas of knight to F5, and that controls both H6 and also stops the queen's action on the F file. So definitely something, sort of an improvement for blacks in this one.
Definitely. Yeah, he can now maybe move the king up to G7 or maybe here, although I think it probably sits safe over here. So let's say white plays a move like King G2, right? A slow improving move you can. Although, wait, here's the thing. King G2, now we can go F5 and there's no more knight G2.
No more knight G2. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's see. He just played the move rook to E1, G6. How can we continue as white in this position? Is it still easy for white to claim an advantage, or is a black, Hikaru, fighting his way back?
Hikaru is certainly fighting his way back, but I think white definitely has the advantage. Like, if Narayanan could offer a draw here, which, by the way, is not allowed, you have to make 30 moves first, I'm pretty sure that Hikaru would still take it, as it seems like you're just worse without too many winning chances. So indeed, the question is, how do you improve? Like,
that's a very good question. That's a very good question. Let's
I
try
guess
rook c3, right?
So what about rook c8?
Rook c3,
Trading
rook
off
c8. But now maybe I can take
a recapture.
And if so, knight g4, once again, you go knight f5.
Yeah, knight g4, knight f5.
But I have queen takes d5 here, right?
Ooh, that's a nice tactic. Yeah.
Knight f6. Maybe I can also start taking on g6 first. I'm not really sure whether that's good for me or not. But still a better endgame for white in that one.
So perhaps king g7 here is better to make sure that, the material remains even. You have this check, but we've discussed this before. The pawn on h6 can also become a weakness. And, you have a check, but I don't think it necessarily is too dangerous for black.
Yes, no, I tend to like what you're saying. By the way, we do have a couple of moves. Narayanan decided to release the tension in the position on the king side with h takes g6 first.
Okay, so
how do you feel about this tension release on that g6 square?
I feel like it should be in Hikaru's favor, as Narayanan had the option to maybe play h6 in the future or take. Hikaru didn't have a good way to resolve that tension, so I think it's definitely in his favor to that the tension has been released. So now let's see. What about knight g2 here, Christian? With the idea to go knight f4 and hop into e6 with a fork. Do we go g5 to stop all of that?
And I do think that this is probably what he's planning, Narayanan, because this makes sense. You just took on g6. That g6 spot is a bit soft for the moment, so we might as well try to take advantage of that. If you do go g5, which perhaps is what Hikaru is planning on doing, now I can go back to knight d3 and try to take advantage of the newly created weakness on f5.
Right. So the question is here, what do we do? Do we go f5 to stop all of that? That feels a little bit too loose, though. Like it invites queen h5.
Yeah.
Maybe here to cover the square. And hey, I can go king g7, rook h8, and I can also use the h file to my advantage. And I think here, black really has the worst behind him. Also, look at the clock. Right now, Hikaru is up on time.
That's right. Hikaru is definitely fighting his way back. And as you can see on the camera as well, Hikaru is starting to give him the side eye. He's like, okay, I'm back in the game. I'm back in the game.
Yeah, exactly. No, he's definitely back. And yeah, this is what he's so good at, like hanging on there, finding some accurate moves, not making it easy for the opponent. But I think it's still too much to ask for Black to win this one, right?
That's right. That's right. No, I like it. I like it. I like the way things have simplified in the last couple of moves. And by simplify, I don't mean necessarily trades, but now my plan is very clear. I just need to avoid all these knight jumps. I need to control those squares. And finally, my knight from b8, which was the problem piece for so long, is on e7, is controlling some squares. And as we can see, knight to g2, that's the very natural way to approach this position as white, but we know that Hikaru most likely at this point, look, knight f4, I don't think you can allow that because knight e6 comes on the board, rook e6 comes on the board, that e6 square is tender, so you have to go g5.
Yeah, I think g5 is absolutely necessary. Like you said, if the knight lands in f4, then knight e6 will be a big threat, rook e6 will be a big threat, there will be a lot of pressure on d5, so I'm pretty sure Hikaru realizes that, and he is going to play the move g5. Because, yeah, if the knight lands here, I don't think you're keeping things together.
No, you got to go g5.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go g5, and I think Hikaru was just about to play g5. He decided to give us the side eye as well, tell us, hey, I'm back in this game. I'm back in this game, baby.
Yeah, he's like, hello, chatters. I'm here. I'm not forgetting about you guys.
Oh, my goodness. G5. Let's go, baby.
In the meantime, we have more moves in Magnus's game. So let's go there real quick. So here's the thing. Magnus was worse out of the opening, but it was a position that still had some potential. And we see that play out right here. So after g4, Magnus moved his rook into the game with rook e8. Now, bishop c3 was played in h5. Wow, what a move. He's playing on the side where Pernik is trying to attack him. Rook g1 and g5. Takes queen f5. And look at this. The knight is loose, d5 is loose, rook e4 is coming in. I think Magnus is going to win this game. And that's the problem for Hikaru. Not only is Hikaru worse, I also don't see how he can ever turn things around. Whereas for Magnus right now, things are turning around.
Absolutely, and that's because of the nature of this position. Sure, Magnus played silly moves such as rook to g8, knight a5, choosing the Norwegian, but right now he's back in it. So he trusted his capability of turning things around even in the most dire situations, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. And there's more pieces on the board. There's more imbalances present in the position compared to Hikaru's game. At the same time, we've seen ideas after this move g5 of maybe black going back to, of course, not necessarily this one, but Hikaru's game. After the move g5 to control that f4 square, black on occasion can perhaps start dreaming of an attack down the h file, maybe even an activation of his knight and perhaps creating some imbalances. So there's still life in the position even in that one.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that g5 has not been played yet, as I really do think it's necessary.
Yes.
What else could he be thinking about? Like, let's say you go rook c8, right? We allow a knight f4, and let's say we go king here. How? Oh, you also have ideas of here. That's sneaky.
Okay.
Like take.
Yeah, I really don't see how Hikaru can allow knight f4.
Yeah, this looks tough. So yeah, g5 has to be played here. Let's see how long he's thinking. Hikaru is thinking for 4 minutes.
Yes. And by the way, we did speed things up a little bit. So right now, I wouldn't say, I believe it was around move 17 when Hikaru had around 30 minutes on his clock. He only spent 6 minutes for more than 10 moves. Right now, we're at move 29. So getting closer to that time, next time control. So definitely with a simplified position, I think in terms of time trouble situations, I don't think Hikaru will have to worry that much about.
Yeah, and it's unlikely that he will end up in time pressure, like you said. Only after his next move, he'll only need to make another 11 to reach the time control.
Yes.
Are there any other games that you want to look at? Because we have Arjun in the lead with 6.5. Then there's a big pack on players of 6. So whoever wins in that pack will probably tie for first.
Absolutely. All right. Let's see. Let's take it one by one. How about we check Anish versus Sindarov? Anish Giri versus Sindarov. Anish allowed a very beautiful simplification yesterday, a very beautiful forcing of a draw with that move. Queen takes f7, that queen sacrifice early on in a Sicilian opening. I don't know if you remember that game, but it was definitely one for the history books, at least the drawish history books. What do we think about the position right now? Does Anish have any chances? Is Sindarov in the lead? I mean, Sindarov is a couple of pawns up for the moment, but obviously you're going to lose at least one, most likely both of them, after knight takes b6. What do we think about this position?
Yeah, so right now Sindarov, he's on 6 points. If Sindarov wins, he probably will tie for first. Anish is on 5.5, so tournament victory is out of question. So let's see. Let's say we take on d6. I think Black's going to take here with a check, then either rook a8 or rook c2. And I think Black should be doing quite all right. The king has
This
to
is good.
move. And there's also bishop f8. So Anish takes on b6. Okay, I assume now we trade. We play rook c6 to attack the knight. And look at this. If you regain the pawn, there's b5, and your knight is trapped, as it cannot go here because of rook c2.
Yes, yes. Oh, that's
But
over.
that's over. Maybe we can go here with the idea that if you go b5, there's knight e7 with a fork, and then it's over for Black.
That's right.
So do you go here, perhaps, to defend the pawn?
And then I can go knight to c3. Which will capture the pawn. Now I can start attacking that pawn. Knight b1 or knight b5, knight c3 back. I will win that pawn back. And after rook to c6, I don't have to take on a2 and allow you to pin me down with rook a6 back, but I can just simply defend the knight with the king to d3, and then pick up the pawn on a2 with my rook.
Right. Sindarov played rook c6 right away, attacking the knight. Okay, so again, you cannot take, you lose the game. Actually, also this wins, because this is practically a backrank checkmate. You have to block the bishop, and you lose. So I assume here either knight d5, same idea, or you can do this, but I don't know. This is a draw.
This is a draw, yeah. And I think this is what Sindarov is going for.
Yeah.
I think he's calculating this. He knows that after rook to a2, he can go b5, bishop b3, go transition in to the opposite color bishop endgame, and that's going to be an easy draw.
Exactly. Now, what Anish is going for him here is that he has the better pawn structure. All these pawns here are nicely connected, but do you have a way to keep the game going? I think the only way to do so is this move knight d5. Let's have a look again. So let's say we take, and we play rook c2 first. Right, we put the king in check. The king moves here. And what if we b5, rook b1? And in case you push your back.
But this looks scary, right? From afar, this looks extremely scary to allow those two connected passers and only be able to capture one by allowing the pawn to get all the way to a2. I don't know. I don't think Anish is going to go for this.
Yeah, let's see if he will. The nice thing for Anish, though, is that this bishop on g7 is kind of dead. It's biting on granite. The d4 pawn is very well defended. If it goes here, it's staring at its own pawn.
Yes.
So I think if Anish can manage to consolidate here, he's got a good chance. But the question is, can you?
Will he take his chances? Right. Because again, I get it. We do see that White is probably doing quite well in that position, but calculating all of these things with so much tension, with so much pressure that comes along with those final rounds, it's not an easy task.
No, for sure. And I think Hikaru, Hikaru, after a 9-minute think, went for queen to d7. Why did he not stop knight f4 with g5?
Oh no. Oh no, this is not good news, because knight f4 is coming right now.
Yeah,
what is he doing?
What do we do? I don't know. Like, does he want this?
Yeah, this is a bad situation. Okay, I think that's the only move, to be honest, because that knight to e6 is coming so with so much force in the position.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I don't know why he didn't go g5. Yes, you weakened the f5 square, but it's still defended by your knight. So I'm really surprised he did not just play the pawn up to g5, because now I don't think you can ever really get rid of the knight. If you go g5 now in the foreseeable
Knight
future, there'll
h5
always
is
be knight
coming. Yeah.
h5 or here. Everything is weak, everything is loose. Your king also will be in constant danger. Like we saw, if you put the king on f7 in some variations, there's queen h1 coming in with devastating effect. So Hikaru in real danger here. And knight f4, rook c8 on the board.
Knight f4, rook to c8. Okay. So how can
Wait,
Narayanan
Christian,
break through right now is
does
the
this win?
question.
Let's say you take, and knight e6, how do you even defend? Because
Oh my
king
goodness,
f7,
yeah.
queen h1.
Oh, queen h1. Oh,
That's
that's
over.
that's pretty much over.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try knight f5 right now. And perhaps this is something that he wants to do, but then g4 just finishes the game because queen takes f6 comes.
There's this though. Huh.
Queen takes g6, rook takes e6. Okay. So what if we go knight to f4 back, and that's a double attack?
Yeah, this is still terrible. Oh, yeah, actually, I was going to say material remains even, but it's not. Like you said, it's a double attack. I think here you just lose. So I don't know what he has just done. I think in case white takes n96, you might just be lost.
That might be the case. That might be the case. Let's go down that rabbit hole and see if we can find something for Hikaru after rook takes c8, rook takes c8, knight to e6. Is there a different way to defend this pawn on f6? Maybe just push f5.
But then you're really asking for something like this.
I'm always asking for trouble in this one. Yes, that is true. This one is not pleasant at all. Rook to c6 is going to be met by queen to e5. Otherwise, queen h6 is coming. Yeah. This is not encouraging.
It looks
Maybe
tough.
knight to
And
c6 right now. Can we try knight to c6?
I guess so. Knight c6 is still fine. You stop this. Queen h6.
Queen h6,
can be
queen
met.
f7, maybe.
Yeah, queen f7 or queen here still looks fine. And judging, I don't know. Looking at Hikaru, he just looked at the position, and he made a bit of a face. He did not look happy. What do you make up from his body language?
A bit of a frown there. He's definitely not happy with the situation right now. He understands perhaps that there is this move knight to e6, and maybe this is what he missed. And if you think about it, you're always looking at ideas of, increasing the pressure on d5, increasing the pressure on the g6 square that has been the target of White's plan for the last few moves. You don't actually think that much about problems with the pawn on f6, but now you start realizing that all of that complex of pawns on the king side, coupled with the fact that the king is so open, is what's giving you problems. And White can toggle in between. Hey, I'm going to attack this move, the pawn on g6. Next, I'm going to put pressure on f6. I can create problems at every single step. And unfortunately, I can switch from one target to the other. And my attacks are easier to carry than your defense.
Exactly. Yeah. But things are looking better and better for Magnus. Let's switch to that game real quick. So his opponent played the move rook to d3 after queen f5.
Magnus is not only back, but he seems to be just dominating right now, isn't he?
Yeah, the computer does not seem to like rook d3 at all.
Can I go?
So let's see. Rook e4 here?
Can I go rook e4? Isn't that winning an exchange?
It is, but I assume that White does, like,
he didn't play it. He played g4.
But g4 also looks good as it opens up this diagonal. Now, Magnus is going to win this one, I think. It's just slipping out of White's control. This king over here, by the way, is feeling a lot of heat with this bishop coming down.
Yeah. No. Magnus seems to have stopped the bleeding in the last couple of rounds. Definitely Puranik will be beating himself up after this one, and after he sees the chances that he missed in this game. But Magnus took his chances, and it was enough in this one.
Yeah, no, for sure. Magnus took a lot of risk in the opening, right? But the position always still had some potential. And it
Yes.
seems to be paying off here as he's turning this one around. Now, one game I also wanted to quickly look at is the game between Yakuboyev and Kartikian. Yakuboyev is a player that's perhaps a little bit overshadowed by Norbek Avdosatorov and Sindarov, but he's the number 3, I believe, in Uzbekistan. Very strong grandmaster. He's having a great event. He's on 6 out of 8. And if he wins this game, he will tie for first, probably, in this event.
No, the Uzbek kids are coming. Absolutely. I mean, the new generation is scary, and we've seen that in the Olympiad, right? They are the reigning Olympic champions, with a team that nobody would have believed at the beginning of the event that they could potentially vie for first position, but they did so, and they did so in tremendous fashion. Maybe with some luck along the way, but you always need a luck to win those events. They have experience at an early age at such high levels already, and it goes to show in this tournament.
Exactly. Yeah, no, his position looks great. We have a funny situation where white has the 2 knights and black the 2 bishops, but the bishops are kind of passive. In the meantime, Christian, Narayan on
Blunder alert. All right, let's go.
Yeah, so he should have taken on c8, but instead he goes rook cd1. I'm quite surprised by this one. I don't know why you would move your rook from the open file. And Hikaru quickly played rook f7, defending the knight. And now perhaps things might not be as bad anymore.
Good move. He's head bobbing. He senses the moment right now.
Yeah, so I guess now 96 no longer comes in with the same effect. Maybe you just go rook c6 and kick the knight out. So what does white do here? How do you continue to improve your position?
That's a good question. King g7. Does King g7 allows knight e6? I don't really like that. So maybe let's start to double up on the e file. How about that? Maybe rook d2 or rook d3, things of that nature.
That makes a lot of sense. With black, I'm considering this move queen f5, which would create the threat of g5.
Can I go g4 now?
Yeah, g4. And maybe we go here in f5. And, this one, there's... Oh, wait, 96. Aha.
I'm looking at rook e2, though.
But I go f5. And I defend the knight, and I hit this.
Okay, yeah, no, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Oh, and he played rook d2, another blunder. Okay, queen f5 now.
Okay, things are getting interesting.
Yeah, because
things are definitely getting interesting.
Oh, and if this, maybe this, and we hit the pawn.
Yep.
All right.
Queen takes d5. Queen takes d5. Queen takes d5. And then knight to d4, but I have knight e7. Even though you can take on e7 and knight f3.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is good. It does seem like Hikaru and the worst is behind him.
Yeah, the worst is definitely behind him. I'm sure he's looking at this move queen f5. Because you want to go queen f5 and g5. If white goes here, I feel like the pressure is just too much. There's a lot of pressure on d5, a lot of pressure along the e file. This allows you to crawl out a little bit. And g5 right away, I think always just runs into either knight h5 or knight e6, which looks very tough.
Yeah, especially right now that after knight to e6, rook c6, you're ready to defend that knight by doubling up on the e file. Get those cannons behind the horsey on e6, and to be honest, that's not going to be a fun situation for a black to be in. So black knows, and Hikaru knows that he needs to avoid that, and I do think that we're going to see queen f5 soon.
Yeah, and Hikaru gets back at the board. So, judging from his body language, like, all right, rook d2. Wait, rook d2 don't have queen f5 here. He's definitely looking at something.
Yes.
Little frown there.
He knows that queen f5 needs to be the right move.
And that's the kind of frown we want to see from him. Not the frown like, I don't like my position. It's like, what is that move? That was the kind of frown he just gave.
That's right. That's right. No,
Mhm.
he's sensing the fact that things are turning in his favor, that white is slipping right now. Sure, maybe not necessarily losing all his advantage, but white is slipping. And perhaps even if you make a couple of more inaccurate moves, then, maybe I have some chances of turning things completely 180 around.
Exactly. So let's see. Queen f5 would create this threat of g5. What if white just goes king g2? Just defends the queen?
It's the easy
I
way out,
guess.
right? G5.
Yeah, I guess it's nice though that we trade queens. And here, knight e6 actually is quite double-edged. As look at this. Now your knight in e6
Mhm.
is somewhat trapped. And maybe I can slowly but surely try to surround it. Rook here,
Maybe
king
knight f5,
here.
knight d6, knight d4. That's an
Yep.
idea as
No,
well.
this is potentially dangerous for white. So let's see. Is he going to go queen f5? Again, the big difference is that after these moves, knight e6 is not available as you hang the rook on d2.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. No. I tend to agree. I tend to agree.
So, Christian, you've interviewed Hikaru quite a bit. Do you feel like in these types of positions, he's generally not really worried? And do you think that's because he trusts in his own ability, or he doesn't really see the danger sometimes?
Oh no, he sees the danger for sure.
Okay.
He's experienced enough to see the danger, but he also sees the opportunities that lie in the position, the opportunities that have been created in the last few moves. These top players, they know when the tides turn. They know when things change in terms of assessment. They can sense that. They have a sixth sense in that regard. Very good at it. So I wouldn't say necessarily that he knows fully that everything bad is behind him, but he knows that he's starting to get some chances, and perhaps even he's starting to see those type of end games that you just illustrated. When the knight jumps to e6, things get in fact quite difficult for white because, again, you don't have that many weaknesses in the position. You place your knight on a bad square such as e6, it looks threatening, but if we do exchange the queens, then the knight on e6 becomes a liability in white's position. So yes, I would say that Hikaru right now, he's feeling much better about his chances, and perhaps with the looming time trouble situation for perhaps both sides, he's already seeing some chances.
Exactly, yeah. So let's see if he finds this move queen f5. It'll definitely, alleviate some of the pressure. I think white's still better there, but you keep the white's advantage to a minimum.
Mhm.
Let's check in real quick in the game between Noderbeck and Arjun. So some more moves have been played. We left off, I think, after rook f1, bishop f1, a check
Yes,
game, but
things were
now,
getting interesting.
yeah, the king doesn't have to go back here. The king instead steps up to g7, which is a much better square. White went king up, pawn up, and eventually took the pawn. But Arjun really has the worst behind him,
Oh
and
yeah.
he could potentially play for a win here.
I look, I'm starting to feel it, and I'm remembering this moment in Tata Steel this past year. Nordirbeck was definitely on top of the world at that point. With a draw, I think he would have clinched the title, but in fact it was Jordan Van Forest that took him down with the black pieces in the last round, and we could see and we could sense the first time that Nordirbeck was cracking under the pressure in those final tense rounds. So definitely something to be said about that. Potentially we could be seeing a reiteration of those type of moments in this particular game. He got a tremendous position out of the opening. He knew that because he was blitzing out his moves. He was 1 hour ahead on the clock, and yet he was unable to find the best moves and finish the job. And right now, with the tides turning once again, they sense this type of situations, and they know right now that, well, white knows that he's in trouble, and black knows that his chances are starting to be seen in the position.
Exactly. Yeah. And what do you think that is? Do you think, first of all, he moved a little bit too quickly? And if he did, do you think that's because he's a little bit too excited to, get to the victory, or also nerves, or a mix of both?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, look, he's still young. What is he, like 18, 19? I think right now he's about 19 years of age. I mean, this is ridiculously young, right? He's still, maybe compared to these very top elite level players, a bit inexperienced, and he has something to work on. That is an opportunity for him to be working on his weaknesses. And he knows that. I mean, he's a very good athlete, I have to say. And, Magnus made that point as well. He said that out of all these youngsters, he's most complete as an athlete, as a full-time athlete. He always works out. He always looks for things that he can improve in his performance. So definitely, I'm not too worried about his general improvement and his prospects as an elite level player.
Exactly. And I would say overall, I feel like he has a pretty good mental game, but it's pretty understandable that like a lot of players crack under the pressure in the last round of Tara Steel Chess. In the meantime, we have another move by Hikaru, and I'm not sure I like this one. Hikaru played G5, but what do you do now in case White plays knight e6? As there are no immediate threats, but you're kind of stuck.
Yeah, rook to e2 is right now coming. So he did not spot that move, queen to f5. Okay. How do we get out of this conundrum, Mr. Bach? We're
I don't know.
sort of in danger. The problem is knight g6. You would love to be able to go knight g6, rook e7 fast. But knight g6, queen f5, I think that might be problematic, right? Or queen to h5 as well. And again, the knight doesn't have a very strong outpost on g6.
Yeah, or like rook de2. And what do? Rook e7 is not available. It hangs this. Knight f8 is a move to trade off the knights. But even there, I feel like Black's king now is quite exposed. And you're always gonna feel the heat. So I don't like g5 at all. I thought queen f5 was a great opportunity to get back in the game a little bit. But now I think you're suffering really badly.
Yeah. Knight to e6, and by the way, knight to e6 hasn't been played yet, so there's still an opportunity for white to go wrong and maybe go a bit too passive with knight to d3, or maybe take the wrong route out with knight to h5. Knight to h5, I think, allows... Do we have a move? Oh yes, we do have a move.
Knight
Okay,
e6.
knight e6, knight g6 is what we have on the board.
Played instantly by Hikaru. Okay, so I think Hikaru's idea sooner or later is to go knight f8, trade off the knights, and then maybe like knight f8 and maybe rook e8 right after to trade off as many pieces as possible. But again, d5 is weak, the king is weak. I think even trading off the knights is not going to solve all of your problems.
That's right. So let's go rook to e2.
So
and rook to e8. How is this position? Do we have any big tactics right now after rook to e8? Because I think this is what Hikaru is trying to do.
Right. Maybe king g2.
Just a simple king g2, yeah?
Yeah. And now this is a threat.
That's a problem, yeah. So, for example, if you play something like a5, let's say knight to c5, just wins because rook takes e1 doesn't come with a check.
Yeah.
And I have time to take on d5 or take on f6.
And white gets a lot of pawns. So rook de2 has been played by Narayana. Now, Hikaru's in big trouble. I don't see how he's getting out of this one.
No, rook to e2 is a very good move. Okay, a move that we sort of anticipated in the position. So let's go with your idea of knight to f8, which, by the way, was just played. So Hikaru is kind of on the same track as you are.
Yeah, so knight f8. And yeah, what about king g2 now? Just moving the king up a square, clearing the h1 square for the rook, so you can potentially do some damage over there as well. I don't know. I don't like it at all. I feel like black is just passive here. There's no way to ever get rid of white's pieces on e6. And slowly but surely, you would expect that the position is going to crumble.
What do we think? So let's go king to g2. And this is not only improving, as you very accurately pointed out, it's also a very tempting move for very offensive reasons. And that is to go queen to h5, rook to h1, and try to get to that black king. So king to g2, a very typical move, but also a very helpful move in this particular instance. So I don't think this is something that Narayanan is going to miss. King to G2 is just a very natural move to make.
Yeah. But even if you just pass here, even if you pass, and let's say you go A3, what
Yeah.
is black? Oh, wait. Although here, perhaps you can alleviate some of the pressure by taking, and now rook C1, trading off a pair of rooks. It would be huge for black to
Oh,
get
that's a good
one
point.
pair off, as then white can no longer enter. There's no real threats, but there's no good way to do that. I mean, maybe you
Right,
trade.
and once again, this is another reason why King to G2 is such a good, powerful move, right?
Mhm. So let's have a look, right? So let's say white goes King G2, and let's say we trade and we play King G7. How exactly is white gonna turn up the pressure? Because I want to trade off some rooks with rook C6.
So Queen to F5. Does that help me or does that help you is the question. Yeah, rook to C6, and perhaps that just simply helps you. At the same time, I pin down the rook on F7, right? So now I can do whatever I want, and you're going to be able to exchange one pair of rooks, but you're not going to be able to go rook to E7 and take the second pair of rooks off the board.
Exactly.
So that's a trump that white has in the position. I can slowly increase the pressure. So let's try to do so. Let's go like A3, for example.
A3. I assume you trade one pair of rooks off, and
Yes.
the rook is passive, but maybe I can start annoying you a little bit with my queen, create some threats, and this is not pleasant, but it's not too bad.
I see what you're saying. Yes. So let's trade these pawns off. I go rook to D6, and you take my B2 pawn, I would assume, and I take your D5, and you take on A3 as well. And now I'm trying to push my D pawn somehow very quickly down the board, but it does seem like the worst is behind you, I have to say. I don't think this is enough.
Yeah, it feels like here that the D pawn is not pushing up the board very quickly, and black is up a pawn, so things are not that bad. We have King G2, and by the way, our chatters are pointing out board 13, and I think what they're really excited about is the fact that at some point, Faraseyev, let's see, where is it?
What's happening with Faraseyev?
He had Connect 7.
What? No way.
Connect 7.
What the heck is Connect 7?
But you need Connect 8 to automatically win the game, so game goes on.
What a funny position. Oh, Connect 7. That's ridiculous.
You know what he should have done, Christian? Maybe,
what?
wait, is he gonna do that? No way. He should have done this. Do this.
Yes.
Put this here. And
and the king on D5, Connect 8. Oh my goodness. There you go. You have it. You win the game right there.
You win the game, yeah.
That's
and actually,
win, right? That's an automatic
white
win,
might be in some sort of Zugzwang. You know, you cannot move the rook. And black probably will push up somehow. But
the thing is after King D5, the only way to win as white to turn the tables if you can fly your rook from A1 to C3. That would be the win right there. But unfortunately, you don't have.
But black has rook A5 with a draw.
Yes, rook A5 is a draw. Unbelievable.
Isn't this pretty? All right. Jokes aside, Faraseyev is pushing for the win, but let's see if he will manage to get it done. All right. So we have more moves in the game between Noterbeck and Arjun. So after King E7, Noterbeck missed an opportunity here. Perhaps he rushed again. He had to move Knight G4, which would have been quite unpleasant. You attack this, and you also have this check, which is really annoying as the knight swings around to E5. And I think here you might just win. But he played King E3, B6, excellent move by Arjun, taking away this square, Knight G4, and Bishop H3, a very nice move. I think in case you take, you do this. You trade off, and the knight is a little bit stuck. And the rook can slowly but surely start coming in and create counterplay.
Yes. No, I'm starting to like this position for black. In fact, I feel that black is the one pushing for a victory in this one. And I do believe that we have some more moves in Hikaru's game. So let's get back to that one.
Yep. So they're going down the path that
Some
we kind of
things have
expected.
changed. Yes. So king to g2 was the move, the best move for Narayanan, and he found it. Knight takes c6 and king to g7.
Yeah. Hikaru is certainly still worse, but if he can get the rooks off with the rook c6, things might not be that bad. And I don't see any immediate way for Narayanan to break through here.
Yes. All right. So let's go queen to e2, your move.
Okay. So let's
go
say
rook to
I'm wondering
c6,
about
right?
this. What if rook e7 here? Or can I just trade everything?
No, this should be
and
fine.
Rook c4. Oh, look at
Maybe you
this.
can jump with the king. Yeah.
I hear you even take here. Yeah,
Yes.
your king just becomes really active, and you should hold this one.
Yes. Yes. This should be enough. This should be enough. And again, Hikaru understands what the task is for him right now. He needs to make a draw. He's not, I don't think he's thinking about winning this position anymore. It has been simplified. The minor pieces are off the board. Not a lot of imbalance left in the position, except some weaknesses that black needs to deal with. And that just goes to show that right now Hikaru understands his task. Make a draw, equalize the position, and that's what he's looking for.
Exactly. A draw, it would lose him some points, but he still would keep a very slim lead over Alireza Firouzja. And just to remind everybody, both of those players are in a race for the rating spot for the candidate. So a draw is always still much, much better than a loss, as you save 5 rating points.
That's right, because Fabiano, who is right now taking that rating spot, has already qualified for the candidates through other means, through the World Cup. So there's one rating spot left, and right now Hikaru is in pole position to take that.
Yeah, and people are asking in the chat, when is the Grand Swiss? The Grand Swiss is already coming up very soon, I believe in 5 days. And that would also offer Hikaru a path to qualify for the candidates. He would finish in the top 2.
That's right. That's right. The top 2 is the prize in Isle of Man. And you've played that tournament before, haven't you, Bach?
I actually haven't. No.
You haven't? Okay. But you've qualified. You could have played if you wanted to.
Yes, I could have actually played like all 3 editions. So I think I got invited in 2019, but I declined. Same in 2021. And this year I was offered a wild card, but Hikaru is keeping me hostage. I'm not allowed to go. No, I'm kidding. I'm doing commentary here.
That's very funny. Yes, yes. I think we will meet during those days as well. But yeah, that's always a very pleasant tournament to play. And to be around. I was only there as a coach of Greg Oparin in 2019, and I had a good time. It's a good place to play chess for sure.
Nice, nice. Is Greg also playing this year?
He's not, no, because he switched federations and he cannot play qualification events or anything that would force him to represent his previous federation or the neutral flag right now.
Right, but we have a move by Narayanan. He played queen to a3, looking at the move rook to e7.
Okay.
But this offers Hikaru an opportunity to go rook c1 and trade off some pieces.
But he didn't. He played rook h8, didn't he?
Yeah. This stops rook e7 indirectly, as it allows queen h3. But it's very passive. He's just sitting and waiting. Whereas this, I think, offered an opportunity to trade off some pieces, because I don't think that's quite a good way to keep the rooks on the board, right? Like if you go here, maybe I just go here.
Yes. Yes. So let's go to e3, let's say. But then you can go queen b5, right?
Yeah. You could go back, though.
Start lifting the kimono. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. So, but yeah, rook h8 on the board. This is not a move. Okay, so how is Narayanan going to proceed here? But the thing I don't like is the fact that we're stuck. There's no way to alleviate the pressure. Whereas if we trade off one pair of rooks, then things become better. But here we have to wait.
Yes, yes. No, I like it. I like it. Rook to h8, and I don't think Narayanan is even thinking about ideas of queen to f3 going back in the position, which perhaps is the best way to move forward.
Right. So let's see what is going to happen. By the way, Magnus is letting things slip a little bit. Let's have a very
Really?
quick look.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was just cruising.
That's
But
what we
look at this,
thought. Yeah.
Christian. We left off right here. We thought, okay, Magnus is going to crush it with bishop h6. Then I jump back. Bishop h6 does come. King d1. And this trade I find quite surprising, as you have a really nice bishop over here, and you trade it off for the knight. He goes rook e5, going after the pawn. Queen b3, hitting the bishop. He could have perhaps taken, but he goes back. Rook g3, rook g e8. And I don't know, things seem... Wait, queen c4 perhaps. Hitting this, and white is very much in the game now.
Yeah. Rook gg3. And Magnus was ready to say GG yo, but it didn't happen, right? Okay, that was a terrible.
Did not happen.
That was. I apologize for that terrible joke, Bach.
What, the GGO?
Well, he said rook gg3, and I said,
oh, rook
Magnus...
gg3. Oh, you thought I was going to say GGO. Yeah.
And I was going to say that Magnus was going to say GGO. You get it.
Yeah.
Now you get it.
All right. So queen a4 by Puranik, also good move, hitting this and this. It's far from being GG here. And Magnus is semi-throwing for content, as they like to say.
Okay.
So we have more moves in Hikaru's game.
Let's go back to that one.
Narayanan played king to g1, another blunder, and queen c8 by Hikaru. I like this move. He wants to do this and here and then here.
He's going for the mate.
Yeah, no, I think mate is a little bit far-fetched, but he's going for counterplay. Again, rook e7, I think is not a good idea. You allow black to go right here.
That's actually when you start getting into some danger, right?
Yeah, you threaten mate. So you don't want to do that.
So I guess you have to take on... Let's just go with that variation because it's not over. Actually, you take, and rook e7.
You have
and
this,
then you don't have queen f5 because of rook g7, but you do have f5.
Exactly. But f5 does expose your king, and white can go here, defend, and hit this. But let's see. I think I would be surprised if you go rook e7, because also there's queen f5, and this looks like a very nice square for the queen. It not only defends the king, but it also is pretty close to white's king, and of course there's queen h3. So I'd be surprised if he does that.
I think Narayanan missed queen to c8.
Yeah.
I think he just simply missed that move.
What if you go here? Or here, maybe just queen c4. And I guess also, I think the endgame is quite fine.
It should be fine. Yes. Yes. Now the end. I'm not too worried about the endgame.
Yeah. But we have white peepos in the chat saying, I made this account for Hikaru. Okay, nice.
Sorry, what?
No, there's someone in the chat named White Peepos, because Hikaru, he's always memeing,
Oh,
but,
okay.
But what do you do here? As queen c2 is a positional threat, and I don't see how you can stop it. I think, actually, Christian, I'd say Hikaru is going to draw this game. I'm pretty sure at this point.
Hikaru is back. Yeah. I don't think this is going SL's way. And to be honest, even you start feeling that things are not going your way, and you start thinking about pulling the brakes, right? Allowing, let's say, playing moves such as queen to d3, allowing the transition into that end game, which we know is most likely going to end in a draw. So if I am SL and I'm starting to see this queen swing around c to h7, try to checkmate me like that, I'm starting to get worried. I'm pulling the brakes.
Yeah, that would be a very understandable decision. And talking about pulling the brakes, someone who does not want to do that is Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Let's go to his game.
He's
so
not
after bishop h3, I thought that white had to give a check. The king has to move, let's say here, and maybe you just repeat and go back and forth. But Nodirbek says no. He goes king f4. And now Arjun, he could have taken here and go rook c8 or d8. And, I think black also has some chances here. You are up 2 pawns on the king side. White doesn't have any real threats, but instead he goes pawn to g5. Now, the idea is that in case you take twice, there's this, and you lose. But
That's
what
over.
if you go?
So you have to go king g3.
Yeah, and isn't the pawn on g5 a weakness now?
It's much weaker than it was on g6 and h6 against the pawn on h4, right? Because then the way to get to the base of my pawn chain, if we can go back to that particular case when the pawn was still on g6 and h6, you have to get to f7, and you cannot get to f7 with your king, right? And that's going to also be much easier to defend with my rook. Let's say rook to c1, rook to f1, in case you somehow manage to get your king to g7. On the contrary, when we see the pawn on g5, I'm immediately attacking that pawn. And if you try to defend it with the move f6, then I can go king to f5, insert the king in between my pawns, if we can go back to the game position that we have right now. King to g3. If you go f6, which he didn't, he went rook to d8, which is probably the best way forward. Now king to f5, and you're in trouble. But he played rook to d8. Okay.
Rook d8, a good move, hitting
That's
the
a good
bishop.
move.
And I think this one is probably headed for a draw. So the bishop is under attack. You're going to have to move it somewhere. And I assume you move it to a1, as this is the only square where the bishop cannot be attacked directly. If you go here, you can go rook d3 and be annoying. If you go to b2, then I go to d2 and annoy you that way. But if you go to a1, rook d1 is not available. So now I guess you can go here. There's king f5, and you can defend with rook to d6, but it is a little bit passive. And
I can go b5, right?
Yeah, I think
yeah,
you're in
some sort of zugzwangs. And now I have ideas of bishop c3, bishop b4 also.
Yeah. That being said, I feel like black should be able to hold a draw here because, let's say you go here, white can take, you move the king up. The material is so limited that perhaps at some point, like let's say something like this happens, right? Maybe at some point I can even sack, or let's say I go here. At some point, it's definitely an idea to, let's say, sack, take here, I get rid of this pawn, and the game ends in a draw.
And I was even thinking about ideas of rook to d5, to give up the rook like that, and just try to take the b5 pawn and say that, okay, you don't have the right square pawn to finish me off.
Exactly. Yeah, so I feel like Origin should hold this one. Also, he just reached time control, so that gives him a little bit of a breather. He gets another 30 minutes on the clock. So I expect this one to end in a draw, which is definitely a disappointment for Noderbeck.
Absolutely, absolutely. And maybe he's not going to be disappointed in the heat of the battle, but he will definitely be very disappointed when he goes back home, goes back to his hotel room and starts analyzing this game and see the chances that he had, because he had tremendous chances, especially given the nature of the position out of the opening.
Exactly, but we also should not understate Arjun's defense. I mean, he was under a lot of pressure right out of the opening, but he calculated brilliantly to stay in the game, find a lot of resources, and he made it as difficult as possible. But in the meantime, people are yelling that Magnus blundered. Wait,
Magnus might have blundered, but also SL is down to his last 4 minutes. Okay, only a couple of moves to go, but still, that's something to look at later on. Let's see what Magnus is doing.
Yeah, so let's see. We left off here. So Queen A4 was played.
Oh, he's actually worse now.
G4, G4 takes here. And Bishop C4 was a big, big blunder. Did he just miss that white can give a check and that, But how are you not lost? I go Rook A7, I defend this. I'm up this H-pawn, which I push here.
Oh, this
I can always
terrible.
go H3.
No, this
is
is terrible.
Magnus going to lose again?
It's not looking good. I mean, yeah, his chances of losing this one have increased dramatically.
And he goes Rook G7. Okay.
No, Magnus is on tilt. This is some sort of late stage tilt for Magnus. We know that.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Because he doesn't make this type of mistakes, right?
No, it's really been a horrendous event for him. Right now, he's losing 14 points. If he loses this game, he will lose like 22.
Oh,
that's tough.
Oh, yeah. No, that's painful. That's a painful result for Magnus, a player that used to have personal aspirations to get to 2,900, just an astronomical figure, but it doesn't seem like he's getting any closer to that. Difficult tournament for Magnus, certainly. And, this is still not completely over, right? Like Puranik
No, it's
still
not.
needs to put some serious work into this one, especially given that he still has 7 moves to make until time control and only 4 minutes on his clock.
Yeah, and hey, his opponent is Magnus. That also does not make things easier.
Nope.
Rook d8, king c1 on the board. That being said, I think a good thing for white is that you can often trade off a pair of rooks, like let's say rook e3. Looks annoying, but you just go rook e3, and that really takes the sting out of out of black's initiative. But Magnus has to fight for a draw here, and like you said, we're not even sure that he will make it. Rook e7, by the way, in the meantime, by Narayanan.
Let's check it out. And that's a way to pull the brakes, right?
Yes.
I think he's ready to call it, actually. I think we're going to see queen to h3.
Right, because I guess if you go here, then white takes here and continues their attack with tempo. So let's say we go queen h3, right? We threaten mate. White can go back, but it passes, so takes, rook e7 check. We have to go here. Queen d3. We have to go, a draw has been agreed.
Yeah. Yeah. I was expecting this after the move rook to e7. Yeah, just because this is the one way to force matters, force these massive exchanges, and that's just going to lead to a rook's endgame, I believe. So let's go into that variation just to show everybody what we mean by that.
So queen h3, take, rook e7.
Rook e7.
d3, f5.
Now queen to f3 to defend against the checkmate, and I believe queen to h2 followed by queen to h1 might be even an easy way to make a draw.
Well, there is the move king e2, and if anything, white is definitely still pushing. So I'm a little bit surprised that Narayanan offered a draw. I don't know what they're discussing after the game, and we'll definitely ask.
Well, Hikaru is definitely content with this one, right? Because he had a difficult position out of the opening, but I have to say very resilient defense, and he took his chances when he got them.
Yeah. No, and so Hikaru caps off the tournament at, 6.5 out of 9. A reasonable performance. I'm sure he was hoping for more, as in the end, he does lose 2 rating points, but it's just a very tough field with a lot of strong young players who are there to take rating from Hikaru. And also he had 5 blacks. He won the first game with the black pieces, but after that, he was not able to beat any of these 25, 80, 26, 50 GMs with the black pieces. And yeah, that's you need to win games if you want to win a tournament.
No, absolutely. At the same time, I think out of the top seeds, he's one of the players that loses the least rating in this event. I know, as you just pointed out, Magnus is losing about 20-something rating points if he does lose in today's game as well. I know Fedosev was getting destroyed on the rating list as well. Anish was not doing tremendous either because of the amount of draws that he made. So it's not easy. It's not an easy field. All of these players can definitely play. And even when you get some chances, as we have seen in this one, when you are with the black pieces, when you are defending from the beginning of the game, then at some point, white, and in this case, SL, has the option of pulling the brakes, and he took that option in this one.
Exactly, and people were saying that Magnus was punching air. We did not catch that, but
was he? Oh my goodness! Oh, that's tilt. Yes, that's tilt.
Let's see if anyone can pull that up somehow. But let's have a look. So Magnus is still playing. They went into this rook endgame, which I think is a good transition for him. We left off right over here after king c1, rook ed4. I think a clever little move. He takes the pawn, takes here. Oh, he perhaps should have given a check, but I wonder why. I think here's the reason. Because if you give a check, now the king can step up to d5. Yes. Whereas, let's say you had checked here, king d5 is not a move as you hang the rook. So you force the king to go either here or here, which I suppose is a worse square.
Probably f7, because if you go to f5, rook takes c5 comes with a check as well.
Exactly. Yeah, so Magnus definitely not out of the woods, but I think he should hold this one. The rooks are pretty active. White's king stuck on the back rank. I like this better than the opposite color bishop endgame.
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree. Magnus is having some chances, but again, given that you're Magnus, and obviously you know that you were probably winning in this game, and right now you have to suffer and maybe defend this position. This is not a pleasant moment and not a pleasant position to be in as the former world champion and the highest rated player on the planet.
Mm-hmm. So rook e3 check was played. Okay, so let's see where he's going to go with the king. But yeah, someone made a good comment in the chat. I think for Hikaru, the one thing that went wrong in this tournament was the draw against Paravian. Because in that game, he had the white pieces. He had a good position. And if he wins that game, then he would have gained rating at the end. But now, that is the only white game he didn't win. So that is the only game where you can really show like, hey, that's where you left half a point on the table.
Yep. No, absolutely agreed with you. By the way, what's happening in that Erigaisi? Because Abdusattorov versus Erigaisi, that was an important one. Are we getting closer to a draw in that game as well?
Let's have a look. All right, so more moves have been played. I'm pretty sure this one will end in a draw. We left off right over here. So rook d8, bishop e1 was played. Rook d3, Origin sacking the pawn, trying to liquidate even further. And I think sooner or later, some pawns will get traded off. He will maybe sack the rook for one of the bishops. And, you know, all's well that ends well. I think this one's just going to end in a draw.
So how do we see the standings playing out if that's the case? We know Arjun is at least going to tie for the first place. Can anybody catch him given the game situation in the other games right now?
Yes, I think one player that's definitely going to catch him is Yakuboyev. Let's go to that game. Yakuboyev has the white pieces and he's winning. He's on 6 out of 8. He's up the exchange. This one looks over. He just has to keep his nerves together. But they've reached the time control, so he's got 31 minutes on the clock to push this one to victory. And I think, hey, rook a4 is going to do the job.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yakuboyev is looking good, man. And what a finish for this young Uzbek. And by the way, Yakuboyev, right now, he's around only 26-16. But a player that is approaching quickly 2,700, I think, is Sindarov as well. Is he around? Can we see his game?
His game against Anish ended in a draw. So Sindarov caps off a good tournament, but he's not going to win it. Let's see if I can find the game. Here we go. So a draw was actually agreed. We analyzed this position. We thought it was quite interesting. So let's see how it ended. So 95 was played. A trade happened. Rook here, king up. Maybe your move, knight c3, would have been a try. Or right here, as you do pick up the pawn. But Anish went here. Check, back, check. And the game ended peacefully. So good event for Sindarov. He finishes on 6.5 out of 9, but that's not enough to win the tournament. I think, Christian, we will see a two-way playoff between Yakuboyev and Arjun.
That looks very likely right now. Yeah, that looks very likely right now. So, which games do we still have going on? Abdusattorov, we understood that's getting very close to an equal game. Let's go back to Magnus and try to delve deeper into this endgame and see if there's any chances for Puranik to maybe get a victory, especially after this last move, rook to h4.
He has just blundered. Rook h4, not a good move apparently, because what if I go king c6? I step my king out of the way. You can push, but now I come down with a rook. You push, but I assume I have enough counterplay, right? Check here, I go here.
Rook g2.
And I don't think you can get out of this. I throw checkmate here.
And if you go king f1, then I go rook c to f2 and then go back. And he did play king to c6.
King c6, yep. And yeah, so I have a great idea, Christian. Why don't we go for a break?
All right, let's go on a quick break, and perhaps we will have Hikaru for an interview afterwards. We don't confirm that right now, but perhaps we will come back with Hikaru.
And welcome back, everyone, to the final round of the Qatar Masters 2023. Christian, while we were on a short break, Magnus and his opponent reached the time control.
Yes, they did reach the time control, and it seems like Magnus will probably not have difficulties holding a draw in this one, for the simple fact that right now he's threatening checkmate, in fact, with rook to e1. Obviously, white is not going to fall for that. You have to put on your running shoes with your king, which he did, king to b1. But now I believe the simple rook to e2 followed maybe by even rook takes h2 will be able to cement that equality for black. What do you think?
Yeah, so let's have a quick look. So we left off after king c6. Puranik played a3, creating some space for his king.
Yes.
Rook g8, threatening mate on the back rank. Rook g3 to block. Rook e8, and now king b1. I think you do hold after rook e8, let's say rook b3, and you take, but it's not auto wait. Rook f4 is unpleasant. So it's still quite unpleasant, actually. It's not that easy.
All right, can we be a bit more precise, perhaps, with black? So rook to b3, can we go f5 now? Just wait for you to go h6.
Yeah, and also, in case of this, now we can take, and then rook takes h5 right away.
That's right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think white... wait, there's h3, though. Wait, h3?
Okay, so let's go h3, f4, and now it's some sort of a race.
Push? Oh, but look at this. You push here, because now the fourth rank is blocked.
And now c3, right?
Oh, and this one is coming. Oh, but look at this. You check, king here. Oh, oh, look at this, Christian. You queen.
There's some mate,
queens,
yeah? Oh, but this is not easy stuff. Holy smokes.
This is not easy at all. This, yeah, but,
yeah, don't go rook b1. Don't go rook
don't go rook b1. Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, this is not easy at all, I have to say. Still plenty to work for Magnus in this one, and it would be Puranik who will be pressing for a victory in this game.
Yeah, it's kind of a miracle how Black barely holds after this move h3 with f4. That being said, white can also, do stuff like this, give a check over here. Magnus is certainly not out of the woods just yet.
I tend to agree with you. And it does seem like Yakuboev is headed towards the victory in that one. So yes, indeed, if Eric Gaisi will be able to make a draw against Abdusattorov, which seems very likely, that means we're going to see Eric Gaisi and most likely Yakuboev go into a playoff for the title.
Yeah, no, that would be a two-way playoff. So what are the regulations exactly? Let me look it up real quick in case of a... but yeah, Christian, go ahead and talk about the position. I will look up the rules real quick. What happens in
got it. Well, one thing that we can definitely do instead of this move, rook to e2 and allow rook to b3 is perhaps, and in fact, this is what Magnus did. He played the move rook to b8, right? Trying to target that b2 from the front. And now this forces a reaction. I have to say, most likely b4 is the move that we're going to see in the position. If you do go b3, at least this opens up the second rank. So what I can do is try to shift back on the e file, and that creates, I think, enough compensation at least for a draw. For example, rook to c3 to try to defend the first rank. I can even throw in a check first, force the rook on c1, rook to e2, and there's not going to be a way that you can get away from this perpetual, up-and-coming perpetual. And by the way, if you don't do something, I'm going to give you a checkmate. So for example, if you go rook to c4, the other rook from h4 or h6, you get checkmated. That's a problem. You have to empty the c1 square for the king to run.
Exactly. Yeah, so any other move like rook here, and the game should end in a draw. But what Puranik can also do is the move b4. Let's say you go here now, maybe now rook to c3. And the difference is here that in that same variation, I take here with a check. And that definitely gives me some more opportunities. And by the way, I did look it up. So in the event of a tie for the first place in the tournament, there shall be conducted a playoff for the first prize of $25,000 and trophy. There shall be separate drawing of colors for each match of the playoff conducted by the chief arbiter of the tournament. The playoff will consist of blitz game matches with a time control of 5 minutes with 3-second increment per move, starting from move 1. If two players are tied for first, there will be a 2-game mini match played between them. In the event of a tie in the match, another 2-game match will be played. If the second match tied as well, a new drawing of lots will take place, and the winner will be revealed after the decisive game. Wait, what? I don't get it.
Oh.
Wait, the winner will be revealed after the decisive game.
Not necessarily after the decisive game, maybe just through the decisive game. Yeah, like,
well,
that's it.
I would not be. I guess this is how it works. I guess they will draw colors, and if you win a game, it's just over. I guess that's how
right.
it works.
That's right.
So it will work like
sudden
this.
death.
So
yes, sudden death.
It's
basically like
sudden death.
In I'm trying to remember in what sport we've seen that before. The first basically is like a golden goal type of rule, right? If you think about soccer, the World Cup, it used to be the golden goal. Basically, once you enter the overtime, then whoever scores first wins the championship.
I assume so. I find the wording somewhat odd. I don't quite get it. If the second match is tied, a new drawing lots after the decisive game. And then it says after each odd-numbered game, the colors will be reversed. But that makes sense, right? That after the first game, the colors will be reversed. And then after the second game...
It's okay. We'll take...
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Christian.
Okay.
Let's say we play a playoff in that scenario, right? Let's say I start with white. If that game ends in a draw, then we play again, and then you get white because it was an odd-numbered game.
That's right.
But then you get white, and then after that you get white again. And then we switch. So like you start out with the colors, then you get 2 times the same colors in a row. And then you switch. That's how it works, I believe. Okay.
Yeah. That sounds like a plan. I like it. Okay,
All
but
right.
we do have a tiebreaks command in the chat, and you can actually check that and read it the way you want to read it. But I think that's the way you read it is correct.
Exactly.
By the way, B4 was played.
Great move by Purnik. And people were saying in the chat that Magnus is far from a tiebreak. Magnus is not winning this tournament, but since he is the best player in the world, we are following his game. But let's check real quick if Yakoboyev is putting this one away. And again, I think the only thing is, what's concerning me a little bit is that he's spending a lot of time, but he should win this one.
Oh, yeah. No, this one is looking pretty devastating. You can start with a check. I'm trying to understand whether there's anything that you should be worried about. Like, for example, if you go c4, does that spoil it in any way?
Good question. Like, let's say you go c4 and black goes king e7.
King e7.
Right?
Now I can give you a check first.
Check, king e8.
And now rook to a5, and now you go bishop to d6. Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
and I have to tell you that I think we're yes, that's
here.
right. He's coming. Stay along, chat. Hikaru is just about to join the conversation.
All right, and he's here. Hello, Hikaru. How's it going? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys. How are you guys?
Hey, Hikaru. Good.
All right,
yeah, so interesting day.
Yeah, so Hikaru, a draw with the black pieces in the last round. What are your thoughts about the game?
Yeah, I mean, the game was pretty horrible. It goes without saying that. I mean, I simply blundered in the opening, which was really just unacceptable, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. I was struggling, just trying to defend the whole time. And luckily, my opponent kind of fell apart. I think at the end, he just simply ran out of energy. Wasn't able to figure out what he was supposed to do, and so I was able to get the draw. So all's well that ends well, but certainly not the way that I wanted to get it.
What was the
So-
strategy, Hikaru? At some point, you had this opportunity of playing well. You gave him the opportunity of repeating the position early on in the opening, yet he chose this move queen to f4. Were you going to repeat if he was going to go queen c2?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky situation. I think there are a couple ways of looking at it. First thing is, as I said yesterday, I'm in no man's land right now, where this tournament, it matters, but it also doesn't matter on the one hand. Like it's a very strange situation, because if I were to win this game, it opens up another avenue, I think, with the FIDE circuit potentially. Again, I don't know how the points work, so like I'm not going to pretend to have any idea. But if I won this game, it opens up the FIDE circuit. But on the other hand, if I lose the game, well, FIDE circuit's completely out. But then also the rating situation becomes very, very dicey too. So, I mean, the way that I look at it, I feel like I have realistically like the rating spot and or Isle of Man, and I felt like the risk reward wasn't there today to go insane with the black, especially against Neri Yanan, who's been playing great chess. So I would have repeated if he had played Queen C2. Just to be clear.
So your intention was just to play solid with black.
Well, I mean, I think if the situation arose where I could maybe play for more, I certainly would. But I think trying to go crazy from the start generally tends to be a bad idea with the black pieces. So yeah, I was trying to be solid, and then I mean, I forgot my move order, and I got myself in a lot of trouble really, really quickly, which was not very smart, to put it mildly.
Where exactly did you forget the move order? And you also mentioned earlier that you blundered. Where do you think specifically that you blundered?
Well, I mean, basically, I was supposed to play knight h5. So if we go forward, I think there was knight h5 here, but even after d5, I think d5, knight e5, knight h5 is also playable as well. And basically, I fell asleep at the wheel, and I didn't do that. I mean, I don't know if it's the early round or whatever was going on. And basically, so if we look at the position of the game, like I go c6, knight c3.
Yeah, but there you were significantly worse. We did not like d5. Like knight h5, I guess, is you better had the opportunity to play knight e4 here.
Yeah, I mean, I know knight e4 is a move here as well. I'm well aware of that. But the thing is, I mean, I basically just confused the sequence, and like I confused the sequence, and then here. Yeah, like I played c6, and I knew knight h5 in one of these move orders was supposed to be fine. Not here, obviously. Now it's way too late. But basically, like, so I realized that, and then I changed my mind, and that the board I was going to play queen b8. In fact, I think I went to reach for the queen, and then for some reason I didn't play it. I just, for whatever reason, I started thinking about rook c8, and I mean, this is going to sound really stupid, but rook c8. Like when I was calculating rook c8, I basically, for whatever reason, I was looking at c takes d5 and rook a c1. So I was looking at this. Yeah, like I have to take with a knight. I can't take with a pawn because I think knight b5 is very good for white. So, but apparently there's a big blunder in the other game, so we might have to take a break from this. Chat's. Can we pop up the game? The Arjun
no
game?
way! Did he hung his rook?
Just hung his rook in one move.
Wait, let me see the game.
Oh my goodness!
Are you kidding me? What the heck?
Oh,
wait, what?
Bruh!
Oh my goodness!
Are you kidding me? Wait, let's
oh
see.
Man,
he played rook h4.
Oh jeez. Wow. Oh jeez.
That's
so so Noterbeck plays Noterbeck, right?
But it's weird. Like I look at the live cam, and like Arjun, he only like Noterbeck plays it, and he's like, "Sorry, dude."
Oh man,
that's so painful. Tragic.
That is painful.
He just hangs the tournament. He hangs the tournament right there.
That is so brutal. Yeah, that is so brutal. Oof. Oh gosh. Yeah, I mean it's long term. I think everybody is a little bit tired at this point, but that is such a tragic way to lose like $25,000. Oh geez. That is tragic. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty tragic. So yeah, so I mean that means Noterbeck Yakubov and Noterbeck Abdustorov are going to play a tiebreaker if I'm not mistaken. And I guess we'll see what happens in that game. So yeah, so I guess let's get back to my game. Yeah, so in my game, let's go back. Yeah, so basically the whole point is when I was calculating rook, I'm like, okay, CD5, I have to take the knight, and maybe I'm a little bit worse, but it's an interesting position potentially. If white plays like queen d2, for example, instead of knight d5. So yeah, and I also thought so I thought this was interesting. White gets the e4 in some center, but I also was thinking about rook c1 as well, basically. So go back one move. Yeah, so I was also thinking maybe rook c1 instead of cd5 here, rook c1. and I thought I at least had bishop a6, and I kind of play chess. So this was the extent of my calculation. I spent time looking at queen b8, then I spent time looking at rook c8, and on rook c8 I only looked at cd5 and rook ac1, and then of course Narayanan plays e4 in like 30 seconds, and immediately I'm thinking to myself, just what the heck have I done? Like I've just messed up the whole. I've just messed up everything. As the famous British saying goes, I think I screwed the pooch. So I totally messed this up completely, and after e4, like I of course I wasn't going to resign, but on one hand I just felt like resigning the game. I was so disgusted with myself. I mean, I was just so completely disgusted with what I had done. Yeah, I mean, if I'd realized how bad the position was, I probably would have just taken on e4 and suffered, like de4, knight e4, knight e4, bishop e4, and knight f6. And like bishop g2 or bishop f3 or whatever, and queen e7. And I mean, it's very unpleasant. I mean, I think white has a very substantial advantage, but at least I'm not losing. Whereas I think in the game, when I went for this whole queen e7, knight b8, I think I'm actually close to lost. Like, it's very strange, but positionally, I think I'm lost already after 16 moves, if I'm not mistaken.
It was not good.
Yeah, I mean, I just figured, okay, I figured after rook c1, knight b8, how bad could it be? And it turns out it can be actually pretty bad, like really bad. So even takes wasn't even best, but I thought what he did was amazingly simple and just good. And I mean, I was always struggling in this position after he traded everything off on d5. So I just have this bum knight on b8 that's just terrible.
So what do you tell yourself in situations like these to hang in there and crawl out of it?
I mean, mainly it's just keep trying to find good moves, and eventually you assume the pressure is going to get to your opponent. I mean, after all, I am the higher rated player, and I mean, I have much less on the line than my opponent. I mean, he's playing for a shot at glory to win against a top 5 player and win a bunch of cash. So that's sort of the attitude that I had, is just keep trying to play moves. But yeah, I mean, maybe rook e8 is wrong, but I really was struggling here. I was already feeling very unhappy. And also the other thing that I was trying to tell myself was move a little bit quicker to try and get him into time pressure situations where he moves a little bit quicker, so he feels a little bit nervous as well. So that's why probably some of these moves weren't accurate, but I was trying to complicate.
Yeah. And when did you feel like you're starting to get back in the game, Hikaru?
I mean, I never really thought it. Actually, let's go forward to this moment when he played this horrible h5 move. Yeah, so like right back, yeah, right here, like he started moving quickly because I was trying to press him on the clock a little bit at this point. Like I started moving quicker, and then he played this h5 move, which is just completely insane here. I mean, if he had played queen c2, I think I wouldn't have resigned, but I think there's probably a 90% chance that I would have lost this game. Because basically my knight on b8 is just a terrible, terrible piece. And even if it goes to d7, it's kind of interesting. If you put the knight on d7 here, the knight has no squares. e5 and c5 are covered by the pawn, and the pawns on b6 and f6 take away the squares from the knight. So the knight on b8 is just like it's a horrible, horrible knight. And when he let me play knight c6, I felt like I'd probably find some way, but it's still surprisingly bad even after he lets me get the horse back into the game.
Yeah, and then you found this move, queen to c8. I feel, judging from the camera angles, he missed that move, queen to c8, and perhaps at that point, he decided enough is enough, I'm going to pull the brakes. Did you feel the same way?
I mean, I basically felt like I'm sure the computer gives white a big advantage even there, but I felt like at that point, all of my moves were easy. I just sit and wait, and we have queens and rooks on the board, and I mean, there's probably some technical way to win with f4 later on, but I felt like in general, there was a good chance he would just simply make the draw at that point. And when he played rook e7 and offered the draw, of course, I took the draw literally as quickly as I could, because to escape from
perhaps we should show that moment, Benjamin.
Yeah. So
Just,
what would you have played? So yeah, Hikaru, 2 questions for me. What would you have played after queen c2? And are you familiar with this game, Botvinnik versus Alekhine?
No, probably not the one you're thinking of. I'm familiar with some, but definitely not this one, I don't think.
All right, but yeah, so let's fast forward. So h5, we thought it was a mistake here, because now I think also, in case he takes, you can just take an h5 at the end.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a rook and pawn endgame. Like, it's better than I deserve. Like, there should be a technical way to avoid any counterplay for white. And once I got knight c6, I thought I had chances. But yeah, if we go forward towards the end of the game, I mean, basically at the end, I would have just played queen h3, traded off everything, and made a draw. I mean, I don't know if the g6 was actually right. Wow.
Yeah, but here you really should have played g5. So what made you decide against g5?
Queen g4? Queen g4?
Queen here?
Rook e6?
Here.
Rook E1. Rook C1, of course.
Knight C6 is the move. That's not easy.
Oh wow, I'm supposed to
yeah.
just move. I'm supposed to go away from the king.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
not.
I didn't see. I basically thought that after Rook E1, he's going F4 next move, and I just get smashed on the king side. That is oh, Knight C6. Wow.
Probably for good reason. I mean, this is such a difficult move to make. Yeah. And I think
Well, it just, I mean, even Knight H4 here looks terrible. Like, even Knight H4 here looks
I guess Knight
horribly
H4, Knight
scary.
takes D4. Or... Knight D8.
No,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, this is a computer for you. Computers don't care. I mean, it's so typical. But yeah, it's like pushing the knight away. I only thought I could go to G6. I didn't see the idea of going to the other side of the board. Yeah, that's wow. Okay, so I should have played G5. But I mean, yeah, it's hard. I mean, because also at this point, I feel like I'm so close to hanging on here. Like, I'm so close to getting a position that can be okay, but I couldn't figure it out, so I didn't play it. I thought what I did was pretty practical too. I don't know. Was there?
You thought here you had a win with takes.
Takes rook C8.
Knight here.
Oh, because there's Queen H1.
Yeah,
in this line,
Queen
right?
H1.
But actually, wait, no, I have Knight F5 though. Knight F5, G4, Knight G7. I thought. Then just Knight F4 probably.
Knight F4.
Yes, this makes sense. This makes sense. Okay, fair enough. No, I mean, I think I vaguely saw some of these possibilities, but again, like at this point, like I felt like like I can use all my time here, but fundamentally, I know that I'm in a lot of trouble. I thought I'd move quicker, try to get him under pressure on the clock. So that was a large part of my strategy at this point in the game. But I mean, yeah, I thought what he did made a lot of sense too, though, because he's trying to play us in a very like positional bind, not give any counterplay at all, and I thought it was very reasonable. And then I paired
Queen F5 here.
Queen F5 G4, and then what?
Queen G5.
No, wait, no, yeah, because this one on Rook E2, there's F5. No, wait, Queen F5. I thought he just goes Rook E2, Rook D2,
Knight C6 again.
I always have this Knight C6 move, huh? No, I saw this and then I didn't play it. I was going to play it. What did I see?
Or this?
I don't remember what I thought. No, actually, this is still holding, I guess. G4, Queen E4, still draw.
Maybe. Yeah.
But
no, I saw this and I was actually going to play it and then I didn't play it. I don't remember why exactly. No, you know what it is? I think I just didn't see Knight C6. I think I just didn't see these Knight C6 ideas. I think that's really that simple. Yeah. No, I didn't see these Knight C6 ideas in either of these lines. That's all there is to it.
So here, Knight C6.
Yeah.
So here you're worse, but you were hanging in there.
Yeah, I mean, basically, when I got to this point, I was like, oh, I have Rook C1 here. Wow, I am so incredibly bad at chess. It's amazing. Oh, and I can just
you're pretty all right.
Trade.
Yeah.
Oh, and I just do something ridiculous like Rook E2, Rook C2. Yeah. Okay. This is.
Well, but he can do this. It's not that easy.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
Yeah.
The computer for you. Yeah, computers
are surprised that he just he went okay. Yeah, Queen C we thought was a really good move. As now you want to go here, the C2 or C4, and the wolf really felt like it was behind you, but with Rook E7. So what were you planning to do here had he not offered a draw?
I was going to go Queen. I was going to go Queen H3 and just make the draw. I mean, he has to trade, right?
Yeah.
What if he does this?
Oh, he doesn't have to make a draw. No, but F5
it kind of continues. F5, Queen F3.
Queen F3, but
can't I just because he was B3.
But you can I
am really bad at chess. Wow. No, but I mean this should be a draw, right? With Queen H2, Queen H1.
King E2.
It's not a draw.
It should.
Oh, you don't have to trade the Queen.
Unpleasant.
Yeah, no, I see. Okay. Yeah, I mean but I think at this point already, like it feels like there should be a way to draw it. Okay, so yeah, we're obviously both very bad.
King F6, King F6 apparently holds, and then you go for that thing.
Actually, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense because Rook A7 is probably a check and Rook C8 or something, probably or Queen H3. Yeah. No. I mean, this of course, yeah. We're at time control. I probably would have figured something out. Because I think we would have been at move 40, right? Rook E7 was move 39.
Yes, so Rook E7 was move 39. Yeah, so you go here.
Yeah,
you move 40.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I mean, I would have made it to move 40 and then been able to figure it out. But I mean, still to get the draw, like at this point, any notions of playing for more were long gone for me. If I could just get the draw, I was going to be happy.
Hikaru, with everything behind you right now, with this tournament behind you, how would you assess it? How would you assess your performance? Some critical moments, and I do have to ask you about Magnus. It seems like he's not in his element in this one. What were your feelings emanating from him in the playing hall as you were playing your game against SL today?
Yeah, so I mean, the thing I would say for Magnus is he's looked pretty tired throughout the event. I guess what I mean by that is I feel like when I look at the facial expressions, I don't see any joy. And one thing that I've actually noticed over the many years when he's played tournaments, obviously played a lot of tournaments, is that Magnus at moments early in the game, you'll see him walk around the playing hall, you'll see him generally smile or smirk. Like he's clearly, there's some joke or there's something that he finds very funny. And I really did not see that very much throughout this tournament. Generally, he just looked very, very stoic and tired. So the vibes were not positive, I guess is what I would say. Even today, he didn't look like he was motivated to play. He looked kind of tired, and he was just hoping his opponent would roll over and die. So I think that just in general, he's definitely not enjoying it. I think for Magnus, it's very tough. He's obviously, even if he's not technically the world champion, he's still the best player in the world. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of pressure on him to perform. So I think for Magnus, he's finding out that, when he's playing these players and he's not getting great positions out of the opening, first of all, but then even beyond that, it seems like his opponents are not falling apart the way they usually do. I mean, I know if it's an Indian thing or what it is, but it seems like all the players are just holding really, really tough. And I think for Magnus, it's probably quite jarring. I mean, obviously I can't speak for him, but I suspect that for Magnus, he's used to these like 25, 2600s, it's like falling apart in the middle game, falling apart in the end game, sort of out of the blue if there's just a little bit of pressure. And so I think that, I mean, it's very tough when you're playing people who have nothing to lose and they're treating it like it's the most important day of their life. And I mean, in many ways, I guess you could say it is. I mean, it is the biggest opportunity for players like Puranik or Karthikeyan or Pranesh, etc. The list goes on forever. So I think it's very tough, and it's not fun being in that situation. I mean, I guess for me, I only had to face one of the Indian kids playing against Buddy Pranav. I didn't have to play the whole country in this tournament the way Magnus did, but nonetheless, it's just it's tough. It's tough, and I think again with Magnus being the best player in the world, there are a lot more eyes on him. There's a lot more pressure on him than anybody else, and I think it's just getting to him. And it's just it just shows how difficult chess is becoming.
And a funny aspect of this situation of Magnus's situation.
Did Magnus just blunder again?
Yeah, he's losing again.
I'm not sure if he's losing, but right now it seems like he's losing. Puranik and Karthikeyan are actually roommates at the Masters. So
oh geez, okay.
Maybe they're both going to score victories against Magnus.
Well, I mean, how does Magnus do this? Because he wants to go rook c2, and I think he wants to stack them on the back rank. But after rook f1, rook c2, rook f1, king e2, rook e1, h6, check king c3, check king d2, check king d3, rook d1, king c3, and you hide the king again and you win, right?
Wait, so which variation, which move do you want here? You want rook c2?
And it's played. Yeah, he played it. No, because Magnus is hoping for a miracle with rook e1 and rook f1, but doesn't h6 just win because can't you just hide the king again?
I mean, not that way.
Oh, you can't hide
go
that
this way. And now you block.
By the way, he played rook f3. He played rook f3. He's not going for. He's trying to get king a4 in. Try to complicate matters like that.
Okay, so let's say we push.
No, but I mean,
you're the magician. How do you hold here?
No, but what is this? I mean, this is nonsense. Like
Push
king a4, h7. But king a4 and h7. I mean, where's the checkmate? Where's the boogeyman? Like even this, I mean, check. I'm not saying this is correct.
There's the boogeyman.
Rook c1? Oh wow. Okay, that's creative. That is creative.
Okay, so let's see. So king looks good. King a4.
No, but the problem is Magnus has no time though. The problem is Magnus is the one low on time. Like if White has 5 minutes here, I think Magnus has great chances to draw. But the fact that Magnus is the one who's down on clock here, I mean, I think it's very, very difficult.
But it's still difficult. Apparently, you have to go king a2 or king b2. I think that's very counterintuitive. Like you go here, you check, and then you go back. You'll have like take here, and then I don't know how. Can you, by the way, take? What do you? Is this winning or?
King b5.
Yeah, this looks winning.
Oh, this is winning because you put the rook on g7. You just put the rook on g7 with h6 and you win. Yeah. It's very easy, actually. Just rook
And you bring
g7
the
and you
king.
lock it with h4, h5,
Oh,
h6. You just lock it in. Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. It's very easy. I think even this wins. Even here, black, you leave your king on c1. I think even this is winning, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
and
this is all
eventually
winning.
you wiggle your way
Yeah.
around.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean,
H6. Wait, h6 on the board. Okay, now king a4 will surely be played by Magnus. That's what he's going for. So
yeah. So, I mean,
what
this
do you
is the
think
big
it
moment.
is? Yeah, so what do you think it is for Magnus? He was cruising in the European Club Cup. He's struggling in this tournament. I guess it's just the opponents, right? Like all of these youngsters that are somewhat underrated, perhaps, and yeah, like I said, just not collapsing.
I mean, I think there are two things. I think there are two things that are very, very important. The first thing is the fact that Magnus has to win every game. That's the first thing. The pressure of having to win every game adds a lot. It's much different than playing the European Club Cup, where say he play, it's like he plays 5 players like Vincent Keimer, for example, who are around 2,700. If Magnus draws 3 or 4 of those games and wins one, he's breaking even on rating, or maybe even gaining points. I don't know exactly, but the point is he can draw a bunch of those games, and if he just gets 1 win or 2 wins, that's already good enough to gain rating points. So I think that the fact that Magnus is in a situation where he has to win every game makes it very, very tricky and difficult for him. Versus being able to just play his game. And also, I mean, I've said this, but one thing about Magnus is that he's definitely not one of what I would say are the best defenders in chess. I think of like myself, I think Fabiano, I think we're both extremely good at defending. And one of the reasons Magnus doesn't generally have to defend a lot is because he doesn't get bad positions. Magnus generally just plays very good, very objective chess. And I feel like when he's playing in an open tournament like this, where he needs to win every game, in order to not lose rating points, you have to start playing dubious moves. You can't play absolute best moves because you need to complicate. Draws are not okay. And I think Magnus's style of being very like sound and playing the best moves, it's something that you have to get away from in opens. Like, I'll use another example. There's this player, Parham Magsudlu, is playing here. And every game that I see where he has a black piece, he's playing crazy Sicilian. He's generally losing in every game, but he creates these massive imbalances. And many times his opponents aren't able to keep it together. And I think for Magnus, that's like the antithesis of how he plays chess. He tries to play very good, sound openings. Don't play dubious moves. Don't play bad moves or complications. Play good chess. And I think that's played a huge role for Magnus. And then also, even beyond that, these Indians, for whatever reason, unlike their great mentor Vichy, they don't seem to be afraid of Magnus at all. They don't seem to have any nerves. And it's brutal.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
if King b2 is played here, I do think Magnus is going to lose this game, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah. The last pitfall that Puranik seems to be able to fall in with h7. We don't think he's
I actually, the more I look at this, I think it becomes very hard to play h7 here, because it just intuitively, you see the king coming to a3 or b3, you see like rook e1, and it actually, like h7, rook e1, king b2, it's very obvious spot rook b3, a3, and rook c1, rook e2. I think if you don't move instantly, you take your time here, it's not hard to spot that tricky idea to make the draw.
Yeah.
So I think king b2 is actually not a hard move to play. Because king b2, rook e1, you just go b5 and h7. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of wild. Like, if Magnus loses this game, he's going to be what, like below 28-20 or something? Like, it's actually
like 28-22 or something. And Hikaru, I wanted to ask you, so you cap off your tournament with 6.5 out of 9. You do lose 2 points. What are your thoughts overall about the tournaments? Do you feel like you left some points somewhere on the table, perhaps the Peruvian game?
I mean, the Peruvian, one second, let me wipe the camera since it looks a little bit blurry. Yeah, I mean, the Peruvian game is the only game this tournament that I can really be unhappy about. I mean, I do feel like after the rest day, I kind of ran out of steam. I didn't really get great positions. I didn't feel like I played very well. Like, both these last 2 black games were very shaky. The game against Parham and today's game as well. So I felt like I kind of ran out of steam towards the end. I mean, I don't know if it was a pause with the rest day or what it was, but I didn't feel like I had the flow necessarily. So yeah, it would have been nice to win the game against Pravi. And of course, if I win that game, I get much different pairings. So who knows how the event would have gone. But I'm pretty pleased overall. I mean, I think to play this tournament, really the maximum score I could have got was a half point more than win against Peruvian. I mean, I can't be that unhappy because I basically was one game away from winning the tournament. If I play like that in Isle of Man, I mean, I should have chances. So I'm not too disappointed with my result. You know, I was really hoping that today I would get the double white against Arjun rather than getting a black, but you know, it is what it is, and that's just how it goes. But yeah, it's life.
Last question from me. We do have the Battle of the Nordirbecks coming up. What's your prediction for that one?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't feel like well, I mean, Yakubov obviously is lower. Noterbek Yakubov is obviously lower rated. So for him, I think it's a phenomenal performance. I actually was not really all that inspired by Noterbek Abdussafarov's play. I mean, I didn't think it was bad or anything, but it didn't feel great. But you know, things worked out for him. I mean, to get this miracle gift today, I mean, from outer space is something phenomenal. So I mean, I would say for Yakubov, it's a phenomenal performance. For Abdussafarov, I think it's a good performance. Obviously, this win as opposed to a draw makes it much better than it would have been. So I think both players had a great event. Also, I think, you know, another thing that people aren't talking about is how many great Uzbekis there are, because you have Noterbek and Noterbek, you have Vakidov, Vokidov, you have Nodrbek, and you have Sindarov also. So like you've got a lot of great Uzbeki junior players who are up and coming. So it's the future is very, very bright for them. I know we talk about all the Indians, but the Uzbekis are also they're pretty serious too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Sindarov actually inching closer and closer to 2,700. Which is
Sindarov isn't Sindarov the one who has like a father who's a pretty good GM, or am I wrong? I thought he was the one who had
I think it's Vohidov.
Oh, it's Vohidov. Oh, it's different.
I want to say it's Vohidov, but I might be wrong.
I get all of them confused. I mean, it's
Vohidov, Vahidov. I mean, there's so
yeah. I know that because I was looking at some of the openings the Uzbekis were playing. Then I thought it was one player, and then it was a different player, and so like it's very confusing, very, very confusing. But regardless, I mean they're obviously a very talented bunch, and I mean I think, you know, even beyond that, I think it's very clear the future of chess it rests in both India and Uzbekistan, because I mean those guys are the cream of the crop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, Hikaru, you have the Isle of Man coming up. When are you traveling tomorrow? And what do you think you'll have to do? You think you'll have to do anything differently to get the result you want there?
Well, I mean, I'm flying in like 7 hours, so I'll be flying right away to get to the Isle of Man. I'll be there tomorrow afternoon. I don't know if I'll stream. Probably maybe I'll stream tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see if I choose to
play Bullet Brawl
evening, but. Bullet Brawl tomorrow? Yeah, maybe then probably I'll stream tomorrow. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, $400 bucks waiting for you. You know, you got to pay the bills.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm able to check in and the high-speed internet is actually high speed there, then I should be able to stream tomorrow. So that would make some sense to stream. But I mean, right now the main thing is just, you know, there's a closing ceremony, there are tie breaks. Maybe I'll go play some Blitz with some of the kids because they're all here, all the people that I've played so many times online over the playing hall. But the main thing is just do more of what I did here. And I think if I do what I did here, I should be fine in Isle of Man. And I think also, you know, the other thing is the main thing that I would say is when I play these tournaments, besides trying to win them, the most important point is just not lose rating, and just keep the rating around where it's at, just because that is probably the most likely way that I'll qualify. And so I very much like when I play chess these days, I view it from a poker perspective, or more specifically pot limit Omaha, where it's like you always try to keep it under control. You try not to set yourself on fire and blow yourself up, you know, where you end up in a hand where you think you have a good draw, but you're up against the nuts with a wrap. And so I think generally it's like trying to just play good chess, but also not do anything too monumentally stupid if I can. And if I do that, I mean, good things will happen.
One more question from me. After round 2 and the whole scandal with Magnus, did the vibe in the playing hall change at all? And how did that affect your play?
Yeah, I mean, the vibe didn't change. I mean, I think for about 24 to 48 hours, it became a bit of a spectacle. I mean, I think it was really, frankly, unwarranted from Magnus to make that big stink. I mean, I know people are going to take it however they want to take it, or, you know, he wasn't complaining, but you know, we're all competitors. At the end of the day, if there were a million different ways for Magnus to complain about the situation without going to Twitter and crying about it and throwing a tantrum. So, I mean, it was a little bit different for 24 to 48 hours, but I think most people, saw it for what it was. That it's not some massive problem with the event, and I think that I feel bad for Suleimanov more than anything, because I think his tournament kind of went downhill after that. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, I don't think a whole lot changed. I enjoyed the environment overall. I thought it was a great tournament. I thought it was organized very well. I mean, sure, the first 2 rounds were not ideal. They weren't up to standard, but I do think they corrected things very quickly, and I don't think there was any cheating going on or anything like that. So I thought it was I thought it was a very well run tournament, and actually, I wish there were more tournaments in this part of the world. I really do enjoy playing both in the Emirates and here in Qatar as well.
Right. And Hikaru, I wanted to ask you, it's been a while since you played in an open tournament, I think a couple of years ago. How is it to be back in these types of events?
I mean, I think, it depends how the tournament goes. If you can win these tough grinds against the 2550, 2600 players, it's generally going to be a pretty good event. If you're Magus and you're not winning against these players, it's let's just say a big nightmare, and it leaves a very sour taste in your mouth. But ultimately, even though I'm getting older and I don't play all that many opens, I mean, I still know how to get it done. I mean, I obviously won Gibraltar 5 times, so it's fun playing against different players. But beyond that, I mean, to me, the thing that I find kind of amazing is how many players are playing here who are players that I've played a lot online. All the kids like Ruud Mkhitaryan, Buddy Pranav. There are others too that I'm forgetting about, but definitely. Oh yeah, Pranesh, of course, Pranesh, obviously, yeah. But the point is, I'm just saying, there's so many of these players that I've played a million times online, and like Ohanian as well, and it's just it's kind of nice to see different faces, because it gets boring when you have to see Fabiano every week, or see Wesley, or I guess not Magus, because actually Magus never hangs out with any of us except at the ceremonies, which is why it's kind of funny that everyone thinks that he's all buddy, because none of us ever see Magus except at the opening and closing ceremony.
He's hiding.
But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of nice to see different faces, and also, like, I think for me, it harkens back to many years ago when I was a kid and I played in a lot of these opens. Specifically, like, I played the Linares and Ubedo Open several years, and at that time was a chance to see a lot of like these high 2650, close to 2700 level players, and so it's kind of a reminder of a different time as well. So it's all pretty unique, and it's a lot of fun to be here.
Mm-hmm. And in the meantime, Purnik is still thinking, do you think he is going to pull it off with either King B2 or King A2?
Well, I'll stay with you guys until we see a move. I mean, I think that he should find it. I mean, I think this is basically, I don't know what else he can consider other than H7 or King B2. I mean, Rook A2 obviously is insane, because then the king just waits on B3 and A3 or C3.
Must be H7, right?
Yeah, I'm saying basically he's considering, like, other than H7, I don't know what else you consider besides King B2 or King A2. That's the point.
No, he's just trying to make work H7, because if it makes H7 work, then he's winning, on the spot.
Right. I mean, again, the fact that he's used so much time makes me think that he's actually not going to play H7. I feel like H7 is the move that you play if you're very nervous and you just want to make that move very quickly. I feel like it's the move that you make in like 30 seconds. But the fact that he's used 10 minutes here and uses time very well, I think King B2 is very likely.
Yeah. And if he loses this game, he would lose 3 games in a tournament. I don't remember the last time since that has happened. Do you have any ideas, or do we have to wait for your buddy Tarjay to tweet?
Tarjay, yes.
Good one. Yeah, I don't know when the last time Magnus lost 3 games in a tournament was. I mean, I suspect there was a Norway chess where he lost at least 2, if not 3, but it's been a while, and obviously it's fairly surprising because he is losing to players who are not at the very top. So yeah, it's been a while. I mean, I think for Magus, he's clearly probably burned out from classical chess to some degree, or at least like he's not going to be playing opens, I guess I would say, in the near future, because I think for Magus, this is like, you play these games against these guys who are super hungry. They don't fear you at all, and it's just difficult. So it's been a while, I'm sure, since he's lost 3 games. I mean, I don't know whether this means Magus is going to want to he's going to like double down, and he's going to try to it's going to make him more motivated, or whether it's going to go the other way and he's going to be like, who cares about all this classical chess stuff? It's not for me. But I mean, it remains to be seen.
Yeah, whenever you lose like this, it's almost a shock. Yeah, coming from such a good tournament, the European Club Cup, and get completely destroyed, mauled by these young Indians. It must be a shock for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is Magnus is so used to everybody being afraid of him. I mean, maybe afraid's the wrong word, but certainly it's much different when you're playing as 2,700 players and players who are like 2,550, 2,600, because a lot of the thoughts that you have in your mind when you approach these games is completely different. I know, for example, like when I play these 25 or not me, sorry, but like when I play these top players, like you try to be very solid, take your chances here or there. I mean, that's generally how you view it. Like I know I'm going to be playing Magnus again at some point. I know I'm going to play Fabiano, Wesley, etc. And I feel like for these young Indian players, it's not the same thing. Like, there's nothing to lose. I mean, what do they lose? They lose to Magnus, big deal. Who cares? But also, it's a huge moment. They have a chance to play against the best player in the world and gain experience. And I think the whole like the psychology and the approach is completely different for these Indian players. I think that's actually why they're not scared of Magnus for that exact reason. Is because it's the big opportunity. It's a chance to play against the best player in the world and learn from it at the very least. And I think they're just playing amazing chess against him.
And while he's thinking right now, Benjamin, will you show Hikaru that connect 8 situation and maybe ask him about the assessment of that Zuzwang situation?
Yeah, because the chat keeps going crazy about it. So we just wanted to show you real quick in the Fedosseyev game where his opponent, by the way, blundered, but we were right here. So Hikaru, I don't know if you can find the winning plan, but the way for black to win here is go rook here.
Oh, and do everything on the 5th rank. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's
but the thing is, why can't win with rook c3? why does rook c3 first?
But can't you go king d5? I don't know. Yeah, but wow, this is man, what an end game. Jeez. What an end game.
This would be a draw.
Wow.
This would be a draw. Because
that is hilarious. Wow. That's
pretty funny. Yeah.
What was the opening? How do you even get to that? How do you even get here? Can you just go from the start quickly? I just want to see how you even get this. Okay, plays okay.
Oh, and by the way, do you know what happened with the Fedosseyev situation? So he lost the second round where he just left. And then he tweeted, or no, he posted on Facebook, like, I did this for a reason. Do you have any idea? Yeah. And he said he will clarify later. Do you have an update for us?
I mean, at least what I read stuff. I mean, I haven't spoken to him, so I don't know. But I thought there was an official complaint that he lodged about his opponent. But I could be wrong on that. But I think I saw that in a couple of places that he was launching some kind of official complaint about his opponent. I don't know if like he thought his opponent was cheating or what. But that was my understanding of the situation. But I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
And did Magnus' opponent blunder? He did. He played king c1. Wait. Doesn't this allow king b3 now?
What the heck? Just king b3.
King b3.
What is even the point? Like king here, push. Magnus, come on. Or Purnik, come on.
That's very strange. I don't understand king c1. Because king b3 is such an obvious move here. That's what I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
No, maybe his idea is to go king b3 and rook g2, but then king c3. Yeah, I don't understand this at all. Honestly, you're kind of taking some risks here too, maybe as well. Maybe not.
Potentially get mated. Yeah, like you have to watch out. At some point, you just have to take the draw.
Yeah, king c1 is a very, very strange move. I don't understand it at all.
Right.
Just from a fundamental standpoint, because you're asking for your opponent to play king b3. Very strange.
Yeah. And
it's very, very strange. Magnus will play king b3 for sure, because there literally are no other moves here.
Yeah, and you were talking about the Fedosseyev game.
No, you know what? You know what I think his plan might be? Sorry, I came with an idea. I think it's king b3 h7, hoping for rook f1. Yeah, I think he calculated this whole long sequence with h7, rook f1, king d2. Yeah, this is what I think he calculated. Rook f1, king d2, rook f2, and king d3. Yeah, I think he calculated this endgame, and he thinks this endgame is winning. Yeah, I think this endgame is actually winning for white. That's what he did. He missed rook d3 after h7.
Wrong for content. Christian, I wanted to ask you real quick. On the podcast, I think you discussed this with Fabiano Fedoseyev's game, and you guys thought that nothing weird was going on, and it was just Fedosseyev blitzing everything out, and that's why he lost. Right?
Well, yes. By the way he was spending his time, that was the consensus. Also, the consensus was that it was kind of a bad look to just like leave the board and make your opponent wait for like 90 minutes before he can.
You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be fair,
Hikaru-
I had that happen to me once actually many years ago. Like I have had that happen. I was playing the first Saturday tournament in Hungary. It was like 2003 or something, ages ago. But I was playing against Chebe Attila, I think was his name. I think that's the one. It was like
Attila,
a anti it was an anti knight orf. It was e4 c5 knight 3 d6 d4 takes knight f6 f3 e5 knight b3 d5 etc. And I got a winning position, and then like I think we made time control, and he basically left. He left and went to a bar nearby. So I was sitting there for like an hour, and then I guess like some of the people convinced him to come back and resign the game. But he went to a local bar nearby, and so I was just waiting for an hour for him to resign.
But I wanted to ask you about
Glad
that.
he
Like,
made-
do
he
you
made it
think
back.
that the ethics commission has to step in and maybe give Fedasave a penalty? Because also you leave the playing area while your game is ongoing. That's definitely a violation, right?
Actually, you're right. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to me, it seems I don't know. It seems very questionable that there shouldn't be some kind of punishment for that. Personally, I mean, it's not
That's
right.
just
Let's
poor
put it that way.
sportsmanship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really. I mean, it's just. I don't even. I feel like it's beyond poor sportsmanship. I think it's like Bush League. You just don't do
You
it.
just
So
you don't do that. You don't play like that.
yeah, I mean, there obviously are different degrees for all these different things, but I do feel like it's pretty out there to do that, and I mean, I'd be kind of surprised if he doesn't get hit with some kind of penalty, like financial or otherwise, just because like it should not be allowed. It just shouldn't be allowed. So I don't know. I mean, maybe FIDE won't do anything about it, but to me, like it does feel wrong. And actually, my opponent today, I think, actually mentioned it. Narayanan. I think he made a tweet where he spoke about it a little bit, and that I mean, that
No, that was
should
the
be done.
other Narayanan. That's Srinet, not SL.
Oh, okay, whatever. Same difference. But anyway, yeah. So I guess like I would say it feels like something should happen, but again, I mean that's up to FIDE, and they can figure out if they're going to do something or not.
Yeah. And do you think Puranik is just going to take the draw now with Rook B2 and Rook C2?
I think there's a pretty decent chance here because he's not going to want to hallucinate something and see the boogeyman is what I would say. But
yeah,
I mean, nonetheless, like it's pretty insane that Magnus turned a game that I think he was winning earlier into a game that he probably should have lost, which is just kind of like nuts. Just really insane. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I think I would say that if Magnus were to keep this up, like especially if he were to lose this game, which it appears he's not now, I really would say there's a serious chance that he could be dethroned as the #1 player in the world. Because I mean, whether it's like players like myself or Fabiano, even it gets to the range where you're talking about like one really good tournament, and for a player like Fabiano specifically, one really good tournament is not that far out of his grasp or his reach. And I've always felt like Magnus. I mean, Fabiano was very close, of course, during the World Championship. But in general, I feel like it's like 2 or 3 great results away is what a player needs to catch Magnus. And now it feels very much like for Fabiano, it's literally one great result away from catching Magnus. So I mean, I think Magnus certainly at this point, even if he doesn't care that much about classical chess, definitely does not want to lose the #1 spot. I think it's pretty clear that he doesn't want to lose that spot. So who knows?
Yeah. And by the way, just to confirm right now, it seems like the other Nodirbrek joined Abdusatorov on 7 points, and they're probably going to play a playoff anytime soon.
No, I mean, but their playoff's going to happen after all the games are done. You can't have the playoff before all the games finish. So, yeah, I guess that means the closing ceremony is going to be late. So maybe I should actually go order some food. But yeah, I think that this game between Magnus is going to go for a while. I mean, for Yakubov, who did he beat again?
Karthikeyan, I think.
Karthikeyan, yeah. Oh, right. Was that the Grunfeld or King's Indian or whatever it was? I forgot.
The King's Indian type of position. Yeah, like he had the 2 knights versus the bishops.
Yeah, I mean, I think, of course, for Yakubov, it's a huge performance, scoring 7 points, I think.
7 points, yeah.
So pretty good stuff from him. So yeah. By the way, in Magnus' game, is there Rook A8 here? Does Magnus have a chance to win this game somehow?
Yeah. And but I was just looking. It really seems like a brutal event. For example, someone like Nihal, even if he wins the last game, he's losing 10 points. Also, Jordan, he's losing like 8. So everyone is donating rating to the nation of India and Uzbekistan.
Well, I mean, Jordan's rating was donated to like Greg Kaidanov. I mean, let's be clear. Jordan decided to play like the worst possible opening choice, like with the Slav against Kaidanov, who's 9,000 years old. And I mean, I'm sure Kaidana was studying those structures 60 years ago. So yeah, Jorn donated his rating to Kaidana. But yeah, I mean, in general, it's very tough. I think actually Nihal is the player who to me is I actually find it the most disappointing, because like he's had great potential for a long time. Obviously, everyone's aware of his exploits in Blitz and Rapid specifically, and I feel like somehow he's just not able to put it together in these classical events. And I mean, he obviously is still very young, has a lot of time, but it seems like he's not able to win games. And Nihal's not in the rating range where he's going to get a lot of invites to close tournaments. So if he's not able to win games against these 25, 2600s, he might never make it to the elite level.
Maybe rook a8, by the way, in this position. Maybe I can just simply go h7.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, rook a8, h7, but yeah, h7, but rook f4.
Oh, wait, there, rook c3, you lose.
Oh, that's
yeah.
nasty.
Like, I mean, I don't even understand why you would play like this. Like, because Black's pieces are so active here. All it takes is one little slip, and you'll lose the game. Like, that's why I don't understand. I don't understand any of this.
Here you could actually lose. Yeah, true. Like,
I mean, if you're not careful, like if you go rook c5, there's rook a2 something or something. Like, I mean, again, it's probably winning, but or not winning, but there's probably still ways to draw. But it's just like feels really, really shaky, right? But here there's king d3, right? And now you hide the pieces again.
And actually, here Black has to fight for a draw. Okay, so let's see how Magnus will do it. Do you think he is still feeling some? He's still feeling some ambitions here to maybe try to trick Kornic?
I mean, I'm sure he'll be looking for tricks here, no doubt. But I mean, nonetheless, I mean, it seems pretty unlikely at this point. Like rook a8 is the only move he can play to try and win. But king d1 is not actually a hard move to find. Again, though, the time situation is a little bit dicey here.
Let's see which move he will settle on. By the way, I saw that my good friend Robbie Kevlashvili had a good event. Christian, how did your boys
Didn't he
do
lose to
tournament?
Gukesh today?
No. Robbie lost yesterday to Gukesh, but he won today against Bibisara.
No, Gupta lost against Gukesh. He was winning out of the opening.
Okay, that's what it, yeah, I remember saying something that was insane.
Yeah. My student's not so great. I mean, Greg finished on a draw, lost a bunch of rating points, like 6 or 7. So definitely not having
stuff. Yeah.
8. Yeah. Losing some rating here and there. Just too many draws. I mean, yesterday against Shimanov, he was completely winning out of the opening move 10 with black pieces, was unable to get that win. So that's problematic. And Josiah, unfortunately, a terrible tournament for him.
Yeah, it's a tough event. Like Nico and I were thinking of going, but we decided against it because like there's just all these juniors that are out there to take your rating.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like the thing is, I mean, I think ultimately with the Indians, I don't know like how the tournament system works there, but it is very clear to me that all these players are pretty much all underrated. I don't know by how much certainly, but you know, even Karthikeyan, I think he's 26-18 or something, but I feel like if he's playing his best, he can play at 2700 level. Obviously, the guy I played today, Narayanan, he also can play at 2700 level too, and he's like 2650 now. He's much more, I think his rating is much more in line with where it should be. But so many of these players, it just seems like they're wildly underrated by at least 100 points. And they're just ready to take all your points. And I think they're going to continue taking everybody's point.
Yeah. And do you know, by the way, that Karthikeyan, he had the puzzle survival world record before I broke it?
I did not know that, actually. No, I had no idea.
Well,
but he's someone that I've known ever since I played him in Gibraltar.
Yeah. Well, I don't necessarily think these guys are underrated, Hikaru. I think what you sometimes underestimate is that you are very consistent, right? Like you might not necessarily think like you played a good tournament, but even this event you didn't lose like a lot of rating. Or for example, this game was not great, but you held it together, right? Whereas like people like myself, if I don't have a good tournament or a good day, then I lose. So I think that's a big difference. Like they can play well, but they can also play bad. And players like yourself or Fabiano have a higher floor.
No, I mean it's just like that's the reason Magnus is the best player. I mean the exact same thing, because his lows are still very, very high compared to most of the rest of us. I mean, I guess that's true, but at the end of the day, like, not to get back on this topic about whether the rating system is right or wrong, but there is something wrong fundamentally, because if the rating system were correct, I would like Karthikeyan, for example, Magnus would be beating players of that rating 90% of the time or whatever it is to at least even it out where he's not gaining or losing points. But I mean, all the top players are losing points, and we're not performing the way we should according to the ELO system. So I do think there are a lot of players who are underrated. I mean, I don't know the exact reasons for it, but I do believe that the players are underrated because the rating system, based on the rating system, it should be different than it is.
Well, I feel like in this event, there's just a lot of youngsters that are potentially a little bit underrated. And I guess you might just have to pick your tournaments a little bit cleverly, where you play against, a bunch of pensioners that are somewhat overrated and you take their rating. You just have to play someone that is more retired than you are.
Right. I mean, I think, though, I will say I do think that the Indian players will continue to the ratings will get closer and closer to where they should be. By the way, if I'm Pranic here, I mean, I think I really don't think he's going to play King D1. I'd probably already just be going Rook B2, King C3, Rook D1,
King D1.
King D1.
He played it. Wow. Okay. Wow.
Okay, so let's see what Magnus is going to do. Maybe like Rook here to keep some play in the position. Yeah, I like Rook H3, as then you can check and here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, again, I guess Rook H3, there's always just Rook F2, though, at the very least, to make the draw. Again, should be, I mean, what the problem is here, though, is I'm looking at it more and more, though, is that Magnus is the one who's actually very low on time here. Magnus is not the one who's up on the clock. So I think we still could see more blunders in this game, for sure.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the point of what you were saying. I think I do think the ratings will even out. I think the Indian juniors are on the rise, and I think the ratings are going to continue to go up, and eventually I think it'll sort itself out. But I do think they're underrated by a lot. I just look at these games, and these are not the games. A lot of these games are they're playing at a much higher level than what their rating says they are.
You mentioned India, Uzbekistan. Do you see anybody from China, for example? I know this guy, Xiao Tongyi. He's been making some waves in the last few months. He's only like 15 and close to 2,500. Do you see anybody following in Ding's footsteps, for example?
Oh, apparently Magnus already drew on chess results, or so they say. But yeah, so I mean,
Hikaru,
ultimately,
don't spoil it.
ultimately, though, it's a numbers game. I mean, it's purely numbers, and that's why, like, when I talk about India or Uzbekistan, it's very clear to me they're going to be the future. So when you look at when you look at India, I think the way that I would do it is like you look at it in batches of like 10, and you think about the Indians. How many players juniors are there in like the 2550 2600 range, or 26 2700, whatever it is? And I feel like there are generally at least like 10 Indians in all these ranges at least. I'm not talking about the very top ones like Prague or Gukesh, but I'm talking below that. And so when you have so many players who are in these rating ranges, inevitably like one or two of those 10 are going to break through and probably get to like 2700. And so like because of that, that's why I think the Indians, even though not all of them will get to the very top, some of them will break through just because of the sheer number of them that are in those rating ranges to begin with. And same goes for Uzbekistan, same thing. China, like, again, you might have one or two people who are very talented, but the odds of that one person or two people like making it through and getting to the top is far lower because you just have one or two of them. And, any number of things can happen in life to derail their potential or even they might like lose interest in chess just to begin with. So, that's why you need to have so many. That's why the sheer numbers matter. And it's why, yeah, I don't see any other countries really with the same amount of talents as like India or Uzbekistan. I don't think it's close. You look at the U.S. I mean, yes, Mishra has great potential right now, but still, it's one person. I mean, the odds of one single person making it through are much lower than if you had like 10 Mishras, for example, who could get there. So. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but I would say it's very clear where the future is. It's not the U.S., it's not China, it's India and Uzbekistan.
What do you think of Mishra? Speaking of him, he had like this amazing result at the U.S. Championship.
Yeah, I think Mishra's performance was phenomenal. I mean, at the end, he fell apart, obviously, against Fabiano. But I think that overall, he played great chess. He far surpassed, I think, anybody's expectation, probably even his own, honestly. And it was just very, very impressive to see the way that he won some of those games against Shanklin specifically after like 6 hours, just like grinding that down. And I know he was losing at a certain point as well, but I was very impressed. So who knows where he'll go? Obviously, he's got great potential. He played very well. Actually, last round, didn't he beat Levon?
He beat Levon. Yeah. He bounced back after losing against.
Levon went after him, but it backfired.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that just looking at it, I would say that he, right now, at least based on the age and where he's at, he has the biggest potential of any of the American juniors for sure. But But again, it's one person, so time will tell. But I would say that it's looking pretty good for Misha right now, and I'm pretty excited to see where he goes.
And there's something obsessive about him also. We were just speaking with him on the podcast, and he said that he has 13 months to get to 2,700 to break some records. He's been chasing records throughout his career. Can that lead to burnout? Do you think he's going to lead to burnout?
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, it's 50-50. Either he'll break the record or he won't break it. I mean, I think a lot of these players, like they look at it and they view it sort of as like the straight path up. It's obviously not a straight path, so I think you do have to temper your expectations to some degree. But it's always good. It's always good to have goals, and I mean, having lofty goals is how you get there. Because if people didn't believe certain things were possible, then society wouldn't be where it is today. So I think, in terms of the rating, obviously it's good to have goals. Whether he gets it or not remains to be seen. I don't know if it's a good thing though, because obviously, as I said before, it's not a straight path up. Like, you are going to have these spots where you stall out. I mean, everybody has had it. Fabiano's had it. I've had it. Wesley had it on the way up too. So, I mean, it's not just going to be the straight upward path. I mean, unless your name is Magnus Carlsen, of course, he is the one player where that was pretty much the case, just straight up all the way to 2,800. But I think it's important to have goals, but also like to be realistic too. So I think he has a great chance to get there, but hopefully, like, if he has one or two bad results, he doesn't suddenly like get despondent and feel like it's slipping away, and then you start over pressing, have another bad turn or two, and tilt and ruin everything.
Yeah.
So
and that's it from me, Benjamin.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So I mean, I guess I'll let you guys do the
definitely big talent.
Yeah, I'll let you guys do the coverage of the tiebreaker. I think it's going to happen pretty soon. And I'll go to record my recap quickly, and then yeah, I'll probably talk to you guys again soon from the Isle of Man.
One quick question before we let you go: who do you think is going to win?
I mean, Abdusarov should win. I think the fact that it's Blitz, he has so much experience playing against the best players. He has to be a massive favorite.
Mm-hmm. I think Noterback's going to win indeed.
There you have it. No,
yeah, exactly. So
yeah.
All right, you guys. So I'll catch up with you soon. And again, for everybody who's watching, make sure to tune in for my recap, which I'll start doing in about 30 seconds. So I'll see you guys soon, and hope you guys have a good rest of the day.
Cheers, Hikaru.
Have a good one, Hikaru, and safe travels to Isle of Man.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Always interesting to hear his thoughts. Christian, it seems like this game is going to end in a draw, and then the tiebreaker is probably going to start pretty soon.
That's right. That's right. And I think at some point we will go on a break. In fact, that point might have been just surpassed. Let's go on a break, Benjamin, and we'll be back shortly.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Qatar Masters 2023. Christian, the first tiebreak game has already started.
That's right. Yep. We have a Nordirbeck on Nordirbeck action in this one. Which Nordirbeck do you think is going to come up on top?
Probably. Now, I mean, Abdusattorov is definitely the favorite, but I like how Yakuboyev is doing in this game. He's up 30 seconds, and I think the position is even. But let's recap real quick what happened in the opening. So this was an Italian game. Both players bringing out their pieces, all pretty standard.
Yep.
I'm not Fabiana Caruana, so I don't know all the intricacies, but looks pretty even to me. What do you think so far, Christian?
Oh, it's definitely even right now. Obviously, the two bishops, they look nice, but at the same time, you do have that beautiful square on e5 for the bishop on d2. So I'm expecting an idea of bishop to f4, bishop to f5, e5, just to cement that bishop in the middle of the board and try after that to maybe focus your attention on the pawn on d5, knight f4, knight c3, things of that nature. I still see white with a slight edge. I don't think it's going to be enough, though.
Yeah, bishop b6. I like your move bishop f4 right here, and perhaps that's what Yakuboyev had to stop on his last move with the move g5. So I like bishop f4 here by I was going to say Nordirbeck, but Abdusattorov rook c3 played instead.
Well, the thing with bishop f4 is, and after bishop to e6, that's not only a defensive move, but also you're looking at rook to c8 exchange, the pair of rooks, and I think that would be a pretty decent position for black. At least I don't think he would risk much. And that's why we see rook to c3, rook c8, rook b3 is the problem.
Yeah, rook b3 is still a little bit annoying. I mean, you do have rook c6, but what about this? Rook b3, you hit the bishop, rook c6, and then maybe a4, fixing the pawn, rook b5 ideas. You're definitely trying to create something here with white. It's definitely still a little bit annoying for Yakuboyev.
I like it. I like it. Yes, absolutely. Some problems with the pawn structure right now. Just that pawn on a5 and your move a4. I really like that idea, I have to say.
So let's see if he's going to go for that one. Rook b5 also makes a lot of sense, but the pawn can maybe still push up. Or maybe you can go for something like bishop c7, followed by rook c2, and a4. Hey, he is listening to the commentator.
He's listening to you. The problem with a4, and my question to you is, what if I go bishop f5 right now?
I like that one. And then bishop c2, hit the pawn this way. Also, rook b5, hang runs into a bishop to d3.
That's the problem.
Be a big disaster.
That's the big problem.
What do you do here? Wait, this one could turn around. All of a sudden, things are pretty loose in the white position.
Well, you can definitely cut the breaks and play knight c3, right?
Okay, knight f4 played. He's hanging this pawn on d4.
I was preferring knight to c3 just for the simple fact that that defends the pawn on a4 as well. Right now, bishop c2, bishop takes a4 might be problematic, but he's looking at the king side. I did not expect that. Rook to f3, excuse me.
Yeah, rook f3, eyeing the king on f8. Maybe you just step the king aside, e8, or you can go rook f6 to block all of the action.
King e8, I take on d5. And then bishop b4, I have rook e3.
Rook e3. Right, but you can also take on d4. Yakuboyev down to wait, what happened?
Yeah. We have king e8, knight d5, bishop d4 on the board. The relay on chess.com is right now a bit laggy, but we do have a lot of moves, in fact.
Yeah.
So king e8, knight d5, bishop to d4.
Yeah, I see from a live camera, indeed, that is what has been played. So let's hope it will be updated. I'll just make the moves on the board. King e8, here. Let's see, can you get away with taking this one? Or wait, then maybe bishop b4, rook f4, check, and bishop b5.
Knight c3 was played.
Knight c3.
Knight to c3 was played. Rook to f6 with 4 seconds on the clock. He played that move.
I like this position a lot for Yakuboyev. He's got two super strong bishops. The pawn on a4 is quite weak. The question is, though, how do you recapture? If you take the g pawn,
he took with the bishop. He took with the bishop. So rook takes f6, bishop takes f6. f3 was played to get the knight to e4, bishop to d4, king to f1, bishop to d3, king to e1 are the moves on the board right now.
And I think white has got the worst behind him. This pawn on a4 is no longer hanging.
King d7, knight d4.
d6 maybe?
King c6,
d7,
bishop takes a5, bishop, yes, knight d4, king c6, bishop a5, bishop b2. That's what we have right now.
Sorry. What happened after knight d4?
King c6, bishop a5, bishop b2.
Okay, nice stuff. Could not take right away because knight c5. And again, Yakuboyev is definitely pushing for the win with the two bishops. The pawn on a4 is weak. If you move the king, you have to watch out for bishop f1. So Abdusattorov in a tough spot here. Bishop d2, bishop d4, as far as I can see.
Absolutely. Maybe you can try refreshing because we do in fact have a bunch of moves in that one. But yeah, actually it seems
actually we lost it there.
Yes. It does seem like the chess Chess.com, unfortunately, relay has been blocked or has been dropped. But I can give you a slight update. Right now, it's looking good for Yakuboev. Yakuboev
Wait, so
looks
what was played here?
primed
Bishop
to
d2
win.
right here. A4, I think.
Yes.
Something like this happened, if I'm not mistaken. What exactly?
Yes, bishop to d2, bishop to d4, a5, king b5, knight d6, king a6, h4, bishop f6. There we go. We have it. We have it right now.
Yeah.
We have it. We're
And
back
now?
in the game.
Oh, okay, yeah, moose.
We're back in the game. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so here we go. Bishop d4. Black is looking great. Up 2 pawns there, double though, but you have the 2 bishops. Can Yakuboyev win this one? That would put him in pole position to win the tournament, as then he would only need to draw with the white pieces, and the moose
It's looking
keep flying
good.
in.
It's looking good.
I think he's got this one. King b5, you can allow the trade, as this pawn is super weak. He
Yep.
should win.
Yep. Yep. This
Bishop
is
d8 there as
winning.
well. Bishop d8.
Bishop to
sweeping the
c3.
pawn. Yeah,
He's
good
going
move.
for it.
You have to keep the knight on the board and try for some tricks. The bishop endgame is too easy. Oh,
Oh, this is
well,
hopeless.
no, this is
That's it.
yeah.
That's
King
it.
e3 though. King e3 and bishop e5. Still some chance. Bishop
I don't
e5
think
only move.
it matters because I'm going to go king to c4. I'm going to put the bishop on c3.
You went king c6. What? King
man.
f4?
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
bishop c7. Oh,
Oh, that's nice.
and it's over.
That's nice. Very nice. Yes, beautiful move, king to c6.
Okay, king d6. Still some work to be done, but this one should be in the back for Yakuboyev.
Trying to shift
Then
the
it's all
king
about
to the
nerves.
center on e6, bishop to e5, king d7, followed by king to e6.
Yeah, king d7.
Nice
And-
little triangle.
Wow.
And in fact, he resigned. Nodirbek Abdusatorov loses the first game with the white pieces. And Yakuboev takes a commanding lead in these tiebreaks.
Yeah, now he only needs to draw with black. I guess the next
With
game
white.
is going to start pretty soon.
Yep.
Did I say black? He only needs to draw with white, but it's not easy. It's not easy. You're definitely under psychological pressure. It's very easy to start playing too passively. I know that Noderbeck has some experience. He was playing in the Armageddon series in Berlin, so he definitely knows what he has to do to try to come back.
What do you expect from Abdusatorov, Benjamin? Do you expect some, let's say, Pert's defense? Do you, some crazy Sicilian? What do you expect?
I don't think he will go completely insane. I think he will play some sort of Sicilian, maybe some sort of modern. He will try to keep pieces on the board. I think Yakuboev is more of a 1d4 player. So
What if he does
curious
that?
to see.
What if he does d4?
Maybe, I guess, like a modern or maybe like a Dutch even.
A Dutch. Okay. Well, that's a
Yeah.
good guess coming from you, of course. Yes, we're expecting the Dutch expects the Dutch. Why not? But yes,
Yeah,
I like your idea.
Usually I'm not a big fan of the Dutch, but hey, desperate situations ask for desperate measures. And it seems like the players have stepped away for a second. Maybe there's like a 5-minute break or something.
Yeah, maybe we can actually go through this game and see exactly where things went wrong for Abdusatorov.
Yeah, so right here, he was already in trouble, but this move, knight e8, just hangs a pawn, and he didn't quite recover from that. And again, black's bishop pair is so strong that g4 seems to be a bad mistake, because now he's losing another pawn.
Yeah,
And it was just all a bit too much. But yeah, before that, I think here, Christian.
Yeah.
Although he is already worse, but knight c3 to me looks way too passive.
it's just too passive. Yeah. But that's the thing. At this point, you start seeing ghosts, right? What was the right move? Was it bishop takes a5?
Apparently, the right move was knight e3.
Okay, but that's not easy, right? And even this, with the two bishops fighting against the two bishops, is not easy at all.
No, it's not easy at all. Yeah, black always has that pressure. I guess maybe also he was up on time. He let his clock run out. Although, to be fair, we liked this position up until this point right here. I think a4, my suggestion, was a mistake. Apparently, white's better here after, let's say, bishop f4. Bishop b5, your idea, and you keep firm control over the position. But then it kind of got out of hand when black's bishops got active.
That's right. That's right. And I do think that the second game is up, so perhaps you can check that out. It hasn't started yet, or at least we don't have it. We don't have the moves yet. But yes, just to preface it, Yakuboev on the verge of defeating the much higher rated player, also from Uzbekistan, Abdusatorov, the best Nodirbek in the country. But right now, it seems like Yakuboev is in prime position to take the title and 25 Gs home.
Yeah, no, what a victory would that be for his career? The second prize is, let me check real quick. It's still like 20 or 15. Wow, they're playing for 10 grand.
That's 10 grand right there.
That's not nothing. Yeah.
No. That's a nice Rolex from the Qatari mall, down the road.
Exactly. And so I think the players have sat down already. So I assume they will start very soon. They're very focused, probably trying to think how they are going to approach this game. And yeah, I'm very curious to see how Yakuboev is going to try to keep it together. But who would have thought that Yakuboev, rated 26-16, would win this tournament? But hey,
that's
it's not
crazy.
over yet.
That is crazy. That is truly a Cinderella story right now for Yakuboev. And by the way, I think he's winning a lot of rating points as well. So it's not going to be long until we see this player at 2650 and above. So keep that in mind. All of these young guys, sometimes they're extremely underrated.
Yeah, he's gaining 18 points in this tournament. Both players are sitting down. I guess we're just moments away from the start of the game. So I expect Yakuboev to go d4. And Christian, what do you think Abdusatov's first move will be?
Has to go for the King's Indian.
So you think knight of 6.
Even though King's
G6.
Indian, you allow some d-take c5 ideas, so that might be problematic. Yeah, I don't know. It's always a tough situation to be in. But there we go.
d4, knight of 6 on the board. I expect c4 now. And knight of 3,
knight
perhaps
of 3.
keeping his options open.
Keep
e6,
it tight.
c4. Maybe bishop the Bogo. Okay. Somewhat surprising, as the Bogo is known to be kind of solid and might not always be easy to cook up winning chances.
Right. But again, knight bd2 is considered to be a little bit better for a white. Nevertheless, that also opens up the door for some complications. Bishop to d2, much more stable idea by a white. Bishop to e7. And of course, Abdusatorov is trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible.
Yeah, so he goes kingside castle. He allows white to grab the full center with the move e4.
That's right.
Now, yeah, Yakuboev goes for the move d5 instantly by Abdusatorov. So now I suppose the critical continuation is e5 right away or take here first.
Yes. e5 followed by bishop to d3. That's one way. And of course, c takes d5 followed by e5 is another. But at the same time, look, allowing e4, you know that this is not the right way to deal with the position, but at the same time, you need to create some separation. You need to create some imbalance in this game to be able to get the victory.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the live camera. Yakuboev does look somewhat nervous. He is already down a minute on the clock, and Abdusatorov still playing super quickly. Do you think this is some sort of preparation?
Very basic, if anything. Very, very basic, if anything. He probably had maybe like 2 minutes in between the games. Maybe he had somebody with him. Hey, check this out. Play this silly idea, and maybe you'll get something. And that's basically the extent of his knowledge.
Yeah, no, I don't think he prepared specifically for this game, and maybe he has looked at this recently. Knight c6, a nice move. He's preparing to move f6, but also bishop g4, as there would a lot of pressure on that pawn on d4. So it's not that easy for Yakuboev, and I kind of like what Abdusatorov has done. He has an imbalance, as he has the bishop pair, and there is a slight imbalance in the pawn structure, and there he goes. Bishop g4, putting pressure on the pawn on d4.
That's the best thing you can get out of the opening. And at some point, as you mentioned, that imbalance in the pawn structure will be able to be tackled with ideas of f6. And that's exactly what he goes for.
Yep, f6 targeting the pawn on e5. So what does Yakuboev do here? Maybe h3. You do not mind the trade, as then you immediately target the pawn on e5. But I'm sure Black is going to keep the bishop on the board, either the f5 or the h5. And
h3, bishop h5 on the board. And we expect, again, we're lacking the dark square bishop as white. So this is what you have to keep in mind. At the same time, it's not that easy to create anything in the position for black either, because still white didn't make any big mistakes in this game, didn't create any weaknesses in his position. Still, the position remains very healthy for white. At the same time, black is looking to get something.
Yeah, so king h8, white is hoping for the straight, as then they can recapture with the pawn, and the pawn on d5 will be difficult to defend. So a bit of a cat and mouse game. Yakuboyev doesn't quite want to take them. Black's bishop immediately comes to life and hits the pawn on d4. So rook f1, a nice improving move. And now the question for Abdusattorov. He's played all of his first moves quickly, but I think we could see him pause here, as I don't see a very obvious move for Black.
Absolutely. And he does have 2 minutes ahead on, he is 2 minutes ahead on the clock. And in fact, he did make his next move immediately, bishop to f7. He's not spending any time. He's trying to put as much pressure on the clock as possible. And by the way, do we know how much increment the players are getting after each and every move?
I think it's 5+2, so a 2-second increment by the bishop b5, bishop to h5. You could go back here with bishop b2,
Why
but
not?
of course there's also other options like g4. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense, as you only need a draw with white. But of course, Noterbeck, Abdusattorov is not going to take a draw there.
No, of course not. Of course not. Bishop to e2. That's what we expect. And to be honest, I'm not 100% sure why he's thinking for so long. Bishop to e2, a6 on the board. Yeah, taking away this bishop b5 idea.
Yeah, nice touch there by Abdusattorov. I like the position here for Yakuboyev, but look at the clock. He's already down 2 minutes, and that's definitely a factor that Abdusattorov is banking on.
Absolutely, absolutely. I have to say, more and more I'm starting to like Black's chances. I understand objectively white is still doing amazing in the position, but it's all about the practicality of this position. And I have to say that favors Black.
For sure, yeah. And what are you going to do with white? It's not easy to resolve this tension at all. You don't really want to go e6. You don't really want to go g4. I mean, maybe if the score is even or if you're behind, you can play like that. But if you're ahead in the match, you don't want to take risks like that. So I like what Noterbeck is doing. Or Abdusattorov is doing. He is provoking Yakuboyev, and he settles on queen c2. I think he wants to go here to target d5 and b7.
And the problem is, and you were mentioning some very important moves, g4, e6, all of those are creating imbalances in the position, are changing the nature of the position of the game, and you don't want to do those things psychologically when you're ahead in the match. That's why he played this move, queen to c2. The problem is, and drawback to this type of decisions, is that whenever you make slow moves in this type of concrete position, you run the risk of falling behind.
Exactly, yeah. Now Noterbeck goes for a long thing and he settles on bishop to f7. I think he does want to take this pawn over here and already add some protection to that d5 pawn. So now let's see what Yakuboyev is going to do.
Yes, big moment right here. And by the way, I do believe the problem with the queen on c2 is that bishop to d3, the very natural bishop to d3, to try to poke at the Black's king side, is met by knight to b4, and that's exactly why he played the move a3.
Yeah, a3, nice move. Stop making sure that knight b4 is no longer available. So now bishop g8 by Abdusattorov, stepping out of the rook's way. And how does Yakuboyev improve the position here? B4
I guess bishop f3. I like bishop d3, excuse me.
But then you do invite takes and maybe a sack.
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, yeah.
h7 is already protected, so that takes the sting out of bishop d3. He takes an f6. Okay, not a big fan of that one. Now Noterbeck recaptures the bishop, and knight e4, the knight is headed to c5.
But again, take a look at the time, 1 minute and 38 seconds for Yakuboyev. Definitely feeling the pressure. Abdusattorov right now feeling that he might potentially get back in this match. He's going to try to push. He's trying to go all in right now.
Yeah, so let's see what he's going to do. Knight c5. I guess the threat might be stronger than the execution, as knight c5 can auto b6 hangs this pawn over here. The knight will definitely be annoying. And yeah, Yakuboyev is going to have to speed up. I like his position on the board. He still seems to have some sort of control, but if he gets low on time, then anything can happen.
Queen to d6, we expect knight to c5. By the way, what's your idea? Queen to d6 vacating the square d8 for the knight, and potentially knight to d8 right now will be the defense in the position.
Yeah, knight d8 would be a good move. And what about this one? Maybe bishop f1 and then knight e5. All of a sudden, your knights are super active in the center. And again, you establish some sort of control, which I think is what you're looking for.
I like it. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Knight to d8. And by the way, still double the time on the clock for Abdusattorov. Bishop to d3 was played. Okay.
Yeah. And look at these players, Christian. They're definitely looking very intense, especially Abdusattorov. Abdusattorov, he's very present. He's very present. You can feel his energy even from watching him. And imagine what his opponent feels like.
No, absolutely. And you can see the tension on Yakuboyev's face. He feels that perhaps right now things are not going his way in this second game of their tiebreaks match. He does have still the draw odds, so he's feeling good about his chances. At the same time, Abdusattorov definitely in pole position to destabilize the position in this one.
Yeah, I love this pawn sacrifice with b6 and knight e6. He's hitting the pawn on d4, which is awkward to protect, and also this knight on a6 is all of a sudden completely offside. If you go bishop f1, maybe like c5, and how does that knight ever come back?
He took on e6. He sacrifices the exchange in this one. Beautiful move by Yakuboy.
I thought you were going to say he sacks the rook, but okay, he takes on c7 with
just
the queen. Yeah, just the exchange. And you cannot take as you recapture and you have a fork on the rook and the bishop. So what do you do here with black? I think a very good practical decision by Yakuboyev. Rook 88 is played. What do we do now, though?
That's a good question. That's a good question. What do you do now? Well, you do still have a couple of pawns for the exchange. So you're not, in fact, down material in the position. It's just an imbalance of material right now.
So rook e1, he can now potentially establish a knight on e5. He still has some sort of control. I think white's doing quite fine, but Noorderbeck, Abdusattorov really trying hard to imbalance this game as much as possible.
It's all about the time. I mean, 46 seconds for white, 2 minutes and 30 seconds for Abdusattorov. So definitely still a big lead on the clock.
Yeah, if Abdusattorov can further complicate, push Yakuboyev lower on time, I think he's got a great chance to win. But, you know, now he's also falling well, he's not falling behind, but his own clock is dwindling. He's down to 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yep. Abdusattorov in a must-win situation. He knows that, and he's going to try everything in his powers to destabilize the very, very consistent Yakuboyev in this event.
Yeah, bishop g8. Now, let's see. I mean, maybe you're just straight. You're happy to liquidate even further. And then maybe knight b4, knight c7 to b5. Okay, he trades on d6. So now let's see where he's going to go with the knight.
Okay, your first take. How are you feeling about the chances right now? Do you see Noorderbeck potentially coming back into this game, into this match?
I do. And it's just because of the time. I mean, 27 seconds is not a whole lot against 2 minutes and 10. I still feel very nervous for Yakuboyev's clock.
I have to say, I tend to agree with that. At the same time, I do see some stability in white's position. I see that bishop on d3, not allowing the rooks to penetrate via the c2 file. So I really like that bishop on d3. What I don't want to see is black managing to exchange one pair of rooks after rook to c8, rook to c1. But at the moment, rook to c8 is not available because of knight to a7, taking the exchange back and actually just winning the game.
Yeah, and probably the match. So maybe rook e6 offering a trade of rooks, although again, I think you keep the rooks on the board, rook c1, or maybe knight e5. So I like the position a lot for Yakuboyev. And now Noorderbeck is still up on time.
Whoa.
Wow.
He's going for it.
But his time advantage is dwindling, Christian. He's up only a little bit more than a minute.
Yes, king to f1, good move.
h5 now.
h5.
I mean, that's the logical follow-up.
You said A, you got to say B.
G7.
King g7. That's an okay move as well.
Knight e5, rook e6. Okay, now what? There's no more f4.
Maybe I can try to repeat the position with knight c7. Knight c7, rook d6, knight b5. Yeah, knight c7,
can go to e7.
That's a
the
problem.
d5 pawn is defended.
Yep.
And 9 seconds. He's got to move. He's got to move. G3. Okay, rook e8. Wait.
He's trying to go f4. He's trying to go f4.
That feels very loose. Maybe you just go knight f3. I think even there, white is somewhat safe. Rook e7, knight d6. Nice move. Hopping into f5.
Oh, that's good. But bishop to e6. No. Taking on e5. And now bishop to e6, king to g2 or g4. G2. Which one do you go for? I guess keeping the pawn on g3 makes sense so that you have f4 at all times. Try to cement that pawn on e5. Connect the passers.
Maybe now g4 or f4 takes. There was knight e8, but he goes knight b5. Okay, rook e2.
Winning position for white in that one, but with 10 seconds, it's so difficult to make the right move.
But the knight is headed to d4. I think you still have full control. What is Abdusattorov going to do to stabilize this one?
I agree. He's looking good for Yakuboyev, and he knows it because once you plant the knight on d4, it's so much more...
E6, that seals the match. And knight f5.
That seals the match. That's it.
And he
played it. E6 and Yakuboyev Noorderbeck is about to clinch the title and 25 Gs, baby.
Yeah, so the bishop has to move. The knight f5, you cash back the exchange, and you're just up 2 pawns. So what is Abdusattorov going to do? Let's see if we can catch his reaction.
Crazy finale in this one, I have to say. After a6, this is it, guys. This is it.
Yeah, And
Let's
look
see.
at the
Let's look at the
camera.
cameras. Just about to play the move e6, and there you have it on the camera as well. And right now, keep an eye on Abdusatorov's stance, because he now understands this is not in my control anymore. I'm losing. And take a look at that. He is not looking at the board right now. Bishop to c8, knight to f5. This is it, guys.
Okay, so I wonder, can you take, is that completely losing? He goes d4, I guess now just king g3 and f4. This is completely over. Yakuboyev just has to keep his nerves together, and he's going to win the tournament.
Yep. And the problem is the d4 pawn doesn't go anywhere, because I'm going to have first of all, I have the bishop on f5 that just keeps a very tight control, and that's a beautiful move, by the way. That's a really nice move. d3, rook to d4, and that's going to take that pawn, capture that pawn, and once that pawn falls, it's all she wrote.
Exactly. Yeah, when that pawn is gone, there's nothing left to play for black. So Noterbeck has to push the pawn up here. I mean, otherwise it's just over. You can also go f4 first to make sure that black does not have king e5.
Yeah. Well, 15 seconds.
d7
rook to d8
looks very
or rook to
clean
d7.
to me.
Yeah, rook to d7 is very nice.
Yeah, rook e8 only move to keep playing.
And now
and
bishop
then
takes d3.
You just take. You
You just
up
take
a couple pawns, you never lose that one.
Yeah. Don't even think about e7. Maybe it works, maybe it wins as well. Just take the last dangerous pawn in the position, and that's it.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's see. King f6 played by Abdustorov, but now bishop d3 really just seals the match as you trade everything off into a winning endgame. King f3 should also be completely fine.
Yes. And bishop to c4, king to e3, or just simply take on e7 first. He takes on d3 first. Okay, and he wins it, and he takes it, and he wins the match and the tournament. What a turnaround in this event, I have to say. Abdusattorov got the win against Erigaisi in the last move, and unfortunately for him, was not able to finish the job. Incredible performance by Yakuboyev, and our congratulations.
Yeah, who would have thought that Yakuboyev would win this tournament? I think Abdusattorov can already be very happy, like I said, that he got into this tiebreak in the first place. Seemed like the game was headed to a draw, but incredible performance by Yakuboyev, rated 26-16. Not Magnus, not Hikaru, not Noterbeck, but Yakuboyev wins the tournament.
A beautiful, beautiful display of poised chess. And I have to say, this was not a walk in the park, especially that second game. There was a lot of pressure coming from Black, especially on the clock, but he managed to keep his poise. And I have to say, made the right decisions at the right time. Just an incredible result for this young man. And look at him. He takes a sip of his water. He does not get congratulated, but I'm sure these two players will be on friendly terms moving forward as well. They know each other so well. They're teammates on the Olympic team, and right now they're just simply players, great players of the future that are going to grow together.
Yeah, no, for sure. So great result for Yakuboyev. I think this is actually his biggest success of his career. Of course, winning the Olympiad was great, but that's a team event. You know, of course, you also need your teammates to do well, but this, I am sure it's his biggest tournament victory.
Oh, by a big margin, I have to say, and maybe a breakout event for Yakuboyev. And I'm not 100% sure. Maybe you know this better than I do. How old is Yakuboyev?
I believe Yakuboyev is born in 2002, so he's 21 years old.
Okay, so he's over the age of 20. You know, this is a very important event, very important rating gain for him as well, because at 21 you kind of start thinking about, hey, am I good enough? I'm only 26-15. Am I good enough to break into the elite of the elite? He needs to make it 2650, 2700, to those type of ranges in order to be able to go with the flow and continue expanding as a chess player. Otherwise you just plateau, and that's a big danger.
Yeah, no, for sure. So I'm sure he's very happy with this win. So yeah, let's wrap up all of the action. So Yakuboyev wins. He beats Noterbeck in the tiebreak. Hikaru, he played an all right tournament. He was always struggling a little bit with the black games. He finishes in a tie for first. Not a bad event at all. And I think he was just struggling a little bit against all the players that were underrated.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a difficult event. You've seen it from Magnus's performance as well. Everything needs to work correctly for you in order to be able to get these victories with the black pieces against these 26, 26, 50 rated, very motivated players as well. It just wasn't meant to be for Hikaru in certain games, especially as you mentioned, that game against Paravian, but still a solid display of chess. And we've seen that game against Pranav yesterday, Body Pranav yesterday. That was a very good display of what Hikaru can do when in good shape. And he's going to need that good shape as he goes on to the Isle of Man to try to qualify for the candidates.
For sure. Yeah. So I think with all of that being said and done, we are going to wrap up over here. But it was a pleasure to cover this tournament with all of the fans, all of you guys in the chat. Always make it very enjoyable. And Christian, I wanted to thank you for being such a great co-host today. Do you have any last words?
I've enjoyed it a lot. I'm glad we got to do this for the first time, and I'm sure we're going to do it in the future as well. So I had a lot of fun. The games were fantastic. And yeah, I cannot wait for Isle of Man.
You know, the Isle of Man is going to be a lot of fun. So make sure to follow the channel for that. It's going to start in just a couple of days, and we just look forward to seeing you all for that one.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming. Bye.